Chapter 3230. Song Ke knew the background of the three stone statue demon emperors. However, he had never imagined that he could meet stone statue demon emperors in this situation. Back then, the stone statue demon army was definitely an extremely powerful army. In that distant era, this army had once fought for the founder of the demon god extermination palace and conquered endless territories. Back then, Song Ke had also fought against this army and suffered a loss at their hands. Golems. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling nervous when he saw the dragon head devil, the great devil spider, and the chaos devil ape joining hands to attack the demonic rock lady. One had to know that the three of them weren't weaklings. Even though he was not a true extreme Tao expert, he was still powerful to the extent that even a quasi-supreme being's heart trembled. Both the chaos demon ape and the great demon spider erupted with extremely powerful energy ripples. Wherever they passed, the space around them would collapse. The demonic rock lady fought 1 against 3, but she did not fall into a disadvantageous position. She attacked and defended with ease. She was actually able to fight against these 3 powerful cultivators endlessly, as if she was doing it with ease. When they saw this scene, not to mention Gu Fei, even Song Ke was slightly moved. This combat strength was too strong, and even Song Ke himself might not be able to be so calm. Gu Fei did not make a move. With the demonic rock lady's cultivation and battle prowess, she should be able to deal with these 3 fellows. In fact, Gu Fei's guess was right. The demonic rock lady had already fought with the chaos demon ape and the other 2 fellows. If it wasn't for the fact that the god exterminating demon palace's primogenitor was alerted, she definitely wouldn't have escaped. The ancestor of the god exterminating demon palace was hiding on the top floor of the ancient pavilion. However, the extreme demon ancestor was the same as Song Ke and the demon rock lady. Something had happened to his body, and he was no longer the real extreme demon ancestor. The exterminating god demon palace's primogenitor suddenly appeared, so the demonic rock lady could only retreat. At this moment, the demonic rock lady was able to deal with the 3 demonic emperor stone statues with ease. Moreover, she was holding an extreme demonic weapon. All right, I'm done playing with you guys. I'll send you on your way. After saying that, the demonic rock lady stretched out her right hand, and a blood-colored flag appeared in her hand. Then it rapidly expanded in size. As the blood-colored flag fluttered, a terrifying aura spread out from it. The demonic rock lady merely waved the demonic flag in her hand, and the 3 demonic stone statues were immediately sent flying. Cracks appeared on their stone bodies, and they almost collapsed in the void. It would be a pity to kill him. Just as the magic rock lady was about to kill him, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. When the demonic rock lady heard this voice, she had no choice but to stop. If she were to wave the sky demon blood flag in her hand, the 3 demonic emperor stone statues would be annihilated in both body and spirit. If such a powerful golem was destroyed just like that, it would really be a waste. This kind of existence was definitely many times stronger than the great demon sovereign. This was also the reason why Gu Fei couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Mo Peng Lady. Shua. At this moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already arrived before the 3 demonic stone statues and was sizing them up with a smile. Roar. The chaos demon ape suddenly let out a furious roar and charged at Gu Fei. He reached out his long arm and grabbed at Gu Fei's face. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. The moment the chaos demon ape's claw was about to grab him, he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already behind the chaos demon ape. Bam! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei's fist landed on the chaos demon ape's back. A sound similar to ceramic shattering could be heard from the Chaos Demon Ape's body. The Chaos Demon Ape let out a furious roar and was sent flying. The part of its back that was punched was filled with cracks. Cracks were spreading out from the point of impact. Not bad. Gu Fei nodded his head. The reason why he attacked was because he wanted to see how strong this thing's defense was. He was quite satisfied with the Chaos Demon Ape's physique. One must know that the strength of Gu Fei's punch was so strong that even an ancient sacred mountain would be smashed into pieces. At this moment, Mo Peng Lady had already retreated. When she saw this scene, she was shocked. She didn't expect Gu Fei's strength to be this strong. Swoosh! Suddenly, a soft sound of something piercing through the air entered Gu Fei's ears. Without thinking, he lowered his head, and a black spider silk flew past his head. If he didn't lower his head in time, his head would have been pierced by that spider silk. The supreme demon spider had made its move. At this moment, a spider web descended from the sky and shrouded Gu Fei. Gu Fei chuckled and reached out to grab the spider web. With a tug, he tore out a huge hole in the extremely tough spider web. He dashed out of the spider web immediately. Stretching out his hand, he cast the heaven-encompassing palm. A gigantic chaotic palm appeared between the heaven and earth and slapped towards the supreme demon spider. Boom! With a loud bang, the demon spider was sent flying by Gu Fei's palm. With the power of the mountain river diagram, the 3 demonic stone statues couldn't even defeat Mo Peng Lady. Naturally, they wouldn't be a match for Gu Fei. At this moment, the dragon head demon realized that the situation wasn't looking good. It turned around and fled. Ha ha! All of you come over here. Gu Fei laughed out loud. Then a heaven-devouring force immediately erupted from his body. The 3 demonic stone statues flew towards him involuntarily at the same time. What? Looking at this scene, Song Ke and Mo Peng Lady were shocked. At this moment, Gu Fei got serious. A purplish-golden vertical mark appeared on his glabella. It was as though a divine eye was about to open. The 3 demonic stone statues were forcefully pulled over by the devouring force from Gu Fei's body. After that, 3 purplish Tao patterns shot out from Gu Fei's glabella. The 3 purplish Tao patterns shot into the heads of the 3 demonic stone statues. In the next moment, the 3 demonic stone statues stopped struggling. As though they were soulless corpses, they stood in the void with lifeless eyes. However, the lifeless eyes of the 3 demonic stone statues soon regained their luster. Greetings, Master. The 3 demonic stone statues bowed to Gu Fei at the same time. Chapter 32-31. It would be too much of a pity if the 3 demonic stone statue emperors were killed by the demonic rock lady just like that. One must know that such existences were so powerful that even a quasi-supremacy would be fearful of them. The 3 demonic stone statue emperors were comparable to an army of thousands. Naturally, Gu Fei wouldn't let the demonic rock lady kill them just like that. Gu Fei executed one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the godly seizing secret technique, and planted a seal on the 3 demonic stone statue emperors, forcing them to submit to him. When the 3 demonic stone statue emperors knelt before Gu Fei, Song Ke and the demonic rock lady were shocked. This fella could actually make the 3 demonic stone statues submit to him. Even though it was unbelievable, Song Ke and the demonic rock emperor knew that this scene wasn't an illusion. It was real. Get up. Gu Fei said proudly as he looked at the 3 demonic stone statues emperors kneeling before him. However, the 3 demonic stone statues emperors didn't stand up. They had already regained some of their consciousness. They knew that the danger they were in was not over yet. They were the demonic stone statues emperors refined by the primogenitor of the god, destroying Demon Palace. Even though Gu Fei planted a seal on them and removed a portion of the seal, the three demonic stone statues emperors still didn't stand up. As a result, the three demonic stone statues emperors recovered a portion of their memories. If they didn't remove the imprint left on them by the primogenitor of the god-destroying Demon Palace, they would die a horrible death once the primogenitor returned. The primogenitor of the god-destroying Demon Palace didn't die. Of course, Gu Fei knew the secret of their bodies. Just now, when he planted the forbidden technique in the bodies of the three stone statue demon emperors, he sensed the mark left by the progenitor of the god exterminating Demon Palace in their bodies. He naturally knew why the three demonic stone statues emperors refused to stand up. They wanted him to remove the imprint left behind by the primogenitor of the god destroying Demon Palace in their bodies. All right. Gu Fei sighed. He also knew that the imprint left behind by the primogenitor of the god destroying Demon Palace was a huge threat. He initially wanted to remove the imprint of the primogenitor of the god destroying Demon Palace in their bodies later, but since they wanted him to do it right away, he had no choice but to do it. Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and an ancient cauldron appeared in his hand. He gripped the ancient cauldron and circulated his secret art. Soon, a ball of primordial chaos divine light appeared in his right hand. He had successfully triggered the primordial chaos energy within the mountain and river cauldron. A mass of primordial chaos divine light rushed out from his right hand that was holding the ancient cauldron, instantly enveloping the three kneeling demonic emperors. The Gu of demonic stone statues, emperor of primogenitor of spirit Chin, of a Gu Mo, of the Emperor of Kings, was sealed. Was of the demonic energy of. It didn't take long for the primordial chaos energy to seal the brand inside the three demonic emperors' bodies. At this moment, the three demonic stone statue emperors were all frightened out of their wits. They didn't dare to move at all as they lay prone in the void, allowing Gu Fei to execute his great technique to seal the demonic Tao mark in their bodies. Primordial chaos energy was the ancestral energy of heaven and earth, capable of obliterating all power in the world. Soon enough, the demonic marks on the three stone statue demon emperors' bodies dimmed, and the demonic aura emanating from them began to weaken. Around 1 hour later, Gu Fei withdrew the primordial chaos energy that enveloped the three demonic emperors. The demonic Tao imprint in the three demonic emperors had been removed. Thank you, Master. The chaos demon ape and the rest hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei. They were incomparably excited. Once the mark left behind by the god exterminating Demon Palace's progenitor was removed, they would no longer be under the control of the god exterminating Demon Palace's old ancestor. All right, you can get up now. Gu Fei glanced at the three demonic stone statue emperors kneeling in front of him and said, "Yes, Master." The three experts replied in unison and stood up. The three experts were no longer in a muddle-headed state. They had regained part of their consciousness. However, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Congratulations, Taoist Gu. Song Ke and the Demon Rock Lady walked over and cupped their fists at Gu Fei. It was naturally something worth celebrating to be able to subdue the three demonic stone statue emperors. One should know that the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two experts were on par with Song Ke and the Demon Rock Lady in terms of battle strength, not to mention that they were able to utilize their extreme Tao energy. After subduing the three demonic stone statue emperors, Gu Fei's strength had increased tremendously once again. He might even be stronger than the primitive demons now. Taoist Gu, let's hurry up and find that extreme Tao demon book and leave this place. Song Ke said, "That's right." The Demon Rock Lady agreed. They only had one goal, which was to find that extreme Tao demon book and study it. They wanted to see what was so special about the ancestor of the god exterminating Demon Palace. All right. Gu Fei nodded. He had already refined the source of heaven and earth in this world. There were no longer any secrets in this world to him. He kept the ancient cauldron in his hand, and a ball of divine light appeared on his hand. It was a ball of light with countless shadows vaguely appearing on it. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's spiritual force had covered the entire small world. However, to his surprise, there wasn't any extreme Tao demon book in this small world. How is this possible? Didn't they say that there was an extreme Tao demon book in this small world? He had refined the source of heaven and earth and had complete control over this small world. If there was an extreme Tao demon book in this small world, there was no way he couldn't sense it. No, Song Ke and the Demon Rock Lady were surprised too. One should know that the extreme Tao demon lord would usually leave behind an inheritance. However, didn't the ancestor of the god exterminating Demon Palace leave behind an inheritance? If there's no inheritance, it can only mean one thing. That fella from the god exterminating Demon Palace is still alive and well. The Demon Rock Lady said with a solemn expression. Could it be? Gu Fei's face looked terrible. It was definitely not a good thing for him that the ancestor of the god exterminating Demon Palace was still alive. This was because he was the one who annihilated the god exterminating Demon Palace. If the ancestor of the god exterminating Demon Palace were to return, he would be the first person he would look for. Let's go. There's no extreme Tao demon book here. Gu Fei shook his head and said, Seems like we're wasting our efforts. Song Ke said. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and drew a line in the void. As the void cracked open, the aura of the outside world immediately gushed in. He then brought the 3 demonic stone statues and walked out of the cracked void. Song Ke and the Demon Rock Lady quickly followed suit. When Gu Fei and the others came out from that small world, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The ancestral land of the god exterminating Demon Palace was actually filled with corpses. The shape of these corpses was very frightening, as though they had all died after their essence, chi, and spirit were devoured by someone. They were like dried corpses. Gu Fei was shocked and furious because he recognized the corpses on the ground. These corpses were wearing the clothes of the mystic demon mountain. In other words, these cultivators, who had their essence, chi, and soul devoured, were the disciples of the mystic demon mountain. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was about to lose his temper, a loud bang came from afar. Following that, an extremely powerful wave of energy could be felt. There were experts fighting. Someone dares to plot against me. They must be courting death. Gu Fei looked towards the direction of the sound and said while gritting his teeth. This Song Ke and the demonic rock lady looked at each other. They both felt that things weren't as simple as they thought. Although they had entered the small world, the people guarding outside were not weak either. For example, the Golden Goddess was a demon ancestor. There were 2 other experts of the chaotic Golden Rock tribe guarding. Even if the demon ancestor came, they would not be able to return. They could kill all the enemies that came. Unless someone came with a supreme demonic weapon, they might be able to fight against the Lord of the Mystic Demon Mountain and the others. Swoosh! In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. He dashed towards the direction of the sound and disappeared in an instant. Very quickly, he arrived at the mountain ridge in front of him. There were 2 experts fighting intensely. One of them was Mo Mingtian. That person could actually fight against Mo Mingtian. He was definitely a demon ancestor. He was extremely powerful and had a supreme demonic weapon. It's an old ancestor of the Lu clan. At this time, the demon rock lady came to Gu Fei's side. She recognized the guy who was fighting against Mo Mingtian at a glance. It was an extremely senior old ancestor of the Willow Demon clan. This old ancestor was a demon ancestor. He held a crimson demonic saber in his hand. Every time he slashed with the saber, a crimson saber light would instantly appear in the void. The extremely sharp saber light directly broke through the void. Wherever it passed, it left a pitch-black crack in the void. Humph! Mo Mingtian coldly snorted. His body shook, and a skull immediately rushed out of his body. The skull opened its mouth and sucked in the blood-colored saber light that was slashing down. What? Seeing this, the old ancestor of the Willow Demon clan was shocked. This Mo Mingtian was known as the #1 demon in the eastern region. It seemed that he did not live up to his reputation. Rumble, after the skull devoured the blood-colored blade light, it actually moved towards the Willow Demon clan's old ancestor. A powerful heaven-devouring force erupted, causing the void to tremble and pitch-black spatial cracks to appear one after another. The old ancestor of the Willow Demon clan hurriedly retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. His speed was extremely fast. Humph, you want to leave? Chapter 3232. After Gu Fei came out from the small world of the demon-destroying palace, he found that the outside world had changed greatly. Countless cultivators of the Black Demon Mountain had fallen. These cultivators seemed to have their essence, chi, and spirit devoured by something, and then died tragically. Corpses that looked like dried corpses lay quietly everywhere on the ground. Every corpse had a ferocious expression of extreme horror on their faces. This was too strange. There was no smell of blood, but a heart-palpitating aura of death shrouded the entire sky above the earth. Rumble, somewhere in the mountains, two incomparably powerful figures were fighting. When Gu Fei arrived nearby, the battle had already reached a white-hot stage. One of the skulls exuded a towering amount of devil chi, directly lunging towards the old ancestor of the Willow Devil clan. A powerful heaven-devouring might gushed out, and with just a single breath from the skull, the entire space in this area crumbled and crumbled, causing countless spatial fragments to fly towards the skull. What? The old ancestor of the Willow Demon clan turned pale with fright. He hurriedly urged the scarlet blood demon saber in his hand to hack at the skull. Swoosh! A shocking saber light instantly rushed out from the scarlet blood demon saber. In an instant, it soared tens of thousands of feet, splitting the layers of demonic chi, and fell towards the skull that was trying to devour it. However, a scene that shocked the old ancestor of the Willow Demon clan appeared. He saw the scarlet blood saber light chopping at the skull, and the incomparably bright and sharp saber light instantly collapsed. The old ancestor of the Willow Devil clan immediately retreated. But at this time, the skull had already swallowed him up, swallowing him along with his blade in one gulp. Roar! The old ancestor of the Willow Demon clan's extremely frightened voice came from the skull, but in the next moment, the old ancestor's voice completely disappeared. Humph! Fighting with me? You're courting death. Mo Mingtian's voice resounded, and an extreme demonic power erupted from the skull, directly killing the old ancestor of the Willow Demon clan, who had been swallowed by it. Then, the skull disappeared and turned into a beam of demonic light that rushed into Mo Mingtian's body. In the void, a crimson saber fell down, and Mo Mingtian grabbed it. Quasi-sovereign magic tool. Mo Mingtian looked at the blood-colored demonic saber in his hand and sensed the powerful demonic aura coming from it. He couldn't help but be moved. Mo Mingtian wasn't the demon ancestor. He was just a great demon venerable. However, his cultivation had already reached one step into the demon ancestor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight endlessly with the Willow Devil clan's ancestor, and even kill him. At that moment, Mo Mingtian's expression suddenly changed, and he turned around. When he saw Gu Fei, he was pleasantly surprised. His master had finally appeared. Master! Mo Mingtian was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly rushed towards Gu Fei. When he arrived in front of Gu Fei and saw the three great experts standing behind Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be startled. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from these three statue-like fellows. These three guys were incredible. They were probably even more powerful than existences at the demon ancestor level. They were the most powerful existences below the extreme supreme realm. Master, this is Mo Mingtian, said with incomparable shock. He looked at the three statues behind Gu Fei. Could it be that these guys were experts of the Stone Demon clan? Were they subdued by his master? What happened outside? Where's the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord? Gu Fei looked at Mo Mingtian and said expressionlessly. His top priority was to figure out what had happened. Who was it that had the guts to not cause trouble for them? They should be thanking the heavens, but they actually dared to provoke him. Master, we were scattered. It's too tragic. Countless creatures fell, and blood flowed like a river. Countless cultivators of the mysterious Demon Mountain had their essence, qi, and spirit devoured and turned into dried corpses. Mo Mingtian couldn't help but shiver when he thought about what happened that day. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would have most likely ended up like those dried corpses. His essence, qi, and spirit would have been devoured by that terrifying guy. Even his primordial spirit would have been devoured, and he would have died. That was a peerless existence that could easily kill the demon ancestor. As soon as that guy appeared, countless rare existences were turned into dried corpses. After listening to Mo Mingtian's words, Gu Fei and the others were extremely shocked. It turned out that the ancient city where the experts of the mysterious Demon Mountain were located was unexpectedly attacked by a mysterious expert. The mysterious expert directly attacked the ancient city. That guy, Luo Peng, was very unlucky that day. He was in charge of guarding the ancient city, but he was directly killed by the mysterious expert near the city gate. Luo Peng was the first demon ancestor of the mysterious Demon Mountain to die. Seeing that the situation was not good, the phoenix which hid in the city lord's mansion, the lord of the mysterious Demon Mountain, immediately attacked and fought with the mysterious expert. In the end, even an expert like him couldn't stop that guy and had to escape. Then, mysterious experts continuously jumped out without warning and directly attacked the ancient city. The mysterious Demon Mountain was caught unprepared. Almost 90% of the cultivators of the mysterious Demon Mountain were killed by these mysterious experts. Even the black-armored soldiers of the mysterious Demon Mountain were killed. Only the higher-ups of the mysterious Demon Mountain could escape. Even the Golden Goddess was injured and almost killed by those mysterious experts in the ancient city. It could be said that most of the cultivators of the mysterious Demon Mountain who came to the Central Territory were already finished. The reality was cruel. The world of cultivation was a world where the weak were prey to the strong. The attack of the mysterious experts was something that the Lord of the mysterious Demon Mountain and the others did not expect. No one knew where these guys came from or who they were. Therefore, the Lord of the mysterious Demon Mountain didn't even know who defeated him. Fortunately, the Lord of the mysterious Demon Mountain and the others safely left, but demon ancestor Luo Peng died. However, the strength of the mysterious Demon Mountain was preserved. Preposterous! Gu Fei roared. The force that he had painstakingly built up was almost destroyed. This made him mad. Master, I seriously suspect that those mysterious guys are from the Willow Demon Clan and the Stone Demon Clan. Mo Mingtian looked at Gu Fei and said, "I want evidence." Gu Fei glanced at Mo Mingtian and said coldly, "It should be known that the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan were primitive demons. There was no doubt that the primitive demons were powerful. Even he had to be careful when dealing with two primitive demons at the same time, especially the Willow Demon Clan. They were known as a willow in the ancient demon sky. In the distant past, they were an invincible existence in the Chaos Demon realm. The inheritance left behind by such an existence was naturally incomparably powerful. No one knew what kind of trump card the Willow Demon Clan had. They only knew that the Willow Demon Clan could stand tall in the Chaos Demon realm for countless years without falling. Naturally, they did not rely on luck. This Mo Mingtian was startled when he heard this. He really couldn't take out any evidence. "Friend, those people probably don't know that we are back. Why don't we lure the snake out of its hole and then capture those guys? Won't we know who those people are then?" Song Ke said to Gu Fei, "This is a good idea." Gu Fei nodded and said, if they wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, they needed bait. At this time, his eyes fell on Mo Mingtian. "I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for master," Mo Mingtian quickly said. "Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Let's plan properly. I want to see who actually dares to have ideas about me," Gu Fei said while clenching his teeth. "No matter who it is, if they dare to provoke me, they will have to pay the price. I am not easy to provoke." Then they left the mountain range and entered the depths of the mountain range. After nightfall, Gu Fei and the others walked out from the depths of the mountain range and directly went in the direction of the ancient city. The ancient city should have been occupied by those people. Very quickly, they arrived at the mountain range near the ancient city. They saw that the ancient city was pitch black. There was actually no light at all. Gu Fei and the others concealed their auras. No one knew of their existence. At this time, a figure appeared near the ancient city. Then he carefully concealed his figure and stealthily moved towards the ancient city, gradually approaching the ancient city. However, just as the figure stealthily moved to the bottom of the city wall and was about to climb over the wall and enter the ancient city, a black figure silently appeared on the city wall and coldly looked at the figure below the city wall. Oh no! When the person saw the black figure on top of the city wall, he immediately turned around and fled. However, the black figure laughed and directly jumped down from the city wall like a big bat, fiercely pouncing towards the figure. The black figure's face was covered with a sinister black mask. He did not show his true appearance. The person who fled was Mo Mingtian. He was the bait to fish out the mysterious expert in the ancient city. However, he never thought that things would go so smoothly. Before he entered the ancient city, he was discovered by the mysterious expert in the ancient city. Mo Mingtian pretended to be very panicked and hurriedly rushed towards the valley where Gu Fei and the others were hiding. He wanted to lure the mysterious expert into the valley. Gu Fei and the others were lying in ambush in the valley. As long as the mysterious expert rushed into the valley, he absolutely would not have a chance to come out. Mo Mingtian, do you think you can escape? A gloomy voice came from behind Mo Mingtian. This caused Mo Mingtian's heart to tremble. This guy actually knows me. Who are these people? Who are you? Why are you making things difficult for me? Mo Mingtian said as he fled. His speed was not slow. With one step, the mountain under his feet seemed to shrink. This was the shrinking earth divine ability. Since the mysterious expert knew Mo Mingtian and dared to chase him alone, he naturally had the confidence to kill Mo Mingtian. That was why he dared to do this. Humph! Wait until I twist off your head. Then I'll tell you who I am." The mysterious expert sneered. Chapter 32-33. The moon was dark and the wind was strong, luring the snake out of its hole. Gu Fei's plan was very successful. Mo Mingtian did it effortlessly. He lured out a mysterious expert from that ancient city. Mo Mingtian naturally turned around and fled. He directly fled into a valley formation. That mysterious expert disappeared into the valley as soon as he saw Mo Mingtian. Even he couldn't sense Mo Mingtian's aura anymore. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Ha! Seeing this, the mysterious expert laughed out loud. A small demonic formation. He naturally didn't put it in his eyes. The power of the formation set up by Mo Mingtian couldn't hurt him at all. The power of Mo Mingtian's formation couldn't harm him at all. He laughed heartily and strode into the valley. The moment the mysterious expert walked into the valley, he sensed more than one powerful aura that made his heart palpitate. He sensed more than one expert's aura that was so powerful that it made his heart palpitate. He immediately turned around and fled. At this moment, the path behind him had disappeared. It was shrouded by a cloud of white fog. Oh no! The mysterious expert knew that he had been tricked at this moment. He directly slapped forward with his palm. A powerful force rushed out from his palm. He wanted to disperse the fog in front of him. Boom! A muffled sound. It was as if the mysterious expert's palm had struck a transparent wall. He was actually rebounded. His right hand was numb from the shock. What? The mysterious expert's shock was no small matter. He knew he was in danger. The formation set up by the opponent was actually so powerful. Its power was unfathomable. Could it be? He suddenly thought of a possibility. His whole body instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Ha! Just when the mysterious expert was inexplicably shocked, Mo Mingtian's loud laughter came from the valley. That was a carefree laughter. Mo Mingtian, you're despicable. The mysterious expert stared at the depths of the valley and roared. Ha ha! What a joke! That day, when you ambushed us. I don't see you calling me despicable. Mo Mingtian said with a laugh. The mysterious expert nodded. He could not help but be taken aback. For a moment, he did not know what to say. All right, what was there to say to these ants? We don't have time to waste on this guy. Another voice came from the depths of the valley. Damn it! When the mysterious expert heard this, he was both shocked and furious. He attacked with all his might. They continued to bombard the path they came from. The vast white mist was tumbling. It just couldn't be dispelled. At this moment, a beam of purple divine light flashed across the void. In an instant, it rushed into the mysterious expert's head. The mysterious expert shuddered. Demonic blood seeped out from the space between his eyebrows. Then it flowed down. He seemed incomparably savage and bloodthirsty. However, his gaze became sluggish. Gu Fei made a move. He directly used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the divine plunder secret art. In an instant, he had this fellow under control. He directly read the memory of this fellow's primordial spirit. However, it was out of Gu Fei's expectations. This fellow's mind was actually under a restrictive spell. If he forcefully broke through the restrictive spell, then this fellow's body and soul would be destroyed. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. This kind of restrictive spell was not difficult for him. He directly used the Wu secret word. The power of the Wu secret word exploded. It directly broke the restrictive spell in the mysterious expert's mind. In the next moment, countless information burst out like a mountain torrent. It crazily surged into his senses. Alien race. Gu Fei said in extreme shock. There were incomparably powerful races in the alien world. Wasn't that a legend? How could it really appear in the present world? What? The mysterious expert is not from the Stone Demon clan or the Willow Demon clan. Mo Mingtian said in shock. Since it was an expert from the alien world, then it was not an existence born in the Chaos Demon realm. Above the Chaos Demon realm, there was also a world that truly belonged to the strong. That was the alien world. The alien races were extremely powerful. Every time such a creature appeared, it would definitely cause a huge wave. It would also cause unrest in the entire Chaos Demon realm. I didn't expect it to be those guys. Tsung Ke suddenly sighed and said he had once experienced the darkest and most turbulent era in the Chaos Demon realm. He had also fought with these so-called experts from the alien world. But now, he was no longer an invincible expert high up in the sky. And the other party might still be an extreme Dao sovereign. There are still 2 such guys in the city. Go and kill them for me. Gu Fei ordered the 3 stone demon emperors behind him. Yes, master. The Chaos Demon Ape and the others quickly accepted the order. Then it shot up into the sky. It rushed out of the smoky valley. Instantly, it disappeared into the night sky. And at this moment, Gu Fei retracted the power of the god-snatching secret technique. Then he pointed with a finger. A beam of chaotic divine light instantly pierced the space between the eyebrows of this mysterious expert. In the next moment, the mysterious expert didn't even have the time to scream in pain. His whole body suddenly exploded. He turned into a cloud of blood mist. Even his primordial spirit dissipated in the void. His body and soul were destroyed. At this moment, under the moonlight, the ancient city was extremely quiet. Soon, 3 extremely powerful figures descended from the sky. He directly pounced into this once incomparably prosperous ancient city. They disappeared inside. In the next moment, a powerful energy wave erupted from the ancient city. A terrifying aura spread from the ancient city. There were extremely powerful existences fighting. Boom. In the ancient city, a pavilion suddenly exploded. 2 figures rushed out of the shattered pavilion. One figure was covered in a vast demonic aura, but he had a stone-like demonic body. As for the other figure, the energy fluctuations that erupted from it were extremely powerful, but it was not the power of the demonic path. This person was also wearing a Blackwood mask. The 2 experts fought endlessly. Everywhere they passed by, the void collapsed. Houses kept collapsing. The ancient city was filled with dust. It was a mess. The power of the mysterious expert. It was beyond the estimation of the Stone Demon Emperor. The Stone Demon Emperor that was fighting with the mysterious expert was a huge spider. It was a great demon spider. It was extremely powerful. Its 8 sharp claws were like 8 demonic spears. It kept stabbing towards the Stone Demon Emperor. It was extremely fast. Clang! The mysterious expert's hands danced. It kept colliding with the demonic spears. It actually blocked the attack of the great demon spider. At this moment, in another direction, a dragon-head devil and another mysterious powerhouse were engaged in a great battle. When the 2 experts were fighting, the vast and mighty remnant power caused the entire world to tremble. The Chaos Demon Ape did not make a move. He just stood on a nearby pavilion and watched the battle. It seemed like he had no intention of making a move. Damn thing. Die. Chapter 32-34. Under the moonlit night, powerful energy waves erupted from the ancient city. The powerful aura was like a stormy sea. It went out of the ancient city. The powerful energy shook the void. The entire ancient city was shaking. This was not an empty city, because corpses could be seen everywhere in the city. There were even mountains of corpses in some places. Countless corpses were piled up. These were the cultivators of Mystic Demon Mountain who were massacred by those mysterious extraterrestrial experts. The entire ancient city was filled with a terrifying corpse aura. However, strangely, in the ancient city that had become a dead city, there was no smell of rotten flesh. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others came to the sky outside the ancient city. They were watching the battle in the ancient city. Behind him stood Song Ke and the Demon Rock Lady, and Mo Mingtian. The ones who attacked were the 3 stone demon emperors that Gu Fei had subdued. Among the 3 stone demon emperors, the divining demon spider and the dragon head demon were fighting with a mysterious expert wearing a black mask. What's going on? What are these extraterrestrial beings trying to do? Gu Fei was very surprised. After those mysterious experts took down the ancient city, they only left 3 experts to guard the city. They didn't even get rid of the corpses in the ancient city. It seemed that these mysterious experts did not intend to occupy the ancient city. Boom. At this moment, in the ancient city, a powerful figure was moving quickly. Houses were being destroyed one after another. A demon spider was chasing after a mysterious expert wearing a ferocious black wood mask. Swoosh! The demon spider, which was as big as a small mountain, spat out a pitch-black spider silk that pierced towards the mysterious expert. However, the mysterious expert did not panic. He pulled with his right hand. A fireball immediately appeared in his hand. Then it directly smashed towards the demon spider. A blazing aura erupted from the fireball. Everywhere it passed, the void was silently destroyed by the burning flame of chaos. When Gu Fei saw the mysterious expert shoot out such a fireball, he was shocked. He could not help but be moved, because it was actually a flame of chaos. The flame of primal chaos was not something that ordinary divine flames could compare to. Primal chaos flame. It could burn everything in the world. Everything shrouded in this divine fire was burned into nothingness. Even the ashes of the tribulation could not be preserved. The moment the flame of primal chaos came into contact with the spider silk, the flame of primal chaos suddenly exploded. The black spider silk was instantly burned into nothingness. The great demon spider saw it. He hurriedly soared into the sky. The flame of primal chaos directly rushed towards the bottom of the demon spider. However, the next moment, the flame of primal chaos actually made a boom sound. It exploded. The flame of primordial chaos swept out in an instant. This caused the great demon spider to be shocked. The great demon spider was not to be trifled with. A mass of black mist rushed out from its body. It collided with the flame of primal chaos. That was too angry. Extreme and extreme cold. As soon as the Tai Chi and the flame of chaos came into contact, the Tai Chi was quickly dissipating. However, the flame of primordial chaos was also under the impact of the Tai Chi. It was constantly extinguishing. The Tai Chi blocked the flame of chaos. Seeing this, the mysterious expert nodded. He was taken aback. The opponent could even block the flame of chaos that he had painstakingly refined. How could he fight against this? Shwa. The mysterious expert turned around and fled. A beam of flame of primal chaos shot up into the sky. He rushed out of the ancient city. At this moment, the chaos demon ape, who was ready to attack, made its move. He pushed with his legs. Boom. There was a loud sound. The pavilion under his feet immediately exploded. At the same time, He turned into a beam of primal chaos light. He instantly caught up to the mysterious expert. Rumble, the chaos demon ape stretched out its arm. A huge furry hand immediately appeared in the void. It directly grabbed towards the mysterious expert. This giant hand instantly enveloped the entire void of heaven and earth. It also covered the mysterious expert's flame of primal chaos under the huge hand. There was no suspense. The mysterious expert who knew how to play with fire was directly slapped down from the sky by the chaos demon ape. Boom. There was a loud sound. He directly fell on the ground outside the ancient city. This mysterious expert directly smashed a huge pit in the ground. Dust rose high into the sky. Shwa! The chaos demon ape took a step forward. In an instant, it arrived above the huge pit. Then, it reached out and grabbed. The mysterious expert was directly caught by him. Roar! The mysterious expert kept roaring and struggling. But no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. It was difficult to break free from the grasp of the chaos demon ape's powerful hand. Boom! The next moment, a ball of flame of primal chaos exploded from the mysterious expert's body. It burned the void to the point of annihilation. However, the chaos demon ape's palm was surrounded by primal chaos chi. The flame of primal chaos from the mysterious expert's body could not even burn a hair of the chaos demon ape. The primal chaos chi from the chaos demon ape's hand blocked the flame of primal chaos. Just as the chaos demon ape captured the mysterious expert, the other battle in the ancient city had also come to an end. The dragon head demon was extremely powerful. It actually defeated the mysterious expert who was fighting against it. This mysterious expert cultivated the power of primal chaos gold. His body was invulnerable, but the dragon head demon smashed this guy who cultivated the primal chaos gold into pieces. However, this level of attack, it was impossible to kill this primal chaos gold beast. The primal chaos gold beast that was smashed into pieces actually fused back together in an instant. It reformed the primal chaos gold body. This was a guy with a human body and a beast head. No one had seen this beast head before. It was extremely ferocious. It had sharp teeth if it was bitten by this primal chaos gold beast. Even the dragon head demon would lose a piece of flesh. The dragon head demon directly wrapped around the body of this primal chaos gold beast. It tightly wrapped around the primal chaos gold beast. No matter how the primal chaos gold beast struggled, it could not break free. One had to know, the dragon head demon had the power of extreme Tao. It was entangled by the dragon head demon. That was no small matter. The power of the primal chaos gold beast was vast and mighty. There was a sonorous sound coming from the body of the primal chaos gold beast. The scales on its body were shaking. A peerless sword light rushed out. The sword light slashed the body of the dragon head demon. There was a sonorous sound. This kind of powerful sword light could tear the world apart. It could cut the peerless divine iron, but it could not leave a mark on the body of the dragon head demon. This primal chaos gold beast was also captured. These two guys are not weak. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. These living beings in the primal chaos alien realm were actually so powerful. It was really beyond his expectations. He had searched the memory of the primordial spirit of the mysterious living being. He knew the origin of these mysterious living beings. These mysterious living beings actually came from the depths of the primal chaos. Chapter 32-35. The creatures from the chaotic alien realm slaughtered most of the cultivators in Black Demon Mountain and scared away their leader. Even the revered demon Lord Luo Peng died in the battle. the 100,000 demon soldiers of Black Demon Mountain were not spared either. Their essence, chi, and spirit were devoured by a terrifying creature from the chaotic alien realm, turning them into dried corpses. Gu Fei was furious when he saw the tragic scene in the ancient city. He could not wait to kill his way into the chaotic alien realm and kill all of them. As the saying goes, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Gu Fei wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but this time, these beings living in the depths of the primal chaos had gone too far. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and the Dragon-Head Devil captured the two creatures from the chaotic alien realm. These chaotic creatures were waiting for a hare, but unfortunately, what they waited for wasn't a hare. Therefore, they were met with a tragedy. Without hesitation, Gu Fei performed the spirit-seizing secret technique to forcibly read the primordial spirit's memory of the creature that the Chaos Demon Ape had captured. However, as soon as Gu Fei's divine sense entered the creature's sea of consciousness, the creature's sea of consciousness exploded with a loud bang. As a result, the chaotic creature's head turned into a bloody mist. Even the strand of divine sense that Gu Fei released was greatly impacted. This is outrageous. Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. It seemed that someone had placed a restrictive technique in the creature's sea of consciousness. Otherwise, this would not have happened. It seemed that there were some secrets in the creature's primordial spirit's memory that could not be explored by others. No one would be stupid enough to place a restrictive technique in their own sea of consciousness. Hence, it must have been done by someone else, and that person was definitely a supreme expert. At this moment, the chaotic creature captured by the dragon-head demon was shocked to see the tragic death of his companion. He didn't want to die here like this. When Gu Fei's gaze landed on him, the chaos gold beast couldn't help but shiver. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly released his divine sense to invade the creature's mind. Don't! The chaotic creature was scared out of his wits, but he was powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the divine sense invaded his sea of consciousness. Bang! The head of the chaotic creature also exploded. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. Those were chaotic pure gold, a kind of supreme divine item that was born in the chaos. As long as a small piece of chaotic refined gold was added during the refining process, the grade of the refined spiritual weapon would definitely increase significantly. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't let it go to waste. He extended his hand and directly absorbed the countless pieces of chaotic pure gold into his hand. This was good stuff. Thus, the three living beings from the chaotic world had perished. However, just as Gu Fei was killing the first foreign being from the primal chaos, far away in the depths of the primal chaos, there was a piece of primal chaos land floating and sinking. This chaotic land was bigger than any other great world. It was shrouded by endless chaotic aura. On this chaotic land, there were powerful chaotic races. They were creatures that lived in the primal chaos and were much more powerful than ordinary creatures. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar was heard from the depths of the silent chaotic land. The terrifying sound waves spread out, causing countless living beings from the chaotic world to keep quiet out of fear. Go gather those guys that were scattered. In the Chaos Fiend realm, outside an ancient city in the territory of the god-destroying Demon Palace in the central region, Gu Fei ordered Mo Mingtian. Yes, master. Mo Mingtian accepted the order and left. Thereafter, Gu Fei ordered the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two stone statue demon emperors to clean up the corpses in the ancient city. Soon, the corpses in the ancient city were cleaned up. The entire ancient city became empty immediately. There wasn't a single person in it. Those guys should know that their people are dead. I reckon other living beings from the chaotic world will arrive soon. Song Ke said. He couldn't understand why Gu Fei wanted to clean up the ancient city. Could it be that he wanted to stay in the ancient city? Humph! I'm going to wait here for them to take the bait. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said he wanted to find out why those creatures from the chaotic alien realms were attacking the cultivators of the Black Demon Mountain. It should be known that these creatures were generally very low-key and would not do anything out of line. This time, those guys were really abnormal. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't afraid even if he were to face the experts from the chaotic world. Since those living beings from the chaotic world dared to attack him, they should have expected the consequences. This Song Ke and the demonic rock lady were extremely shocked when they heard Gu Fei's words. Is Gu Fei really going to start a war with those living beings from the chaotic world? In the eyes of Song Ke and the demonic rock lady, Gu Fei might not be able to defeat those living beings from the chaotic world. They were once extreme Tao Supremes and knew how terrifying the living beings from the chaotic world were. Back then, the living beings from the chaotic world were involved in the great turmoil that swept across the world. Gu Fei didn't pay any more attention to Song Ke and the demonic rock lady. Instead, he walked into the ancient city. At this time, the ancient city was deserted and in a mess. Even the city lord's mansion was half destroyed. Gu Fei didn't have to wait too long. An hour after they entered the ancient city, Mo Mingtian returned with a lot of people. "Greetings, master." Those people hurriedly saluted when they saw Gu Fei. Among these people, there were many familiar faces. The Phoenix, which was among them, and the demonic rock emperor was also among them. However, there was no sign of the master of the Black Demon Mountain, the Golden Goddess, or the other two members of the Golden Race. Gu Fei just nodded and walked into a well-preserved hotel on the side of the street. Of course, there was no one in the hotel. After Gu Fei entered the hotel, he sat in a private room facing the street. Mo Mingtian led a group of cultivators from the Black Demon Mountain to spread out and search for the survivors of the Black Demon Mountain. They still didn't have any news of the master of the Black Demon Mountain. At this time, in a valley thousands of miles away from the ancient city, more than a dozen mysterious people wearing black masks were standing. Without any suspense, these guys directly rushed into the sky and pounced in the direction of the ancient city. Their powerful aura spread out, and even the void was shaking. Humph! At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the ancient city, sensed the aura of these mysterious experts. He smiled. These guys are simply courting death. You guys go and get rid of those people. Gu Fei ordered the Chaos Devil Ape and the others. His tone became extremely cold and revealed a heart-palpitating, murderous aura. Yes, master. Chapter 32-36. The mysterious experts from the foreign realms were finally moved. They were fearless and were all warlike races. Back in the chaotic continent, they were already aggressive and had rich battle experiences. These foreign beings were actually extremely arrogant. They saw the chaotic continent as the ancestral land of the 3 worlds and 6 paths, the birthplace of life. These chaotic creatures that came from the ancestral land were all extremely powerful. But now, 3 of them were killed. How could this be? A total of 13 chaotic creatures wearing hideous black masks pounced towards the ancient city. However, they were intercepted halfway. The 3 demonic stone statues were like 3 supreme demon lords that came from the demonic domain. They intercepted the 13 experts from the foreign realms, and a pitch-black demonic aura shrouded the entire void. The 13 chaotic creatures had no choice but to stop as the energy waves that erupted from the 3 demonic experts were simply too powerful. No wonder Jean Lang and Huizhan were killed. So it was these 3 fellas who killed them. The leader of the 13 chaotic creatures stared at the chaos demonic ape and the other 2 powerhouses and said coldly. Only the chaotic creatures behind him could understand what he was saying. However, this didn't mean that it was difficult for the leader to communicate with the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two experts. Communication above the level of spiritual will did not discriminate between races. The demonic aura that was released from the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two experts made the 13 chaotic creatures shudder. Experts of this level were definitely the most powerful existences in this world. Even though the chaotic creatures were arrogant, they knew that these three fellas were hard to deal with. It's you guys who made my master unhappy. The Chaos Demon Ape said coldly. A wave of spiritual will spread from his body, and his voice rang in the hearts of the 13 chaotic creatures. Humph, lowly creatures, how dare you speak to us noble beings in such a tone? The leader of the chaotic creatures stared at the Chaos Demon Ape and said coldly. What? The Chaos Demon Ape was enraged when he heard the words of the other party. How dare this fella treat him as a lowly creature? How despicable! Humph, I don't see how noble you are. The Chaos Demon Ape said in disdain. Damn it, you deserve to die. The leader of the chaotic creatures was enraged. He raised his hand, and the 12 chaotic creatures behind him dispersed. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. These living beings grew up in the chaos, so their control over the chaos chi could be said to have reached the point of perfection. They had also cultivated all sorts of extremely powerful abilities. Haha, then come and kill me. The Chaos Devil Ape mocked. These fellows really thought too highly of themselves. They even thought of themselves as creatures that were a level higher than others. Who's going to kill this guy? The leader of the chaotic creatures said coldly. Two blood-red eyes shot out from behind the black wooden mask and stared at the Chaos Demon Ape. Me. As soon as the chaos creature's voice faded, a tall, burly chaos creature walked out from behind the leader. Come along, very good. We will let these lowly creatures know the consequences of offending us. The leader of the chaotic creatures said coldly, Yes, Boss Kun Yuan. The tall man named Kunlong nodded and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape threw a punch forward. Boom! The two fists collided. Rumble, powerful energy fluctuations spread out, causing the entire void to tremble. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void, as if pitch-black lightning was wreaking havoc. At this moment, Kunlong's figure appeared in the void. A powerful and violent power erupted from his body. Streams of chaotic energy that resembled the ancestral dragon circled around his body. However, Kunlong's powerful fist was blocked by the Chaos Demonic Ape. The Chaos Demonic Ape's stone-like arm was also incredibly powerful. All the chaotic creatures were shocked to see this. This stone-like guy actually blocked Kunlong's attack. How was that possible? One should know that Kunlong was the strongest existence among them apart from Kun Yuan. Roar! The Chaos Demon Ape roared at the sky and punched out with his right fist. Boom! The chaos creature, Kunlong, was sent flying away. Not bad. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was watching this scene from afar, couldn't help but nod. The Chaos Demon Ape's combat strength was unquestionable. He could even fight against the experts of the chaotic creatures. Gu Fei, Song Ke, and the others were watching the battle. At this moment, Mo Mingtian was gathering the scattered disciples of Black Demon Mountain. He released the news that Gu Fei had returned. The cultivators who received the news quickly gathered. The cultivators of Black Demon Mountain knew that as long as Gu Fei returned, the chaotic creatures would be in trouble. Although the chaotic creatures were incomparably strong, they weren't invincible. There must be a reason for them to attack Black Demon Mountain. Otherwise, Those guys wouldn't have come to provoke Gu Fei. The primitive demons were absolutely clear about the consequences of provoking Gu Fei. The god exterminating demon palace had already been destroyed. That was one of the primitive demons. Even the Willow Demon clan and the Stone Demon clan didn't dare to provoke Gu Fei. However, the chaotic creatures were fearless. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that they didn't dare to do. Their origins were mysterious, but once they appeared, something earth-shattering would definitely happen. Sure enough, as soon as these chaotic creatures appeared, they almost wiped out all the experts of Black Demon Mountain. Countless disciples of Black Demon Mountain died in their hands. Rumble. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and Kunlong started fighting. The two experts' combat strength was incomparably strong. They were as terrifying as two destructive gods of war. Boom! The Chaos Demon Ape blasted out a punch. The entire void immediately undulated like water ripples. A terrifying destructive power obliterated forward. The Kunlong, the chaotic creature, was not to be trifled with. Chaotic light burst out from all over his body. He forcefully broke through the rippling void and attacked the Chaos Demon Ape. With another loud bang, the two experts once again clashed head-on. Extremely terrifying power fluctuations erupted in an instant, and the entire void of the world suddenly collapsed. This kind of power was so strong that it directly annihilated the void. The two chaotic forces collided. Both were extremely powerful. Neither could suppress the other. This scene made everyone who saw it inexplicably shocked. The Chaos Demon Ape possessed the extreme force, but so did the Kunlong. When the extreme force spread out, it could destroy everything. At this moment, the group of chaotic creatures, the divining demon spider, and the dragon head demon retreated far away. One should know that if they were affected, it wouldn't be fun. The two figures quickly separated, and cracks appeared in the void due to the pressure of the two figures. How can a low-level creature be so powerful? The group of chaotic creatures was extremely shocked. One should know that they were the highest-level creatures from the Chaos Ancestral Land. These low-level creatures couldn't be compared to them. Low-level creatures. The chaotic creatures were whispering, but Gu Fei could hear them clearly. He had read the primordial spirit of a chaotic creature before. Naturally, he knew a lot of things. These chaotic creatures regarded all creatures that were not born in the Chaos Ancestral Land as low-level creatures. I am a low-level creature. Ha ha. Ridiculous. The Chaos Demon Ape roared and kept attacking. The extreme force was released. It was so terrifying that it startled countless creatures in the surrounding area. They're fighting again. Someone was extremely shocked. Didn't the cultivators of the mystical demon mountain all die? But there were experts fighting around the ancient city of the mystical demon mountain from time to time. This time, the area where the ancient city of the mystical demon mountain was located was even more powerful and terrifying. The extreme force was vast and mighty. Kunlong's combat strength was so strong that even the Chaos Demon Ape was shocked. This kind of combat strength was absolutely invincible in the Chaos realm. But unfortunately, this guy met Kunlong. A low-level creature will always be a low-level creature. You're just like an ant, Kunlong said coldly. Humph, let this low-level creature send you on your way. The Chaos Demon Ape sneered. An even more powerful wave of energy rippled out from his body. The space around him trembled. It was as if this part of the world could not contain his powerful body. Bang! Kunlong was sent flying by the Chaos Demon Ape's punch. What? How is this possible? The group of chaotic creatures was stunned. Even Kunlong wasn't a match for this guy. Kunlong was recognized as a rising star in the Chaos Ancestral Land. he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and was only half a step away from becoming a supreme expert. Chaotic creatures usually cultivated for a long time. Tens of thousands of years was just a short period of time for Kuan Long. Some chaotic creatures could cultivate for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Haha, you call us low-level creatures. I think you're the ants. The chaos demon ape laughed and attacked Kuan Long. The extreme force exploded from his body. Demonic light flowed on his stone-like body as if it had turned into immortal demonic iron. Kuan Long was sent flying again. Cracks began to appear on his powerful demonic body, as if it was about to shatter. Chapter 32-37. The chaotic creatures that came from the ancestral land of chaos thought highly of themselves and regarded themselves as the highest beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths. In fact, there was a reason why they were so conceited. The ancestral land of chaos was regarded as the source of life by the chaotic creatures. It was the birthplace of all beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths. However, no one could tell if that was the case because there was very little information about the source of life since ancient times. It was as if someone had purposely blocked all information about the source of life. However, no matter how secretive it was, there would still be some news about it. Of course, these were the great secrets of the world. Perhaps only the most powerful beings were qualified to know about it. The super forces of the chaotic realm were shocked that the chaotic creatures suddenly intervened in the chaos realm. Even the primitive demons were nervous and vigilant. The primitive demons had been passed down for countless years and were the inheritances of the extreme demon ancestor. They more or less knew about the chaotic creatures, but most of them did not know about the existence of the chaotic creatures. At this moment, the high and mighty beings were being slapped in the face by the chaos demon ape. The strongest among them, Kuan Long, was sent flying by the chaos demon ape. Haha, aren't you a noble being? Why can't you take a beating? The chaos demon ape laughed and continued to attack. Powerful energy erupted from his fists. Every time he punched, the void in front of his fists would explode. The power of the extreme path erupted from the chaos demon ape's fists. It was terrifying to the extreme. Pitch black cracks the size of mountains appeared in the void. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse from his fists. Kuan Long attacked with all his might, but he was still sent flying. Although he had an extremely powerful physique and extreme path power, he was still no match for the chaos demon ape. However, compared to the chaos demon ape, Kuan Long was really no match for him. Bam! The chaos demon ape punched Kuan Long's face. Who told you to look down on us? The chaos demon ape roared and punched Kuan Long's nose again. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Kuan Long's ferocious black mask was instantly shattered into pieces. The pieces even pierced into his face. Chaos blood seeped out continuously. What a stubborn wretch. After the chaos demon ape sent the Kuan dragon flying with a punch, it swung its right arm and bared its teeth. Damned lowly creature. The group of chaotic creatures couldn't help but be shocked and angered by this scene. However, they had to admit that this creature that rose from the chaos realm was unbelievably powerful. Perhaps only the supreme experts of the primal chaos ancestral land could deal with this fellow. Of course, perhaps Kuan Yuan, who was even more powerful than Kuan Long, could also deal with this fellow. In the chaos demon realm, those that stood at the top were the chaos living beings. The chaos demon realm was the insect race's territory in the chaos ancestral land. Normally, the insect race wouldn't interfere in the battles between the cultivation forces in the chaos demon realm. They would only look down at these ant-like existences from high above, as if they were the supreme rulers of this world. Even during the darkest times of the ancient times, when the Chaos Demon realm and the ancestral god realm fought fiercely against each other, the insect race didn't intervene. However, there seemed to be chaotic creatures behind the Great War in the ancient times. Kill. Kuan-Long's face was filled with chaos blood. He was on the brink of insanity. He surged the chaos force in his body and attacked the Chaos Demon Ape. Rays of chaos light shot out from his body and pierced through the Chaos Demon Ape. Among the rays of chaos light, there were bone spears, and on each bone spear, there were countless Tao patterns surging and interweaving. Ha! The Chaos Demon Ape roared with laughter as he charged forward. The bone spears pierced the Chaos Demon Ape's stone-like body, producing clanging sounds as they were actually repelled. How is this possible? Kuan-Long was shocked. This time, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had already used his strongest attack, but he still couldn't hurt the Chaos Demon Ape. Chaos living beings, they seemed to be quite capable. Far in the sky, Gu Fei and the others were shocked to see this scene. One should know that the Chaos Demon Ape's strength was not to be underestimated. Even someone like Song Ke wouldn't be able to take down the Chaos Demon Ape in a short period of time. These guys are more than capable. Song Ke looked at the group of chaos living beings with a complicated expression. He was once a supreme god ancestor, so he was naturally qualified to know some secrets of heaven and earth. What do you mean? Gu Fei said. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape sent the Kuan Dragon flying once again. This time, half of the Kuan Dragon's body was shattered. The Kuan Dragon was sent flying thousands of miles away as he screamed miserably. He smashed into a huge mountain, causing dust and rubble to shoot up into the sky. These guys might be the masterminds back then. Song Ke gritted his teeth and said, back then, he was trapped in the mountain river diagram for countless years, and it was probably because of these guys. How could he not hate them? Back then, the war between the Chaos Demon realm and the ancestral god realm happened suddenly. What? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. These fellows actually had such ability, but they couldn't even beat the Chaos Devil Ape. These are just small fries. Song Ke said with a solemn expression. Small fries. Gu Fei was a little moved when he heard Song Ke's words. One should know that if Song Ke's words were true, then the consequences would be very serious. However, Gu Fei was not afraid. No matter who he was, he could not be stronger than a supreme god. However, Gu Fei still felt a little uneasy in the depths of his heart, since there might be a higher realm above the extreme grade. Naturally, this was only his guess, since no one knew if there were existences stronger than the extreme grade sovereign realm in this world. These guys are very mysterious. No one knows where they came from. Song Ke continued. You don't know either. Gu Fei looked at Song Ke and said, Do I look like I know? Song Ke said helplessly, although he was once a supreme god ancestor, there were some things that even he did not know. Yes, Gu Fei said without thinking. Song Ke was speechless. At this moment, the other chaotic creatures made their moves. They would not let Kuan-Long be killed by the Chaos Demon Ape. Kuan-Long had great potential, and he had the chance to become a supreme expert. If Kuan-Long was killed just like that, it would be a great loss for the insect race. Lowly life form, die. Two chaotic creatures rushed forward. One of them stretched out his hand and dazzling chaotic light shone from his fingers. They were like 5 chaotic divine swords that pierced towards the Chaos Demon Ape. The Chaos Demon Ape's physique was so strong that it was unimaginable. Both of its fists danced in the air as it shattered the chaos sword light. The other chaotic creature spat out a chaos divine spear. Like a bolt of lightning, the chaos divine spear pierced through the Chaos Demon Ape's glabella. The Chaos Demon Ape waved his fist and punched the chaos divine spear. an extremely strong force burst out and blocked the Chaos Divine Spear. Buzz. The Chaos Divine Spear vibrated and let out a slight, buzzing sound. It could not pierce through the Chaos Demon Ape's fist. Roar. The Chaos Demon Ape roared and punched with his right fist. An even stronger force burst out from his fist, and the Chaos Divine Spear was repelled. Ha! A bunch of trash. How dare you act tough in front of me? What a joke! The Chaos Demon Ape laughed. The chaotic creatures were shocked and angered when they heard the Chaos Demon Ape's words. No one had ever looked down on them like this. After all, they were the true rulers of this world. Primitive demons? They were nothing but trash in their eyes. Upon hearing the Chaos Demon Ape's words, the two creatures in the chaotic world were so furious that they couldn't say a word. Only the leader of the chaotic creatures, Kuan Yuan, didn't say anything. However, behind his blackwood mask, his eyes were as sharp as blades. Roar. At this moment, an angry roar could be heard from thousands of miles away. Chaotic chi rushed out from afar, and a terrifying figure could be seen in the midst of the chaotic chi. Kuan Long, who was repelled by the Chaos Demon Ape, soared into the sky and attacked the Chaos Demon Ape. The chaotic aura that blotted out the sky arrived from the horizon. In just an instant, it had enveloped the entire space. It was as if the entire region had become a chaotic void. So what if you put your life on the line? In the end, you will still lose. At this moment, the Magic Rock Lady, who was standing beside Gu Fei, sneered. She could naturally tell who had a higher chance of winning this battle. It's hard to say until the very last moment. Song Ke said disapprovingly, "Is that so? Do you dare to bet with me?" The Magic Rock Lady looked at Song Ke and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Song Ke glanced at the Magic Rock Lady and said, "Very well. If I lose, this thing will be yours." With that, the Magic Rock Lady took out something from her body. She was holding a fist-sized, black, stone-like object. This object seemed inconspicuous. However, upon closer inspection, the interior of the black, stone-like object seemed to be sparkling with starlight. Star iron. Song Ke was taken aback when he saw the black, stone-like object. To think that the other party would take out a piece of star iron. "It's your turn." The Magic Rock Lady looked at Song Ke provocatively. Humph. Chapter 32-38. In the battle between the Chaos Demon Ape and Kuan Long showed signs of losing and had to fight the Chaos Demon Ape with all his might. However, the Chaos Demon Ape's cultivation and combat power were above Kuan Long's. Even if Kuan Long fought with all his might, he did not have a high chance of winning. However, Song Ke felt that the outcome of the battle between the Chaos Demon Ape and Kuan Long was hard to predict. After all, Kuan Long was a chaotic creature that came from a mysterious place. However, Magic Rock Lady had a different opinion. The Chaos Demon Ape was already winning and Kuan Long was at a disadvantage. The outcome was predictable. Therefore, the two of them were bored and decided to make a bet. The Demonic Rock Lady took out a piece of star iron. This was a good item. Even though it was only the size of a fist, if it was melted during the forging process, the grade of the forged Dao treasure would definitely increase by quite a bit. It was a material that even a supreme expert would be jealous of. It could be used to refine a supreme Dao weapon. What a headache! Since Magic Rock Lady took out the star iron, Song Ke had to take out something of the same grade. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by Magic Rock Lady. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised to see the Demonic Rock Lady take out the star iron. After all, it was not an ordinary crafting material. It was an immortal material. Even in the distant past, It was not easy to find such an immortal material. Some supreme experts searched the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, but could not find it. They even risked entering the endless chaos to search for it. The result was the same. The chaos was too big. Even the legendary 9 heavens and 10 earths was just a heaven and earth in the chaos. Outside the heaven and earth was the endless chaos. It was the same for the human realm, heaven realm, and other perfect worlds. They were all created in the chaos and had perfect laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, Song-K was having a headache. The item that Magic Rock Lady took out was too heaven-defying. Even when he was a supreme god ancestor, he could not find such an item. There were too few immortal divine items in the world. However, Song-K did not want to be looked down upon by Magic Rock Lady. He pondered for a while, and his eyes lit up. Then he started searching his body. Soon, he took out something from his body. Gu Fei and Mo Peng Lady looked at the item in Song-K's hand and saw that it was a black metal piece. It was only the size of an adult's palm. Moreover, what shocked Gu Fei and the Magic Rock Lady was that this piece of black iron was actually covered in rust. It seemed to have been corroded by the rust and had already decayed. The demonic Rock Lady was dumbfounded when she saw Song-K take out such an item. Gu Fei took a closer look, but he couldn't see anything special about the black metal piece in Song-K's hand. It was just a piece of metal that was almost rotten. However, intuition told Gu Fei that Song-K had been keeping this inconspicuous black iron piece for a long time, so it was definitely not simple. After all, Song-K was a supreme god ancestor. The supreme god ancestor was someone who could compete with the supreme master. In the ancestor god realm, the supreme god ancestor was the invincible supreme master. Of course, there were differences in the combat strength of the supreme god ancestor. The most powerful supreme god ancestor could easily kill an ordinary supreme god ancestor. Invincibility was always relative. Since ancient times, there seemed to be no absolutely invincible existence, and no one dared to say that they were absolutely invincible. Taoism Pirgu, please use the peerless fierce saber to cut this iron piece. Song-K suddenly said to Gu Fei. Hearing this, Gu Fei immediately turned his right hand over, and a black saber appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he directly cut the iron piece in Song-K's hand. With a flash of saber light, the blade of the peerless fierce saber in Gu Fei's hand had already cut the black iron piece in Song-K's hand. However, a shocking scene appeared. Although the blade of the peerless fierce saber hit the black iron piece, there was no sound of collision. The seemingly rusty black iron piece in Song-K's hand was actually unscathed under the peerless fierce saber's blade. Not even a piece of rust fell off. How is this possible? Magic Rock Lady was dumbfounded. This inconspicuous iron piece could actually block a strike from the peerless fierce saber. This was too unbelievable. After all, it was a peerless fierce saber. Magic Rock Lady knew how terrifying the peerless fierce saber was. This was a supreme Tao weapon, so powerful that it made her heart palpitate. However, such a powerful supreme Tao weapon should be indestructible, but it could not cut the rusty black iron piece in Song-K's hand. Could it be? Magic Rock Lady thought of a possibility. Could it be something from the previous era? At this time, Gu Fei voiced out the doubt in Magic Rock Lady's heart. The previous era was the era before Gu Fei, and the others derived the Chaos Demon realm. Before the Chaos Demon realm, there should be an extremely ancient world. After that world was destroyed for countless years, the Chaos Demon realm was born from the chaos. The destruction of a world was the end of an era. This was the reincarnation of the world. The world did not exist forever. It was also reincarnated. Of course, the reincarnation of the world was extremely long. It often went through several or even countless great eras before finally turning back into chaos and completing a reincarnation. Gu Fei knew this because the human world had already gone through several great eras. The current human world was only formed after the disappearance of the prehistoric era. Perhaps I also don't know the origin of this item. Song Ke said, when he had attained the extreme Tao fruit, he had traveled the world in search of materials to refine the extreme Tao artifact. He had found it in an ancient ruin. Why, this item of mine is not bad, right? Song Ke said to Magic Rock Lady. All right, I'll bet with you. Magic Rock Lady said, although this black metal piece was inconspicuous, it was very likely to be something from the previous era. This item was absolutely heaven-defying. To a certain extent, this item was much more precious than immortal materials. Magic Rock Lady naturally had no objections to Song Ke using this item as a bet. The outcome of this battle will be decided soon. Gu Fei said. When Song Ke and the demonic rock lady heard this, they immediately focused their attention on the two powerful figures that were fighting. The crazed Kuan Long was displaying a powerful combat ability. This combat ability was beyond what he could handle. But then, bloody wounds started to appear on his body. Chaos blood seeped out from the wounds. Even his forehead were full of cracks. His entire body seemed like it could collapse at any time, and his expression was extremely hideous. However, even though Kuan Long was risking his life, he still couldn't turn the tables. The Chaos Demon Ape's stone-like body was extremely powerful. He was simply a human-shaped extreme Tao weapon. Actually, the ancestor of the god-destroying demon palace wanted to refine this Chaos Demon Ape into an extreme Tao weapon. Unfortunately, after several attempts, the ancestor of the god-destroying demon palace didn't succeed. Although the ancestor of the god-destroying demon palace didn't succeed in refining the Chaos Demon Ape into an extreme Tao weapon, his body was as strong as an extreme Tao weapon. Although Kuan Long's body was tempered by chaotic qi day and night, it was still far from the strength of the Chaos Demon Ape's body. Buffed, the Chaos Demon Ape punched through Kuan Long's body. But at the same time, Kuan Long's fist also landed on the Chaos Demon Ape's chest. Kacha! The Chaos Demon Ape's chest caved in like a real rock. Kuan Long's fist left a mark on the Chaos Demon Ape's chest. Cracks spread out with the fist mark as the center. The two figures quickly separated. The Chaos Demon Ape roared furiously towards the sky. Rays of Chaos Demon light rushed out from his body and revolved around him. An extreme Tao aura surged out from the Chaos Demon Ape's body. The fist mark on the Chaos Demon Ape's chest disappeared quickly. In just a few breaths' time, the fist mark and the cracks around it disappeared. However, the bloody hole on Kuan Long's body still hadn't healed. Chaos blood seeped out from the wound and dripped onto the ground. At this time, the two chaotic creatures that attacked Kuan Long earlier had already retreated. They had no choice but to retreat because Kuan Long had used the insect race's secret technique and entered a strange battle state. As long as other strong creatures appeared beside him, they would become his target. Although this battle state could raise Kuan Long's strength to the limit and stimulate all the potential in his body, the consequence was that he forgot everything else and only had one thought in his mind: fight. Roar! Kuan Long roared and attacked the Chaos Demon Ape again. He didn't care about the wounds on his body that hadn't healed yet. Streaks of chaotic light in the shape of dragons slammed towards the Chaos Demon Ape. The chaotic dragon power was so strong that each dragon shadow seemed to be able to shatter a part of the world. I'll send you on your way. The Chaos Demon Ape roared angrily. His entire body was covered in chaotic demonic light. The demonic light didn't dissipate. Instead, it turned into a rain of light that pierced towards the Kuan dragon. The chaotic dragon shadows that attacked Kuan Long immediately dissipated in the light. In the next moment, Kuan Long was also drowned in the light rain. Haha, you lost. Hand it over. Seeing this, the demon rock lady laughed and extended her hand towards Song Quebec. What's the rush? Chapter 3239. The chaos demon ape shot out a destructive light rain. It was countless strands of demonic light that instantly drowned the Kuan dragon in the light rain. Roar! Kuan Long's roar could be heard from within the rain of light rays. Even though he had cast the insect race's secret art and turned himself into a battle maniac, he was still no match for the chaos demon ape. In just an instant, Kuan Long's mortal body was penetrated by the rain of light rays. His body melted like snow under the scorching sun. The concentrated light rays pierced through everything. Even Kuan Long's blood droplets were penetrated by the rain of light rays. His Yuan Shen couldn't escape the fate of being penetrated. Kuan Long's figure disappeared in the rain of light rays. How can the chaotic creatures be defeated so easily? Song Ke was in disbelief. That Kuan Long shouldn't have been defeated so easily by the Chaos Demon Ape. But under the Chaos Demon Ape's attack, Kuan Long was destroyed by the rain of light rays. Haha, hand it over. You lost. The Demon Rock Lady was overjoyed. She was overjoyed to be able to obtain an item from the previous era. Gu Fei was puzzled. Why did Song Ke think that the chaotic creatures would win? At this moment, the rain of light rays disappeared, and the Chaos Demon Ape appeared in the void. He then hooked his finger at the chaotic creatures. Come at me together. I will kill all of you. The Chaos Demon Ape's arrogant words enraged the chaotic creatures. Humph, do you really think you have won? The leader of the chaotic creatures, Kuan Yuan, stared at the Chaos Demon Ape and sneered. What? The Chaos Demon Ape was taken aback. At this moment, he sensed a dangerous aura that made his heart palpitate and instantly shrouded him. In the next moment, the Chaos Demon Ape realized that he couldn't move. Something's wrong. In the sky, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown upon seeing this. Things have really taken a turn for the better. At this moment, it was Song Ke's turn to be delighted. How can this be? He's already turned into nothingness. How can he still come back to life? The Demon Rock Lady was shocked. However, a strong life force erupted from the Chaos Demon Ape's body. Unknowingly, the Chaos Demon Ape had possessed the Chaos Demon Ape's body. If you want to kill me, I'll drag you down with me. A wave of spiritual will spread out from the Chaos Demon Ape's body. A dragon shadow emerged from the Chaos Demon Ape's body and wrapped around him tightly. What? The Chaos Demon Ape was shocked. What kind of secret technique was this? At this time, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. He had personally witnessed the Kuan dragon being obliterated by the Chaos Devil Dragon's devilish light in the void. Even its primordial spirit was destroyed, but it was still alive and so powerful. Kuan Long is finished. The group of chaotic creatures fell silent and looked at the scene in front of them quietly. At this moment, Kuan Yuan, who was in the lead, took off the black mask on his face. Behind the mask was a human face. It was the face of a young man with sword-like eyebrows. He was incomparably handsome. However, those eyes were not the eyes of a human. They were a pair of chaotic pupils, and there seemed to be a world of chaos in the depths of those pupils. The 11 chaos creatures behind Kuan Yuan also took off their black wooden masks. These fellas. When Gu Fei saw the appearance of those chaotic creatures, he was taken aback. All of these chaotic creatures had ferocious faces. They all had humanoid bodies, but they weren't humans. Behind Kuan Yuan, there was a chaotic creature with scarlet scales on its face. Even its eyes were hidden beneath the scales. As soon as it closed its eyes, the creature's eyes would instantly disappear. Another chaos creature had a skull under his mask. It was the skull of a dragon with the horns of an ancestral dragon. In the skull, there was a soul fire that was as dazzling as the sun. The black wooden mask isolated the aura of these chaos creatures. Once the black wooden mask was taken off, the aura of these chaos creatures burst out. Over a dozen chaotic creatures released their powerful auras together. Instantly, the weather changed and the sun and the moon dimmed. These were all chaos creatures. They were naturally close to the power of chaos. Torrential chaos chi spread out from their bodies and enveloped the entire void in an instant. Kuan Long, you didn't embarrass the insect race. Kuan Yuan stared at the chaos demon ape in front of him and said solemnly, he did not make a move to save the chaos demon ape, even though they were from the same race. Roar. At this time, the chaos dragon that Kuan Long had transformed into roared. Primal chaos fire surged out of his dragon body. This was the life-true fire formed by burning his true essence. It had an extremely terrifying power. This kind of primal chaos flame that was formed from burning quintessential essence was many times more powerful than ordinary primal chaos flames. The chaos demon ape's stone-like body immediately turned red when it was burned by the chaos fire. It even showed signs of melting. The chaos demon ape was extremely shocked. One must know that his physique was extremely strong. Ordinary divine weapons would not be able to hurt him at all. However, the chaotic fire could hurt his stone-like demonic body. Seeing this, Tsang Ke couldn't feel happy anymore. The chaos demon ape was Gu Fei's subordinate. If he died like this, Gu Fei would suffer a great loss. The chaos demon ape isn't weak either. Gu Fei said. He wasn't worried about the demonic ape because it was already an incomparably powerful existence before it was refined into a stone battle demon by the ancestor of the demonic god extermination palace. It already had 1 foot in the sovereign realm. If it wasn't captured by the ancestor of the god exterminating demon palace and refined into a stone battle demon, it would have become an invincible existence among the supremes. Even though it had been refined into a stone statue battle demon by the primogenitor of the demon-destroying palace, this chaos demon ape still had the means to preserve a wisp of its memories, so it hadn't completely turned into a walking corpse. As expected, as soon as Gu Fei finished speaking, the chaos demon ape attacked. You want to drag me down with you? Do you have the right to do so? The chaos demon ape sneered. Then a shadow of the chaos demon ape emerged from his body and blocked the fire of chaos on his body. Today, I will let you noble fellas know what it means to court death. The chaos magic ape roared furiously, and a powerful chaos power erupted. The shadow of the chaos magic ape that emerged from his body reached out and grabbed the chaos dragon that was entangled around him. Then it pulled with all its might and tore the chaos dragon into two. What? Chapter 3240. The battle between the chaos demon ape and Kuan Long had come to an end. Kuan Long had no choice but to go all out. He used some kind of secret technique to burn his life force to unleash his greatest power. However, even so, Kuan Long was powerless to turn the situation around. The chaos demon ape had the supreme bloodline flowing in his body, and the power of the bloodline was fully unleashed at this moment. A powerful shadow of a chaos demon ape emerged from his body and emitted a terrifying aura. It was as though the extreme demon ape had appeared in the world. The shadow of the chaos demon ape tore the chaos dragon that was coiling around the chaos demon ape into two. It was extremely ferocious. Witnessing this scene, the group of chaotic creatures were dumbfounded. Never had they imagined that this lowly being would actually be so powerful. This is the aura of an apex expert, Kuan Yuan muttered to himself. Although the shadow of the chaos demon ape was faint and illusory, the aura it exuded shocked him. That was the aura of a true apex expert. Kuan Yuan and Kuan Long could use supreme power, but they weren't true apex experts. On the other hand, the shadow that emerged from the chaos demon ape emitted a wave of energy that belonged to a true apex expert. Roar! I can't accept this. Kuan Long wailed. The dragon that was torn apart by the shadow of the chaos demon ape gradually disappeared into the void. His body and soul were truly destroyed. He used this secret technique with the intention of perishing together with the chaos demon ape, and he almost succeeded. Unfortunately, he didn't expect the chaos demon ape to possess a supreme bloodline. This lowly creature in their eyes was actually the descendant of an apex expert. How is this possible? Kuan Long wasn't willing to die just like that. When the last trace of his consciousness dissipated in the void and returned to the world, he was truly dead. The group of chaotic creatures didn't seem too sad about Kuan Long's death. However, their expressions were solemn. Kuan Long is actually dead. After a long while, some of the chaotic creatures recovered from their shock. Kuan Long's death made them feel immense pressure. Apart from the chaos ancestral lands, there were also living beings in other worlds that could cultivate to become supreme powerhouses. However, it was not the living beings in the chaos ancestral lands who could become supreme powerhouses. In the eyes of the chaotic creatures, creatures that didn't come from the chaotic ancestral land, no matter how powerful they were nothing in their eyes. They were all lowly creatures. At this moment, the Chaos Devil Ape's shadow that emerged from the Chaos Devil Ape's body entered his body again and disappeared. Do you really want to kill me to avenge that guy? Come, I'll give you a chance. Come at me together. I'll kill all of you. The Chaos Demon Ape laughed heartily at the group of chaotic creatures. Reckless fool. The leader, Kuan Yuan, shook his head helplessly. He was not a Kuan dragon. Shwa. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already above the Chaos Demon Ape. Rumble, Kuan Yuan stomped his foot down, and the entire void collapsed. A terrifying, destructive aura descended and instantly enveloped the Chaos Demon Ape below. Bang! The Chaos Demon Ape didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly punched upwards, and violent, chaotic, demonic power exploded on his fist. Two powerful forces collided with each other. Kuan Yuan was sent flying into the sky, while the Chaos Demon Ape was stomped down by Kuan Yuan. The Chaos Demon Ape was like a meteorite that fell from the sky. Boom! He smashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake and dust to rise. Roar! The Chaos Demon Ape's deep voice came from the depths of the ground. In the next moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and a demonic shadow rushed up to the sky. The most powerful energy fluctuations erupted from his body. At this moment, Kuan Yuan rushed down from the sky and started fighting with the Chaos Demon Ape. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The Chaos Demon Ape didn't seem to be a match for this fella and was suppressed in just one exchange. Ha ha ha! The metal piece from the previous era is in my hands. The Chaos Demon Ape and the Chaos Demon Ape made a bet. Although there were twists and turns in the process, the Chaos Demon Ape still won in the end. Song Kei's heart was bleeding when he lost the black metal piece. He actually misjudged the Chaos Demon Ape, and the Chaos Demon Ape lost. How was this possible? The Chaos Demon Ape was the heaven patroller of this world. He was definitely the strongest existence in this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become a heaven patroller. However, when these heaven patrollers encountered the power of an extreme Tao Supreme, they would also be killed. At this moment, Gu Fei could tell that the Chaos Demon Ape was at a disadvantage. Kun Yuan's cultivation and combat power were above Kun Long's. Kun Long couldn't compare to him. Boom! With a loud bang, the Chaos Demon Ape was sent flying. What goes around comes around. Damn it! The Chaos Demon Ape roared and turned to leave. He had no chance of winning against such a powerful existence. However, Kun Yuan wouldn't let him go. He wanted to take revenge for Kun Long and kill the Chaos Demon Ape. Rumble, the void trembled as a huge hand descended from the sky towards the Chaos Fiend Ape. Terrifying waves of energy gushed down from the huge hand. Even the void was destroyed by the force of the attack. Roar! The Chaos Demon Ape roared and attacked with all his might, wanting to break through the giant hand and escape. However, he had just activated the bloodline power in his body and consumed too much of his energy. Right now, he wouldn't be able to use his bloodline power again in a short period of time. This way, the Chaos Demon Ape would be in danger. Swish! At this moment, a pitch-black thread suddenly pierced through the huge hand descending from the sky. An extremely cold aura immediately spread out, as if the void was about to solidify. The huge hand also stopped in the void. At the same time, a dragon claw grabbed towards Kun Yuan. Extreme energy erupted. This was the attack of the dragon head demon. The Chaos Demon Ape took the opportunity to escape from the giant hand. Lowly creature, do you want to gang up on me? Come at me together, then. Kun Yuan sneered as he glanced in the direction of Gu Fei and the others. Humph, you still don't know who the lowly creature is? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Chapter 32:41. As the leader of this group of chaotic creatures, Kun Yuan's cultivation level was naturally the highest among the 13 chaotic creatures. He was even stronger than the Kun dragon that was killed by the Chaos Demon Ape. The insect race was also a strong race in the Chaos Origin ancestral land. Such a race might have supreme experts presiding over it. The supreme experts in the Chaos Origin ancestral land were the extreme Tao Supremes. In the Chaos Origin ancestral land, the extreme Tao Supremes were known as the supreme experts. In the Chaos Origin ancestral land, there might be existences that surpassed the supreme experts. Of course, this was also a legend in the Chaos Origin ancestral land. The Chaos Origin ancestral land was seen by the chaotic creatures as the primogenitor of the countless worlds in the chaos. All the worlds were born on the basis of the Chaos Origin ancestral land. It was also because of this that the chaotic creatures that came from the Chaos Origin ancestral land thought that they were more noble than the other worlds. However, in Gu Fei's opinion, these chaotic creatures didn't seem to be that noble. Boom! At this moment, Kun Yuan showed his prowess. A wave of chaos power erupted from his body and directly sent the Chaos Demon Ape, the Supreme Demon Spider, and the Dragon Head Demon flying. Kun Yuan's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. He had resolved the attacks of the 3 stone statue demons in an instant and even sent them flying. Lowly creatures are lowly creatures after all. They can't even withstand a single blow. Kun Yuan was extremely domineering. He glanced coldly in the direction of Gu Fei's group and revealed a look of indifference and disdain. One had to admit that he had a handsome face that was rarely seen in the world. Moreover, he had a young face. If it wasn't for the chaotic light lingering in his eyes, no one would be able to tell if he was a human. His eyes were definitely a great killing weapon. Which one of you is interested in meeting him? Gu Fei looked at Kun Yuan and said to Song Ke and the demonic rock lady, "I'll do it. I'll beat this guy to death." Song Ke said coldly. He had just lost a rusty metal piece from the previous era to the demonic rock lady. This made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Okay. Gu Fei nodded. Swoosh. Song Ke took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. The next moment, a fist appeared in front of Kun Yuan, smashing towards his extremely handsome face. At that moment, the three war golems wanted to continue fighting. However, Gu Fei sent them a voice transmission to stop them. Kun Yuan's figure instantly dissipated in the void. What Song Ke's fist hit was only an afterimage of Kun Yuan. Kun Yuan's real body had already disappeared. This guy does have some ability. Seeing this scene from afar, Gu Fei was slightly moved. Kun Yuan could actually dodge Song Ke's attack. This meant that this fellow had the ability to fight Song Quebec. In the next moment, Kun Yuan's figure appeared behind Song Quebec. Then, he pointed a finger at the back of Song Ke's head. A beam of chaotic light immediately pierced through Kun Yuan's finger. However, Song Ke did not dodge. He allowed the chaotic light to pierce the back of his head. However, the chaotic light could not break through his skin, let alone hurt him. Ha! It's like scratching an itch. Is that all you can do, noble fellow? Song Ke turned around slowly and looked at Kun Yuan with a faint smile. A powerful aura spread from his body, causing the void around him to tremble. Seeing this scene, the group of chaotic creatures in the distance were already dumbfounded. This fellow was actually unafraid of Kun Yuan's attack. How was this possible? Kun Yuan was an existence of the supreme experts. All the chaotic creatures were in disbelief. Even Kun Yuan himself was in disbelief. Could this fellow's physical body be even stronger than that of a supreme expert? Kun Yuan's guess was right. Song Ke really did have a strong physical body and power at the supreme expert level. However, he could not use the supreme expert's nomological laws. In fact, supreme experts were not terrifying because of their power, but because of their perfect great path nomological laws. Song Ke's cultivation had already fallen from the extreme grade realm. He could not use the extreme grade nomological laws. This was the essential difference between him and other extreme grade supremes. However, he possessed a powerful physical body that was truly at the extreme grade level. To a certain extent, this extreme grade level physical body had already reached a level where it was neither alive nor dead, so ordinary attacks couldn't destroy it. How can your physical body be so strong? Kun Yuan was shocked when he saw that his finger couldn't hurt Song Ke at all. He was the existence closest to the supreme expert level in the insect race. Why don't you guess? Song Ke suddenly grinned and pounced towards Kun Yuan. He stretched out his hand, and his palm instantly grew to the size of a mountain, enveloping Kun Yuan. The power of the extreme grade erupted. Song Ke's palm shackled the heaven and earth. At the same time, it also shackled Kun Yuan, who was below the palm. What Kun Yuan's soul was trembling. He felt as though the void around him had solidified. He couldn't move at all, and could only watch as the huge palm slammed down from the sky. This fellow, is he in supreme expert? When Kun Yuan thought of this, he was scared out of his wits. He knew very well how strong and supreme expert was. If Song Ke was really in supreme expert, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Looking at this scene, Gu Fei and the demonic rock lady were calm as they knew that although these chaotic creatures were strong, they were far from being a match for Song Ke. Song Ke used to be a supreme god ancestor. Be it cultivation level or combat power, Kun Yuan couldn't compare with him. The chaos demonic ape and the other stone statue demons were shocked too. Song Ke's combat power was much stronger than theirs. You made me lose a supreme treasure. I want your lives. Song Ke shouted angrily. Just as his palm was about to hit Kun Yuan, a chaotic divine light suddenly shot out from the top of Kuan Yuan's head. A strong force burst out from the chaotic divine light and broke the seal of Tsang Kei's huge palm. At the same time, a figure appeared from the chaotic divine light. This is under the cover of the chaotic divine light. Kuan Yuan regained his freedom and was no longer shackled. He stared at the figure in the sky in shock. "How dare you hurt my descendant? You're courting death." Chapter 3242. Tsang Kei's attack was naturally extraordinary. Even if Kuan Long could easily defeat the Chaos Demon Ape, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Tsang Quebec. With just a single move, Tsang Kei was able to kill Kuan Long. This was the difference between Tsang Kei and Kuan Long. However, just as Tsang Kei was about to kill Kuan Long, a chaotic divine light rushed out from the top of Kuan Long's head. An incomparably powerful figure appeared between the heavens and earth. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from this figure, causing the entire world to tremble. It was as though an extreme Tao sovereign had appeared in the world. At this moment, all living beings in the Chaos Demon world felt this aura. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Even those who were watching from afar felt their hearts palpitating. This battle had alarmed many experts. Some of the superforces had sent their experts to watch from afar. No one dared to get too close to a battle of this level. Ha! A mere clone dares to be so arrogant in front of me? At this moment, Tsang Kei laughed. "How dare you act so insolently in front of me, the Chaos Primogenitor? You're dead." The figure looked down at Tsang Quebec. The aura exuded from the blurry figure grew even stronger. It felt as though the sky was about to collapse. The void felt as though it was about to explode. The energy fluctuations from the blurry figure were too strong. Is it really the primogenitor? Kuan Yuan was shocked to the extreme. He looked at the figure in the sky, and his voice was trembling. One had to know that this was the primogenitor of the insect race. The primogenitor of the insect race had hidden an incarnation in his body. Even he didn't know about it. It was his honor to be chosen by the primogenitor as the primogenitor of the insect race. He was naturally mysterious. Even the important figures of the insect race had not seen this primogenitor before. Not even Kuan Yuan had seen him before. Chaos Primogenitor, you... Haha, what a joke. Tsang Kei laughed loudly. Gu Fei, who was far in the sky, was also shocked to think that an incarnation of the Chaos Primogenitor would appear at this moment. Could this so-called Chaos Primogenitor be an extreme Tao sovereign? Who is the primal Chaos Primogenitor? Is he that powerful? The Demon Rock lady said in disdain. This was just a clone, and yet it dared to proclaim itself as the primogenitor of chaos. Even living beings like them, who were born from chaos, did not dare to proclaim themselves as the primogenitor of chaos. Lowly creature, you dare to look down on me? The indistinct figure's voice was incomparably majestic, like a high and mighty ruler looking down at the ants beneath his feet. So what if I look down on you? Tsang Kei said coldly as he stared at the blurry figure. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, as a powerful battle intent erupted from his body. Die! That figure merely uttered a single word before stretching out his hand and grabbing towards Tsang Quebec. Extreme power burst forth, and that grab of the figure seemed to be grabbing the entire void of the world in his hand. Although the huge hand hadn't really grabbed him, Tsang Kei already felt his body tighten. It was as if there was an invisible force in the void that was imprisoning him. Humph! Tsang Kei sneered. His body trembled, and the invisible force was immediately dispersed. He instantly regained his freedom. Have a taste of my palm as well. Tsang Kei roared in rage and slammed his palm upwards. Raging divine power soared into the sky and instantly collided with the big hand that was grabbing him. Boom. The moment the two forces of extreme power clashed, a loud explosion was heard. At the next moment, the destructive power that spread out caused the entire void of the world to tremble violently like waves. The energy ripples that came down from the sky caused the entire ground to collapse. One after another, mountains crumbled and turned into dust. The dozens of chaotic living beings were blown away by a strong gust of wind and disappeared in an instant. Virum! At this moment, an ancient cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's body. A chaotic force spread out from the ancient cauldron, blocking off the mighty energy ripples. Two incomparably powerful figures moved rapidly in the void. It was as if two extreme supreme beings were fighting. The power that erupted from them was extremely powerful. Even Kuan Yuan, whose cultivation was close to that of a supreme being, couldn't withstand such power. However, under the protection of that figure, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. That figure was merely a clone. Even if it could use a little bit of the extreme law, it definitely wasn't Song Kei's opponent. This was because Song Kei possessed an extremely powerful physical body. An extremely powerful physical body possessed the strength of an extreme law. Sometimes absolute power could destroy everything. Even a little bit of the extreme law of the clone could be destroyed. Boom. Song Kei executed a killing technique and blasted the clone and Kuan Yuan away. Roar! Kuan Yuan roared furiously. Although Song Kei's attack wasn't aimed at him, the powerful impact still made him suffer. Cracks appeared on his body, and it seemed like he would shatter at any moment. With Song Kei's attack, these guys are doomed. Demon Rock Lady, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said, Song Kei's strength was undeniable. He was once a supreme god ancestor. Back in the ancestral god realm, Song Kei was a supreme being. It's hard to say now. Gu Fei looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes became incomparably deep. What did you say? Demon Rock Lady looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. Did she see wrongly? Song Kei already had the upper hand, and was suppressing his opponent. How could he still not win? See for yourself. Gu Fei said. Demon Rock Lady was stunned. She looked forward and saw that the clone that claimed to be the Chaos Ancestor had rushed into Kuan Yuan's body. This Demon Rock Lady couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. Roar! At this moment, Kuan Yuan roared, and an extremely powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. He seemed to have turned into an extreme supreme being. Kill! Kuan Yuan suddenly stopped struggling and roaring. Then he let out a strange smile and shouted at Song Quebec. He directly attacked Song Quebec. Kuan Yuan waved his hand, and rays of chaotic energy transformed into divine light that rushed out from his hand and pierced towards Song Quebec. At this moment, the primal chaos primogenitor's incarnation had entered Kuan Yuan's body and was made of flesh and blood. This way, the primal chaos primogenitor's incarnation could use all sorts of killing techniques. Chapter 3243. The incarnation of the Chaos Ancestor actually took over Kuan Yuan's body. This way, the incarnation had a body of flesh and blood and could perform all sorts of killing techniques. One should know that most killing techniques could only be performed with a body of flesh and blood. The incarnation of the Chaos Ancestor was just a shadow. However, it was different now. The incarnation of the Chaos Ancestor had taken over Kuan Yuan's body. Kuan Yuan seemed to have turned into a supreme expert. In an instant, the power that emanated from his body shook the heaven and earth. As long as he willed it, he could destroy the heaven and earth. It gave off a supreme feeling that he was above all the living beings in the world. At this moment, the souls of countless living beings in the chaos demon world were trembling. they had an urge to kneel down in the direction of the figure. The incarnation of the Chaos Ancestor seems to be quite capable. In the sky, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw the figure. This technique could only be performed by a supreme existence. Without a doubt, this so-called Chaos Primogenitor was definitely an extreme, supreme being. Otherwise, how could a mere incarnation possess such power? It's just an incarnation after all. The demonic rock lady said disapprovingly. She was once the extreme demon ancestor, so she naturally knew about such techniques. She didn't think that the Chaos Ancestor could defeat Song Ke with such techniques. Haha, let's see how it goes. Gu Fei laughed. At this moment, the two experts had already started fighting. The aura of the Supreme Path was vast. Song Ke's face was extremely solemn. 9 Tao patterns appeared on his body, and the power of the Supreme Path erupted from his body. However, if one looked closely, the 9 Tao patterns that emerged from Song Ke's body were filled with almost invisible cracks. This was the reason why he had fallen from the Supreme Path realm. It was originally a flawless Tao pattern, but a crack had appeared, and the perfect Great Tao became flawed. With a flawed Great Tao, one naturally wouldn't be an extreme supreme. Boom! Bang! 2 powerful silhouettes moved rapidly in the void, constantly clashing. The power of the extreme Tao level erupted, and the void was directly blasted apart. Many pitch-black spatial holes appeared in the void, and each of the spatial holes was filled with vast and mighty primal chi. These 2 fellows were simply like 2 gods of destruction. Everywhere they passed, the void would explode, and primal chaos chi would be blasted out. This was a power that could destroy the world. The sky was trembling, and the stars in the sky were shaking as if they would fall from the starry sky at any moment. They seemed to be evenly matched. The Chaos Devil Ape said, "The battle prowess displayed by these 2 fellows was indeed much stronger than theirs." They couldn't help but feel unconvinced. No matter what world one was in, the rule of the strong was still an unchanging truth. If one's fist was harder than others, then one would be the boss. If others' fists were harder than one's, then that person would be the boss. It was that simple. Upon hearing the Chaos Demon Ape's words, the magic rock lady smiled without saying a word. As for Gu Fei, he had been watching the battle in front of him. He had cultivated the martial path heaven's eye, and he could see every movement of these 2 fellows clearly. Such a battle was very important to him. He wanted to take that step forward, but he could only fumble around on his own. He needed to learn from others, and this was the best example. This was because Song Ke and the Chaos Ancestor's incarnation were existences that were infinitely close to the extreme Tao. Although they weren't extreme Tao supremes, every move they made released a kind of natural Tao aura. Gu Fei was capturing the traces of Tao aura that were infinitely close to the extreme Tao realm. Kill. At this moment, Song Ke directly executed his killing technique and attacked Kuan Yuan. Rays of divine light interweaved in the void, forming a huge net that enveloped Kuan Yuan. Kuan Yuan smiled and directly charged into the huge net formed by the interweaving divine light. He was actually walking right into the trap. This Kuan Yuan was naturally no longer the Kuan Yuan from before. This Kuan Yuan's physical body had already been taken over by the incarnation of the Chaos Ancestor. Fortunately, Kuan Yuan's physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, Kuan Yuan's physical body would have instantly crumbled the moment the Chaos Ancestor took over. Swoosh! The Chaos Ancestor raised his hand and shot out a ray of divine light. That ray of divine light instantly broke a hole in the huge net that enveloped Kuan Yuan. The primal chaos primogenitor charged through the opening in the net. Roar! The Chaos Ancestor roared angrily. his body swayed, and he directly transformed into an extremely terrifying chaos beast that pounced towards Tsang Quebec. As he pounced, the entire void immediately broke into pitch-black spatial cracks. Isn't he just a beast born from the chaos? How dare he call himself the Chaos Ancestor? What a joke! Tsang Ke said disdainfully. At the same time, he waved both his hands, and an extreme Tao divine light shot up into the sky, slashing towards the chaos beast that was pouncing towards him. Clang! The chaos beast directly reached out its claws and slapped the extreme Tao divine light that shot up into the sky. A strong force exploded, and the extreme Tao divine light was actually slapped away by the chaos beast's claws. Then it shattered in the void. In the next moment, Tsang Ke was actually sent flying. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and the others, who were using the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves, could not help but be astonished when they saw this scene. It seemed like the Chaos Ancestor's incarnation was not that simple. Damn it! Tsang Ke was sent flying thousands of feet away. He steadied himself, and his body emitted a towering divine light that lit up the entire sky. The 9 incomplete, extreme Tao patterns that rushed out of Tsang Ke's body directly turned into 9 extremely dazzling sword lights that floated around him. Every beam of sword light radiated with extreme-grade sword chi. Of course, this was only the power of extreme grade. There were no fluctuations of extreme grade laws radiating from the sword light. Hence, this was purely the power of the extreme Tao. When one's cultivation reached the extreme Tao realm, the power of the extreme Tao did not mean everything. The perfect great Tao laws were the most important. The extreme Tao laws were even more terrifying than the power of the extreme Tao. This was because the cultivation of the extreme Tao supremacy had already surpassed the scope of power. Go! Tsang Ke did not hesitate. He waved his right hand, and the 9 sword lights that floated around him immediately pierced through the chaos beast that was attacking him. Everywhere the 9 sword lights passed, the void was directly destroyed. The vast and mighty sword chi waves even affected the stars in the starry sky, causing them to tremble. Tsang Ke had already used the killing technique that he could use. The 9 sword lights were extremely fast. In an instant, they pierced through the chaos beast. The extremely strong chaos beast did not even have a chance to dodge. Roar! The chaos beast roared crazily. The 9 sword lights left 9 penetrating holes in its body. Chaos blood kept flowing out of the holes. A terrifying power of destruction was destroying its life force. Its body was being destroyed. After the 9 sword lights pierced through the chaos beast's body, they did not dissipate. Instead, they flew back to Tsang Ke's side and floated around him. At this moment, the chaos beast disappeared. Kuan Yuan's figure appeared in the void. There were also 9 holes in his body, and chaos blood was flowing out. The Chaos Ancestor, looked at Tsang Ke in disbelief. Then, with a boom, his body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. A blurry figure also disappeared in the void with the dissipation of the blood mist. At this moment, Tsang Ke wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Then he retracted the 9 extreme Tao patterns. The 9 sword lights turned back into Tao patterns and disappeared into his body. See, how can an incarnation fight against Tsang Ke? Demonic Rock Lady said. She had already expected such an outcome. Hearing this, Gu Fei nodded and did not say anything. After all, Tsang Ke used to be an extreme Tao god ancestor. If he could not even deal with an incarnation, he would be too useless. However, Gu Fei also knew that he could not fathom the methods of an extreme Tao Supreme Master. Even an incarnation was enough to destroy existences like them. Only Tsang Ke and Demonic Rock Lady, who used to be an extreme Tao Supreme Master, knew how powerful and terrifying such existences were. All right, you guys go and kill those noble guys. Then gather the scattered people. We are going back. Gu Fei ordered the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two stone statue demons. Yes, the Chaos Demon Ape, the Tyene Demon Spider, and the Dragonhead Demon quickly accepted the order and rushed into the distance. The group of chaotic creatures were swept away by the aftermath of the battle between Tsang Ke and the Chaos Ancestor. These guys did not die. Instead, they hid and watched the battle from afar. At this moment, when those guys saw the Chaos Demon Ape and the other stone statue demons rushing towards them, these so-called noble guys turned around and fled. Some of the chaotic creatures directly crushed the secret treasures in their hands and instantly disappeared into the void, fleeing directly. However, not all the chaotic creatures had secret treasures that could allow them to escape directly. This was because such secret treasures were only owned by the descendants of the big clans. In this way, 6 of the 11 chaotic creatures had escaped, leaving only 5. This is outrageous. Seeing this, the Chaos Demon Ape and the other stone statue demons could not help but be furious. Before they reached the 5 chaotic creatures, they had already attacked. Countless demonic lights rushed out from their bodies and directly engulfed the 5 chaotic creatures. Those chaotic creatures only had time to let out a blood-curdling screech before they died. However, 6 chaotic creatures escaped, which made the Chaos Demon Ape and the other stone statue demons very depressed. Just as the Chaos Demon Ape and the other stone statue demons were attacking the chaotic creatures, Mo Mingtian had already gathered many scattered cultivators from Black Demon Mountain. Even Phoenix Sparrow Demon Girl heard the news and appeared. Chapter 3244. On that day, when the 13 chaotic creatures attacked, the experts of Black Demon Mountain were defeated and scattered by the 13 chaotic creatures. However, many of them managed to escape safely. Only Demon Venerable Luopeng was unlucky and died in the hands of a chaotic creature. Blood Devil, the Meng brothers, and the demonic Rock Emperor saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. They fled even faster than Mystical Demon Mountain Master. However, Mystical Demon Mountain Master, Phoenix Sparrow Witch, and the others were a step slower and were almost wiped out by the 13 chaotic creatures. It should be known that Blood Devil, the Meng brothers, the demonic Rock Emperor, and Mo Mingtian were not cultivators of Mystical Demon Mountain. They only listened to Gu Fei's orders. Therefore, Mystical Demon Mountain was not in charge of these guys. If they wanted to escape, he could not stop them. However, it was a fact that the people of Mystical Demon Mountain were almost wiped out by the 13 chaotic creatures. If they were a step slower, they would have been long gone from this world. No one knew why the chaotic creatures attacked Mystical Demon Mountain, but this was not something Gu Fei wanted to know. Whoever dared to provoke him would suffer serious consequences. This time, only 6 of the 13 chaotic creatures managed to escape. The rest were all killed. The fall of the chaotic creatures would definitely set off an unimaginable storm, but Gu Fei did not care. After all, he was just a passerby in the chaotic demon realm. Gu Fei had no intention of attacking the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan, but the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan had to pay a price. He sent Blood Devil to the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan. Blood Devil's purpose in going to the 2 primitive demons was very simple. He wanted to send a message to the 2 clans that Gu Fei wanted to borrow a teleportation formation platform. Gu Fei knew that when the passageway between the chaotic demon realm and the ancestral god realm was still there, the creatures of the 2 worlds could travel between them. As the primitive demons, the Stone Demon Tribe, and the Willow Demon Tribe should have set up a teleportation formation in the ancestral god realm. In the ancestral lands of the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan, there was a corresponding teleportation formation. The two clans could sense each other, so they could naturally teleport across realms. What? Does this malefic star want to leave the Chaos Demon realm? The patriarch of the Stone Demon Clan, Shihong, and the patriarch of the Willow Demon Clan, Lu Tianzheng, were both surprised. This fiend only wanted to borrow the portal. Then what about our Grand Mist Chaos Demon bead? It's still in that evil star's hands. The patriarch of the Stone Devil Clan, Shihong, said fiercely, the primordial Chaos Demon bead had been seized by Gu Fei from the Stone Infant. Of course, since even the primordial Chaos Demon bead had been seized, the Stone Infant was naturally dead. The Stone Demon Clan wanted to take back the primordial Chaos Demon bead from Gu Fei's hands, but Gu Fei was not someone to be trifled with. It was impossible for the Stone Demon Clan to take anything from him. The same was true for the Willow Demon Clan. A willow twig from their ancestor had been taken away, and the person who took it was none other than Gu Fei. However, Lu Tianzheng did not dare to attack Gu Fei recklessly. Those guys who attacked the mystical Demon Mountain last time had already made a mess of themselves. Even if they wanted to attack Gu Fei, they would need to have a detailed plan. But now, Gu Fei actually wanted to borrow their portal. Should he or should he not? This gave the patriarch of the Stone Demon Clan, Shihong, a huge headache. Another person who had a headache was the patriarch of the Willow Demon Clan, Lu Tianzheng. If they did not lend it, they would offend Gu Fei, and the consequences would be unpredictable. In Lu Tianzheng's opinion, Gu Fei was a malefic star. No one could guess what he would do or how he would react. After Blood Devil delivered the message, he returned. The people of the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan did not make things difficult for him and allowed him to leave. At this moment, no one would dare to offend Gu Fei. After all, this fella had just killed those 13 beings of chaos. His might alone was enough to shock everyone. As for the primitive demons, they naturally knew something about the chaotic creatures. The chaotic creatures were the sky patrollers. In the chaotic demonic realm, they were the supreme rulers. This was not a secret to the primitive demons. These so-called sky patrollers were not recognized by the primitive demons. However, the chaotic creatures were so powerful that even the primitive demons were wary of them. Originally, they thought that Gu Fei and the others would die with the help of the chaotic creatures. Unexpectedly, this guy even dared to kill the chaotic creatures. He was really crazy. The War Demon Clan, which originally pledged allegiance to Gu Fei, drew a clear line with mystical Demon Mountain after the chaotic creatures defeated them. However, at this moment, the higher-ups of the War Demon Clan were filled with regret. No one expected that Gu Fei would return in such a strong manner. Of course, it was impossible for the War Demon Clan to pledge allegiance to Gu Fei. Without the protection of the god-destroying Demon Palace and Gu Fei, the War Demon Clan was not far from being exterminated. The chaotic demonic realm was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If a weak clan did not pledge allegiance to a strong clan, there would only be one outcome: extermination. Naturally, the War Demon Clan did not want to be exterminated by other strong clans. At this moment, Gu Fei had no time to pay attention to the War Demon Clan. He was waiting for the reply of the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan. The ancient city that the forces of mystical Demon Mountain once occupied was cleaned up. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting on the throne in the main hall of the City Lord Mansion. He was lying lazily on the spacious seat, which was covered with soft fur. It was very comfortable. At this moment, he seemed to not want to do anything. In front of the throne stood many figures. No one said a word. Song Ke and the magic rock which were not present. No one knew where they went. Of course, Gu Fei knew that they would definitely return. Just like that, an hour passed. Blood Devil and Phoenix Sparrow, who were standing at the front, were sweating profusely. Behind the Blood Devil and the Phoenix Sparrow, which stood many experts from the Black Demon Mountain. Of course, Luo Peng was not among them because he had already died. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. A figure walked in from outside the main hall. Phoenix Sparrow, and Blood Devil did not dare to turn around. But soon they knew who it was. It was Demonic Rock Emperor. "Greetings, Master." Demonic Rock Emperor quickly walked to Gu Fei's throne and bowed to Gu Fei. "Speak." Gu Fei did not raise his head and said lazily, "Master, we have not found the Lord of Mystical Demon Mountain." Demonic Rock Emperor said respectfully, "Then go look for him. Why did you come back?" Gu Fei said, "Master, although we have no news of the Lord of Mystical Demon Mountain, we unexpectedly found the whereabouts of the 6th Demon Lord." Demonic Rock Emperor said, "The 6th Demon Lord." Gu Fei was not surprised to hear this. To be precise, he did not take the 6th Demon Lord seriously, so he did not pay much attention to him. "That guy is still alive." Gu Fei said, "That day, the 6th Demon Lord and the Meng brothers fought their way into the depths of the starry sky. The Meng brothers were unable to kill this guy." Demonic Rock Emperor said, "Ever since Gu Fei entered the small world of the Destruction Demon Palace, the ancient city where the cultivators of Mystical Demon Mountain were located had suffered more than 10 attacks. The attacks of these mysterious cultivators naturally could not cause too much damage to the experts of Mystical Demon Mountain, but these harassing attacks were very troublesome. Go tell Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers to stop what they are doing, then go and get rid of the 6th Demon Lord." Gu Fei said, "Yes, Master." After receiving the order, Demonic Rock Emperor glanced at Blood Devil and Phoenix Sparrow, with a faint smile, then left the main hall. "All right, aren't you guys going to say something?" Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at Phoenix Sparrow, and Blood Devil. "Master, you..." Phoenix Sparrow, said hesitantly, "All right, all of you can leave." Gu Fei waved his hand impatiently and said, "Yes, Master." Phoenix Sparrow, and Blood Devil didn't dare to say anything. They carefully retreated out of the hall. The people behind them also retreated out of the hall. "What do you think Master is trying to do?" Outside the main hall, Blood Devil transmitted his voice to Phoenix Sparrow, next to him. "How would I know?" Phoenix Sparrow, said snappily. She had been standing here for the whole morning, but her master didn't say anything. No one knew what her master was thinking. However, Mystic Demon Mountain had suffered a great defeat and was utterly defeated by the 13 chaotic creatures. Countless cultivators had perished in this ancient city. Gu Fei needed an explanation. Even if the 13 chaotic creatures were extremely powerful, Mystical Demon Mountain couldn't have been defeated so thoroughly. Perhaps there was a traitor in the ancient city. Ah, what a headache! On the throne in the main hall, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Whether it was the primitive demons or the chaotic creatures, they weren't easy to deal with. If they were forced into a corner, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, the biggest problem was that Gu Fei still hadn't found a way to return to the human world. He could only go to the ancestral god realm to take a look. However, once he left the Chaos Demon realm, the forces he established here would definitely be annexed by other demon Dao forces. This was without a doubt. With the strength of Mystical Demon Mountain's lord and the others, it was impossible for them to compete with the primitive demons who had been passed down for countless years. Song Ke was going to the ancestral god realm with him. That was his hometown. However, Demon Rock Witch's cultivation wasn't weak. If she was willing to help take care of the guys from Mystical Demon Mountain, he wouldn't have to worry about Mystical Demon Mountain being annexed even if he left the Chaos Demon realm. Looks like I have to talk to Demon Rock Witch. Chapter 3245. Naturally, Gu Fei would not give up on the force that he had painstakingly built up. After all, such a force could definitely help him a lot. If he wanted to keep his force in the Chaos Demon realm after he left, he would have to rely on the Magic Rock Lady. She would probably be happy to help him. However, at this time, the Magic Rock Lady had already left. Even Gu Fei did not know where she went. However, Gu Fei was not worried that the Magic Rock Lady would never return. After all, the ancestral land of the Chaos Demon Rock race was still in Gu Fei's inner world. Unless the Magic Rock Lady did not want the ancestral land of the Chaos Demon Rock race. Sigh, there are really not many people who can really help me. Gu Fei sighed and directly fell asleep on the soft and comfortable throne like an ordinary person. At his level of cultivation, there was no need for him to cultivate. Even if he cultivated with all his might, his cultivation would not improve. Wanting to take that final step was absolutely not an easy thing to do. Since ancient times until now, it was unknown how many genius cultivators had bitterly cultivated for countless years, yet in the end, they either died or were stuck in the quasi-exalted realm for countless years, unable to advance in their cultivation. Only a very small number of people could cultivate the flawless Great Path and obtain the supreme Tao fruit. In fact, Gu Fei cherished the ordinary days that he had experienced with birth, old age, sickness, and death. This was the reincarnation of an ordinary person, walking through the human world and forgetting the past, only thinking about the present and the future. This allowed Gu Fei's state of mind to undergo a perfect transformation. His cultivation and combat strength had also greatly improved. However, this method had already been used once. It would not work now. Gu Fei had already entered the human world once. If he entered again, he would not be able to comprehend anything. At this time, Gu Fei completely concealed his aura. He looked like an ordinary person who would also feel sleepy and sleep. Soon, a snoring sound came from the throne of the city lord's mansion. Even the cultivators of Mystic Demon Mountain who were guarding outside the hall heard the sound coming from inside the hall. The two guards outside looked at each other in shock. However, they didn't dare to enter the hall because they could only enter if Gu Fei summoned them. Even if the Lord of Mystic Demon Mountain came, it would be the same. Gu Fei was actually sleeping. When the news spread, everyone in the ancient city was indescribably shocked. At his cultivation level, there was no need for him to sleep at all. None of the cultivators in the ancient city knew what Gu Fei was doing. At this time, Mo, Mingtian, and the Meng brothers were chasing after the sixth demon ancestor in a mountain ridge. The sixth demon ancestor of the exterminating god Devil Palace had fought with the Meng brothers and had slaughtered his way into the depths of the starry sky. When he sensed that something was wrong, he immediately fled. The sixth demon, Lord, wielded the god-slaying demonic spear, which was an extreme demonic weapon left behind by the primogenitor of the god-slaying demonic palace. Because of this, the Meng brothers allowed the sixth demon ancestor to escape. That was why the Meng brothers didn't kill the sixth demon ancestor. Swish! 3 figures quickly swept through the void and disappeared into the depths of the mountain. They were Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers. They directly rushed into the depths of the mountain. Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers directly landed on a mountain peak. This place was filled with devil energy. Black devil clouds floated high up in the sky, blocking the sunlight from the sky, causing the surroundings to be incomparably dark. The surroundings of the mountain range were not barren. there were trees that were commonly seen in the demon plain growing there. The trees were not too tall, and their leaves were as hard as iron. Their trunks were incomparably tough. Most Tao artifacts would be incapable of cutting down these demonic black iron trees. The short black iron devil trees were everywhere in the mountain. It was absolutely not an easy matter for Mo, Mingtian, and the others to find the sixth demon ancestor. This sixth demon ancestor was very cunning and would not be easily found. Preposterous. Mo Mingtian was filled with hatred. He was truly unwilling to let that guy escape. One must know that his master had already ordered them to kill the sixth demon ancestor. That guy must be hiding nearby. The eldest of the Meng brothers said with certainty the sixth demon ancestor could not have escaped far because they had been chasing after him. That's right. The second brother of the Meng family said, "Let's split up." Mo Mingtian said. Without waiting for the Meng brothers to speak, his figure flashed and disappeared from the mountain peak. His speed was extremely fast. The Meng brothers glanced at each other. Then they turned into black and white devil lights and disappeared into the void. Swish! Just as Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers left, a devil shadow walked out from the side of the mountain. A bunch of fools. The devil shadow sneered and said, "This guy was the sixth demon ancestor of the god extermination demon palace. He was hiding at the side just now, but Mo Mingtian and the others could not sense his existence. The sixth demon ancestor was about to leave, but at this moment, a wave of divine will envelop him instantly. He was truly shocked by it. Junior, why are you leaving so quickly?" A black shadow appeared in front of the sixth demon ancestor. This person was a tall old man in black robes. His body was shrouded in devil chi and was faintly discernible. "It's you." The sixth demon ancestor was startled when he saw the old man. This guy was very hard to deal with. He was even harder to deal with than Mo Mingtian. "If you know what's good for you, then get lost." The sixth demon ancestor stared at the old man. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a blade, as if it could pierce through the void. "Little guy, you must know how to respect the old and cherish the young." The old man did not mind and said indifferently. Two bloody lights were faintly discernible in the devil chi. That was his gaze. "Flaunting your seniority? Respect your head." The sixth demon ancestor clenched his teeth and said, the current situation was very unfavorable for him. Those guys who just left might return soon. This was definitely not a good thing. Roar. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. **T. The sixth devil lord was truly taken aback right now. What he feared had really come true. "Get lost." The sixth demon ancestor made his move. He roared and slapped his palm towards the devil shadow in front of him. Terrifying devil chi surged forward like a raging wave. The old man did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and slapped forward. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Two palms instantly collided with each other. Then, the two forces instantly exploded and clashed against each other, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. Chapter 3246. Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers were chasing after the fish that escaped the net of the exterminating demon palace. This fish that escaped the net of the exterminating demon palace was the sixth demon lord. The sixth demon lord was extremely cunning. Moreover, he possessed the exterminating demon spear of the exterminating demon palace. It could be said that this guy was extremely dangerous. Even Mo Mingtian did not dare to be careless. The Meng brothers did not dare to be careless either. One should know that if they were not careful, they would be the ones to die. At this time, the sixth demon lord was intersected by an old man. Without any suspense, the sixth demon lord and the old man began to fight. Powerful energy waves spread out, shaking the void. Black cracks that were even larger than mountains continued to appear in the void. The two experts moved quickly in the void, clashing with each other continuously. At this moment, a furious roar came from afar. A figure rushed towards the sixth demon ancestor at an extremely fast speed. This person was Mo Mingtian, who had left earlier. At the same time, an incomparably powerful wave of demonic energy came from another direction. Damn it! The sixth demon lord was anxious. He knew that once Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers arrived, there would only be one ending for him. He would be killed by them. Buzz. At this time, a trembling sound came from his right hand. A demonic spear vibrated in his hand, releasing an unimaginably powerful wave of energy. The sixth demon lord used his exterminating demon weapon. However, the old man dodged at the first moment. Swoosh! At the same time, the sixth demon lord made his move. The demonic spear in his hand turned into an immortal demonic light, piercing towards the retreating old man. The demonic light from the exterminating demon spear was extremely fast. Even though the old man had dodged in advance, the demonic light still caught up to him and pierced through his body. What? The old man was shocked. One should know that this was the power of exterminating demon weapon. Even an existence like Tsang Ke would be injured if he was hit by it. This old man was not an ordinary person. He was a descendant of the Chaos Demonic Rock Lady. His status in the Chaos Demonic Rock race was not low. The old man's body, which had been pierced by the extreme demonic spear, began to turn to ash. It was as if he had been burned by demonic fire, and the fire spread from the wound. However, the old man wasn't in a hurry. A black gourd rushed out from his body. The mouth of the gourd emitted a heaven-devouring power that forcefully absorbed the destructive energy that invaded his body. The old man's body was pierced by the demonic light, and wisps of demonic fire were emitted. The demonic gourd swallowed the fire. The wounds on the old man's body immediately regenerated, and he recovered. "Little brat, how dare you hurt your grandfather? Get in here." The old man grabbed the demonic gourd and patted the bottom of the demonic gourd. An even more powerful devouring power immediately surged out of the demonic gourd and swallowed the sixth demon lord. The sixth demon lord was not in the mood to continue fighting. He used the demonic spear in his hand to tear through the void. He then took a step forward and rushed into the chaotic void. Roar! An angry roar was heard as an yin-yang demon hand descended from the sky and grabbed at the crack in the void. It wanted to pull the sixth demon lord out of the crack. It was the Meng brothers. At the same time, a demonic chain rushed over from the sky and rushed into the crack in the void. It coiled around the figure in the crack. Rumble. The void shook, and the chaotic chi in the crack was vast. The sixth demon lord waved the demonic spear in his hand and pierced through the yin-yang demon hand. However, the demonic chain instantly coiled around the sixth demon lord's body. The other end of the demonic chain was in Mo Mingtian's hand. Mo Mingtian pulled hard, wanting to pull the sixth demon lord out of the crack in the void. The demonic chain clanged, and the sixth demon lord was immediately pulled out of the crack by Mo Mingtian. However, at this time, the crack in the void was constantly shrinking. The power of the void was constantly repairing the crack. Clang! The sixth demon lord waved the demonic spear in his hand, and the demonic chain coiled around his body immediately broke. At the same time, the crack in the void was almost completely repaired. Mo Mingtian Meng brothers, just you wait. I will kill you sooner or later. The sixth demon Lord's voice came through the crack in the void. Humph, do you have the ability? Mo Mingtian said disdainfully. I'm a bit late. The Meng brothers rushed over from afar. He escaped again. How preposterous. Mo Mingtian was filled with hatred. It seemed like it would not be easy to kill this guy. This was troublesome. Not only was Mo Mingtian having a headache, but the Meng brothers were also having a headache. One should know that their master had already ordered them to get rid of the sixth demon lord. What should we do now? The Meng brothers said. This time, that guy had escaped into the primal chaos. How were they going to find him in the primal chaos? What else can we do? I don't believe that guy will hide in the primal chaos forever. Mo Mingtian said helplessly. At this time, the old man turned around and left. His figure quickly dimmed and disappeared into the void. Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers left the place soon after. They could not return to the ancient city to report to Gu Fei. They could only continue to chase after the sixth demon lord. Only by getting rid of the sixth demon lord would they have the face to go back and report. At this time, in the ancient city, a person arrived outside the city lord's mansion. This person walked straight into the city lord's mansion and arrived outside the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Greetings, Mountain Lord. The two disciples of the Black Demon Mountain who were guarding outside the main hall hurriedly greeted the person. The person just nodded and did not say anything. This person was the Black Demon Mountain Lord. He had received the news and rushed back. The Golden Rock Goddess of the Primal Chaos Golden Rock race also came back with him. However, the Golden Rock Goddess did not come to see Gu Fei. Instead, she directly returned to the palace where Song Ke was staying. At this time, Song Ke was not in his residence. On the other hand, Mount Master of Mystic Demon Mountain came directly to see Gu Fei. However, snoring sounds could be heard in the main hall. Gu Fei was lying on the throne, sleeping soundly. This shocked the Black Demon Mountain Lord. He had something to report to Gu Fei, but he did not dare to disturb Gu Fei's rest. In the end, the Black Demon Mountain Lord could only wait outside the main hall. Chapter 3247. Gu Fei was sleeping soundly in the main hall of the mansion. No one dared to disturb him. His snores lingered in the hall. He hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, he had returned to his natural state. As long as he wanted to, he could be an ordinary creature in the mortal world. No one could recognize him. As long as he wanted to, he could become a supreme being, the ruler of millions of living beings. But now, he just wanted to be an ordinary person and have a good sleep. He wanted to forget all his troubles and let his mind completely return to peace. Even if it was only for a short moment, it would be very precious to him. Outside the main hall, Black Demon Mountain Lord had been waiting. He didn't dare to leave. Black Demon Mountain was almost wiped out by the 13 chaotic creatures. No one could help him bear this responsibility. At this time, Black Demon Mountain Lord's heart was restless. Although he had escaped the calamity of the chaotic creatures, he didn't know how Gu Fei would punish him. Thinking of this, Black Demon Mountain Lord's forehead was sweating. At this time, another person walked in from outside the main hall. This person was Blood Devil. Seeing Black Demon Mountain Lord pacing outside the main hall, he quickly went over. Brother Mountain Lord, is Master awake? Blood Devil cupped his hands and said to Black Demon Mountain Lord. Black Demon Mountain Lord glanced at Blood Devil and shook his head. A trace of imperceptible disgust flashed across his face. When the chaotic creatures attacked, this guy ran faster than anyone else. If these guys didn't run, perhaps Black Demon Mountain wouldn't have lost so badly. However, at this time, Black Demon Mountain Lord didn't want to offend Blood Devil. One must know that Blood Devil was directly under Master's command. Black Demon Mountain Lord had no right to order this guy. Blood Devil was also a great demon venerable. He wasn't weaker than Black Demon Mountain Lord. At this time, Blood Devil also heard the snores coming from the main hall. He had something to report to Gu Fei, but he didn't dare to disturb Gu Fei. "What's the matter?" Black Demon Mountain Lord glanced at the anxious Blood Devil and asked, "Yes, the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan have replied." Blood Devil said, "At this time, the people of the Stone Devil Clan and Willow Devil Clan were still waiting outside, but Gu Fei was sleeping soundly at this time. They're willing to borrow the legendary array platform that can teleport across worlds." Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was very surprised. One had to know that this kind of formation platform was incomparably precious. Only existences at the extreme grade, Supreme Being level could refine it. Even quasi-Supreme Beings couldn't refine it. But now, the true extreme Tao Supreme Beings had disappeared, and no one could refine such a formation platform anymore. Therefore, if such a formation platform was damaged, it could not be repaired. If one was damaged, there would be one less formation platform. The Trans-Realm Formation Platform wasn't a single platform, but a pair. With only one platform, it was impossible to use metal elemental trans-realm teleportation, because without the coordinates of the other world, how could it be possible to use it? Therefore, this kind of trans-realm formation platform appeared in pairs, one for each world. This way, one could freely travel between the two worlds through the trans-realm formation platform. Although Mystic Demon Mountain Lord had just returned to the ancient city, he had heard a lot of news. Previously, Gu Fei sent Blood Devil to the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan in order to borrow the Trans-Realm Formation platform from the two clans. "It seems that you have good news for the Master." Mystic Demon Mountain Lord looked at Blood Devil and said with a serious expression, "Yes, haha." Blood Devil laughed. At this time, Phoenix Witch also came. She glanced at Blood Devil, then said to Mystic Demon Mountain Lord, "Mountain Lord, our people have all been found." On that day, countless cultivators of Mystic Demon Mountain were killed by the 13 chaotic creatures and fled in all directions. Naturally, there were many cultivators who escaped and survived. However, there weren't many cultivators who survived. Even if all of them were found, there were less than 1,000. Compared to the 100,000 demonic soldiers in the past, this was only a fraction. Those guys are so ruthless. I can't coexist with them. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord gritted his teeth and said, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, like a hidden peerless demonic beast that could attack at any time. He was really angry. Ever since he took control of Mystic Demon Mountain, he had never encountered such a huge setback. The 100,000 demonic soldiers that he had trained for countless years were destroyed. His powerful subordinates were either killed or injured. Such a huge force was almost uprooted. Mo Mingtian sent a message. It's very likely that the 6th Demon Lord invited those guys. Phoenix Witch said fiercely, "The 6th Demon Lord, that guy is a scourge. If I don't kill him, I won't be a demon." Mystic Demon Mountain Lord clenched his fists. His whole body was surrounded by a murderous aura. He was filled with hatred. The thought of so many of his subordinates dying made him want to go crazy. Didn't Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers go after the 6th Demon Lord? With them, where can the 6th Demon Lord escape to? At this time, Blood Devil interrupted. "You underestimate the 6th Demon Lord." The Phoenix Sparrow Demoness glanced at Blood Devil and said, I don't believe that the sixth demon lord has 3 heads and 6 arms. How could he escape from Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers? Blood Devil said disapprovingly. I just received news that the sixth demon lord escaped again. Phoenix Witch said. What? Blood Devil and Mystic Demon Mountain Lord were shocked. The sixth demon lord escaped even when Mo Mingtian and the Meng brothers joined hands? How could this be possible? However, Phoenix Witch didn't lie, because there was no need for her to lie. Just as they were talking, Demonic Rock Emperor also arrived. Why is it so lively? Demonic Rock Emperor was surprised to see Blood Devil, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord, and Phoenix Witch. These guys are all here to see Master. However, when he heard the snoring coming from the hall, he smiled. So these guys were standing outside the hall because they didn't dare to disturb Master. With Master's current cultivation, how could he fall asleep? Unbelievable! Demonic Rock Emperor shook his head and said with a puzzled expression, You little bird, what do you know? Master's cultivation is extraordinary. He has obviously reached the realm of returning to his natural state and doing as he pleases. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord said. In fact, this was also his guess because he had never heard of anyone who had reached the peak of the Demon Lord realm sleeping. In Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's opinion, Gu Fei wasn't a quasi-supreme, but a Demon Lord realm existence. At this time, Mystic Demon Mountain's Lord and the others were standing outside the main hall. No one dared to enter. One had to know that Mystic Demon Mountain had suffered a great defeat and was almost annihilated by the chaotic creatures. Their master was definitely not in a good mood. All of you get in here. Chapter 3248. Gu Fei woke up from his deep sleep. It had been a long time since he had slept so peacefully. He knew very well that only with absolute power would he be able to keep himself and the people he cared about safe. He thought of Zhao Zairu, and Lin Shuer. Apart from Yen, no one knew where the others were. If he couldn't protect the people he cared about, then even if he had invincible power, there would be no joy in life, and he would become a walking corpse. Gu Fei didn't want to be a cold and heartless person. At this time, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others who had been waiting outside for several hours walked in. Their footsteps were very light as they were afraid of startling Gu Fei. You're back. Gu Fei's lazy voice sounded from the throne. Then he slowly sat up and reclined on the soft and comfortable throne. He really liked the layer of fur on the throne. It was golden and bright, warm and soft. It was very comfortable whether he was sitting or lying down. At this time, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord stood below the throne and bowed to Gu Fei. Master, this subordinate's life isn't meant to end. I'm back. While Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was speaking, the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Indeed, your life isn't meant to end. Gu Fei said, All right, you don't need to be so nervous. I won't do anything to you. Just serve me well. You can leave now. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, Yes, Master. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't blame him, Mystic Demon Mountain Lord immediately felt like he had been pardoned. He hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei and left the hall. Tell me, why did you come to see me? Gu Fei's voice was very calm, and he sounded lazy. Blood Devil, Phoenix Witch, and Demonic Rock King couldn't help but look at each other. No one spoke. What's wrong? Gu Fei was lying on the throne. When his eyes opened and closed, a bright light shot out from the slits of his eyes. He glanced at the 3 demonic path powerhouses below the throne. Seeing this, Blood Devil took a step forward and said, Master, the messengers from Golem and Demonic Willow have arrived. Oh, really? Gu Fei said nonchalantly. They brought what you wanted. Blood Devil continued. That kind of thing can also be brought here. Hearing this, Gu Fei opened his eyes and sat up. Master, they've been waiting in the front hall for half a day. Do you want to summon them? Blood Devil lowered his head and said, carefully, just let them wait. Gu Fei said indifferently. Yes. Blood Devil stood to the side. If his master didn't call him out, he wouldn't dare to leave. He could only stand there and wait, not daring to have any other thoughts. Everyone knew that Mystic Demon Mountain had suffered a great loss this time, but Gu Fei's attitude towards this loss was unpredictable. No one dared to make Gu Fei unhappy at this time. What's the matter? Is there news from Mo Mingtian? Gu Fei glanced at the Phoenix Sparrow, and said. He then lay back down and leaned against the soft backrest. Master, Mo Mingtian sent news that the sixth demon lord has escaped again. Phoenix, which didn't dare to look at Gu Fei, and said in a low voice, escaped again? Then continue the chase. Tell them that if they don't come back with the head of the sixth demon lord, they don't need to come back. Gu Fei said, yes, master. Phoenix Sparrow Demoness hurriedly said, all right, you can leave as well. Gu Fei waved his sleeve and said, yes. The Phoenix Sparrow Demoness hurriedly bowed and retreated. At this time, only Demonic Rock Emperor and Blood Devil were left under the throne in the main hall. Have you checked the losses this time? Gu Fei asked Demonic Rock Emperor. Master, we've checked and calculated. Demonic Rock Emperor said, with a heavy heart, the losses this time were too great, especially the fall of the 100,000 demon soldiers. They were the foundation of Mystic Demon Mountain. Luo Peng also died in battle, leaving less than 1,000 survivors. This was really hard to accept. However, Gu Fei didn't say anything after listening to Demonic Rock Emperor's report. Mystic Demon Mountain's strength had been greatly reduced. This was already something that couldn't be recovered. What they needed to do now was to increase their strength as soon as possible. Of course, in fact, Gu Fei still made a profit in destroying the Demon Palace this time because he obtained a small world and subdued the 3 war statues. The 3 war devils were comparable to the 100,000 fallen devil soldiers. One must know that the 3 war devils could all use the power of the extreme path and were extremely tyrannical. This was Gu Fei's confidence. All right, I got it. You guys can leave. Gu Fei waved his hand impatiently and said, yes, master. Demonic Rock Emperor and Blood Devil hurriedly left. Only Gu Fei was left in the main hall. He pondered for a while and muttered to himself, the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan are so kind to actually lend me their transboundary array platform. At this time, a demonic figure descended from the sky and entered the ancient city. No one stopped her, because no one could stop this person. Demonic Rock Lady had returned. She went straight to the City Lord Mansion and walked into the main hall. You're very calm. Demonic Rock Lady was a little surprised to see Gu Fei lying on the throne. She didn't expect Gu Fei to be so relaxed. Do I need to be nervous? Gu Fei said disapprovingly, Humph, you won't be able to stay calm in a while. Demonic Rock Lady snorted coldly. Could it be that you've heard some rumors? Tell me about it. Gu Fei said, you killed the 13 chaotic creatures. Those guys are coming to settle the score with you. Demonic Rock Lady said, is that so? I thought something earth-shattering happened. Gu Fei said, lazily. He didn't seem to care about those chaotic creatures at all. You're awesome. Demonic Rock Lady gave Gu Fei a thumbs up. As a matter of fact, even though Gu Fei didn't seem to take the chaos creatures seriously, he was actually a little nervous and expectant deep down. Do you know where Tsang Ke is? Gu Fei asked. How would I know? Demonic Rock Lady shook her head. Boom. Just at this moment, a loud sound suddenly rang out from the sky. An extremely violent energy ripple spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. Even the city lord mansion was shaken. What happened? On the streets of the ancient city, countless cultivators were shocked. They quickly raised their heads and looked into the sky, only to see a gigantic demonic shadow appear in the sky. Demons! It's demons! Chapter 3249. Not long after Gu Fei returned to the ancient city, demons came to invade. Those fellows simply didn't know what was good for them. At that moment, an extremely powerful demonic figure appeared in the sky above the ancient city. The demonic might it exuded made the entire world feel as though it was about to explode. In an instant, all the cultivators in the ancient city, except for Gu Fei and Demon Rock Lady, who were in the city lord's mansion, were trembling and lying on the ground, terrified to the extreme. Even Monarch Demon Mountain Lord and the others were no exception. Humph! A cold snort came from the city lord's mansion. Then, a mass of chaos divine light emerged from the city lord's mansion and instantly enveloped the entire ancient city. In the next moment, all the cultivators in the ancient city felt their bodies lighten. The extremely powerful demonic might that descended from the sky instantly weakened to a bearable level. Demons! There are actually demons who dare to invade. All the cultivators in the ancient city were inexplicably shocked. One should know that Gu Fei was not in the ancient city when the 13 chaos creatures invaded the ancient city last time. That was why those fellows succeeded. But now, Gu Fei was personally guarding the ancient city. And yet, there were still demons invading. If the demons were not here to die, they must have the strength to fight against Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei, do you dare to come out and fight? The terrifying demonic figure in the sky above the ancient city spoke. His voice spread out, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. Who the hell are you? Do you think you are worthy for me to fight? Gu Fei's voice came from the city lord's mansion. There was a trace of disdain in his tone. Even the 13 chaos creatures were no match for him. Who the hell was this guy? Of course, the 13 chaos creatures were defeated by Tsang Quebec. However, there was no difference between Tsang Ke and Gu Fei, because Tsang Ke's combat power was on par with Gu Fei's. If Gu Fei were to use his extreme Dao sacred artifact, even Tsang Ke would not be a match for him. At this time, Tsang Ke was not around. Other than Gu Fei himself, only the Magic Rock Lady had the strength to fight against the guy in the sky. It should be an old guy who is on good terms with the chaotic creatures. Demonic Rock Lady transmitted her voice to Gu Fei. The existence of primal chaos creatures in the primal chaos devil world was no secret to the super old-timers. Some of them even befriended primal chaos creatures. The creatures in the primal chaos demon world were not willing to be other people's chess pieces. In the eyes of the big shots, the primal chaos demon world was a chess game. There were not many creatures that were truly qualified to be chess pieces. Some creatures didn't want to be chess pieces. They wanted to jump out of the chessboard and become the master of the game. However, there were even fewer living beings who were truly qualified to dominate the chessboard. Ever since the Chaos Fiend realm was born, it had been under the control of the chaotic creatures. Therefore, the true masters of the Chaos realm were the chaotic creatures. But this time, Gu Fei, the foreign chess piece, was simply too heaven-defying. He had actually killed the life form that was the ruler of the chessboard. In the eyes of the old-timers of the primal chaos devil world, this was absolutely heaven-shattering. Humph! How dare you look down on me? As the demonic figure in the sky spoke, a demonic hand reached down from the sky towards the ancient city below. An extreme demonic mark appeared on the palm of the demonic hand. Buzz! The void trembled as a terrifying devouring power surged out of the demonic hand. The void in front of the hand collapsed and was devoured by the black hole. The primal chaos barrier that covered the entire ancient city started to shake. strands of primal chaos essence leaked out and were devoured by the black hole in the demonic hand. Oh, this guy seems to have some ability. Gu Fei's voice came from the city lord's mansion. Are you going to play around this time? Or am I going to do it? Demonic rock lady's voice also came from the city lord's mansion. It's been a long time since I've exercised my root bone. I'll do it this time. Gu Fei's lazy voice came from the city lord's mansion. In the next moment, two figures appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion. They were Gu Fei and demonic rock lady. Rumble, at this moment, the demonic hand that came down from the sky was about to grab the primal chaos barrier that covered the ancient city. The primal chaos barrier shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and an ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he threw the ancient cauldron at the demonic hand that came down from the sky. Seeing this, the demonic rock lady was dumbfounded. This guy had actually thrown a supreme Tao artifact out. The ancient cauldron that was the size of a fist pierced through the primal chaos barrier in the sky and smashed against the demonic hand. The tiny ancient cauldron was negligible in front of the mountain-like demonic hand. Even the demonic cultivator did not seem to understand why this fellow had thrown out such a seemingly powerless object. However, in the next moment, the demonic cultivator was unlucky. The ancient cauldron smashed into the pitch-black vortex that emerged from the demonic hand. The pitch-black vortex could not devour the ancient cauldron at all. The ancient cauldron passed through the vortex and smashed against the demonic pattern that emerged from the demonic hand's palm. Kacha! Cracks began to appear on the ancient demonic rune. The demonic hand in the sky shook violently. The terrifying vortex that seemed like it could devour the heavens and the earth dissipated. In the next moment, the entire demonic hand suddenly exploded with a bang. Boundless demonic chi enveloped the entire sky. A drop of demonic blood fell from the sky and splashed on the primal chaos divine, light above the ancient city. In the next moment, the drop of demonic blood corroded a small hole in the primal chaos divine light. The demonic blood dripped onto the ancient city below. Extreme Tao demonic blood. Demonic rock lady's eyes lit up at the sight of the demonic blood. She rushed up and reached out to take the demonic blood. How is this possible? An enraged voice came down from the sky. In the midst of the monstrous devil chi, two spots of blood-red light appeared. The terrifying devil might spread out, and the void above the sky exploded unceasingly, becoming extremely unstable. The location of such a powerful cultivator was enough to affect the laws of heaven and earth. The great demon that had yet to show up was definitely an extreme Tao existence. Of course, it was hard to say if it was a real extreme Tao demonic ancestor. At this moment, the ancient cauldron that Gu Fei threw out flew back and was caught in his hand. An extreme Tao weapon. Chapter 3250. The old demons attacked with the power of the extreme Tao. Only Gu Fei and the demonic rock lady could fight against such an existence. At this time, the entire sky above the ancient city was completely shrouded by rolling demonic chi. It was as if the night had suddenly fallen. The cultivators in the city were extremely terrified. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out in the sky. Not to mention the ancient city, even the living creatures in the entire region felt as if doomsday had arrived. Even though the Great City Defense Formation isolated the extreme Tao demonic might from the sky, all the cultivators in the ancient city still felt their souls tremble. Swoosh! Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He held the ancient cauldron in his hand and soared into the sky. He directly passed through the layer of chaotic light shroud that enveloped the entire ancient city and arrived outside. Rumble! A shocking might immediately spread out from Gu Fei's body. The rolling demonic qi around him was immediately dispersed by this powerful aura. In just an instant, not a trace of demonic qi could be seen within 10,000 feet of Gu Fei. "You have guts," an old voice sounded. In the demonic qi, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared faintly. 2 spots of blood-red light flickered, and the extreme Tao demonic might erupted. The entire void exploded continuously as if it was returning to chaos. "Haha, this is really funny. If I don't have guts, then do you?" Gu Fei laughed and said. He stared at the demonic shadow, his battle intent surging. It was naturally worth it for him to fight against an expert of this level. "You are only a demon ancestor. You little ant, how dare you act presumptuously in front of me? Are you relying on that cauldron in your hand?" The great demon hidden in the demonic qi said angrily. A terrifying, murderous aura erupted from the demonic shadow. The great demon was obviously angered by Gu Fei. In the great demon's opinion, Gu Fei was only a demon ancestor. To him, Gu Fei was really not much stronger than an ant. However, it was this ant who had used a cauldron to break his extreme demonic claw. At this moment, the crack on his right hand had yet to heal. At that moment, all the cultivators in the ancient city raised their heads to look at the figure high up in the sky. Demonic rock lady didn't come out. She directly sat cross-legged in the sky above the ancient city and refined the drop of extreme demon blood. Rays of blood-red light rushed out from her hands and entered her body. It was an extremely pure extreme demon power. Although it was only a drop of extreme demonic blood, the demonic energy contained within it was enormous. After refining this drop of extreme demonic blood, the demonic rock lady's cultivation base would increase by quite a bit. This drop of extreme demonic blood was extremely rare. Even an existence like the demonic rock lady did not have much extreme demonic blood in her body. High up in the sky, the great demon lost a drop of extreme demon blood, but it was extremely painful. This was because every drop of extreme demon blood lost meant one less drop. For existences like Demon Rock Lady and Songke, their cultivation levels had already fallen from the extreme grade realm, so it was impossible for their bodies to continue producing extreme grade blood essence, unless they returned to their peak and became an extreme powerhouse. You really talk a lot of nonsense. If you don't want to fight, then scram. Gu Fei said impatiently. Very well. Since you want to die early, I'll grant your wish. The demonic figure in the demonic qi said. In the next moment, a demonic light directly slashed out from the demonic qi, slashing towards Gu Fei's head. The incomparably sharp demonic light directly broke through the void and instantly fell down. Gu Fei directly raised the ancient cauldron in his hand. When the demonic light slashed against the ancient cauldron, there was a sound of metal colliding, and the ancient cauldron directly shattered in the void. "Humph, extreme Tao treasure." An old voice resounded. Then, a huge hand directly grabbed towards Gu Fei, wanting to snatch the ancient cauldron in his hand. Gu Fei laughed loudly. The ancient cauldron in his hand vibrated slightly, and a ripple immediately spread out from the ancient cauldron. Wherever the spatial ripple passed, the demonic claw directly dissipated in the void. The demonic patterns were also directly obliterated. At the same time, the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand vibrated. Then, a primordial chaos sword light rushed out from the ancient cauldron, directly piercing towards the demonic figure in the demonic qi. This was a sword light formed from primordial chaos force. It possessed unfathomable power, and its speed was also extremely fast. In an instant, the sword light broke through the layers of demonic light and pierced towards the demonic figure. The demonic chi around the demonic figure was dispersed, and an extremely ferocious demon appeared. Seeing this demon, Gu Fei was shocked. This was because this demon had a humanoid body, but it had an octopus-like head with countless tentacles waving around its neck. In the next moment, the demon disappeared. The primordial chaos sword light directly pierced through the demon's remnant shadow. Swoosh! At this moment, a tentacle broke through the void, directly wrapping around Gu Fei. The tentacle was filled with suckers, and each sucker was densely packed with sharp thorns. It would definitely be an extremely terrifying thing to be entangled by a tentacle. Naturally, Gu Fei did not want to be entangled by such a tentacle. He executed the 8 steps extreme speed and took a step forward, instantly disappearing on the spot. The tentacle missed its target. At the same time, 9 primordial chaos sword lights rushed out from the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, directly piercing through the void. In the next moment, a furious roar rang out. The great demon, hidden in the void, was actually forced out by the primordial chaos sword lights. With a flash of the sword light, the great demon's arm fell off. This was the power of the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Being struck by the primordial chaos sword lights was like being struck by an extreme Tao sovereign. The consequences were very severe. The great demon roared again and again. It wasn't as simple as just having an arm chopped off. The primordial chaos sword lights contained a terrifying power of destruction that invaded its body. In just an instant, a small half of the great demon's body turned into ashes, drifting away in the void. The great demon was extremely frightened. He possessed the extreme Tao strength and extreme Tao devil physique, yet he still suffered such a heavy injury. He had no choice but to cut off half of his body and retreat in an extremely sorry state. But at this moment, the other primordial chaos sword lights had already broken through the void, piercing towards the great demon. This sword light was very terrifying. Even someone with the extreme Tao devil physique would find it difficult to fight against this sword light because it was formed from the primordial chaos sword lights. Chapter 32:51. The origin of the mountain and river cauldron was extremely secretive. Since ancient times, no one knew who refined this extreme Tao artifact. However, the mountain and river cauldron was one of the most powerful extreme Tao artifacts in history. Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. He directly fought against the great demon that had the power of the extreme Tao. A primal chaos sword light rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and cut off one of the great demon's arms. However, a terrifying destructive power was corroding the great demon's extreme Tao demonic body. In just a few breaths of time, half of the great demon's body was reduced to ashes. And this trend was still spreading. Roar! The great demon was roaring and roaring. He gritted his teeth. He actually waved his hand. He cut off half of his body. The flesh, blood, tendons, and bones that he chopped off instantly turned into ashes. It disappeared into the void. Damn it! The great demon was shocked and furious. He was afraid. Just now, he felt the aura of death. It had been a long time since he felt the threat of death. He had almost forgotten about this feeling. Shwa! 9 primal chaos sword lights flashed in the void. They broke through the layers of demonic chi. They pierced through the great demon. They were extremely fast. At this moment, the great demon was going all out. He actually used the blood transformation escape technique to burn his own demonic blood, to release the strongest power of the demonic Tao. And then he obtained extreme speed. The great demon turned into a bloodlight. He directly broke through the void. He wanted to escape into the primal chaos. Behind the void was the primal chaos. Tearing through the void, he would be able to enter the endless primal chaos. However, Gufei wouldn't let him escape so easily. Kill! Gufei roared. He directly activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The speed of the 9 primal chaos sword lights instantly increased by a lot. In an instant, he caught up to the great demon. Roar! The great devil only had time to let out an incomparably terrified roar. 9 streaks of primordial chaos sword light pierced through its body. Then he turned back. The great demon was turned into a pile of ashes. It was a pity that this great devil didn't even have the chance to escape before he died. After the 9 primordial chaos sword lights killed the great demon, then he soared into the sky. It immediately dispersed the endless demonic aura that shrouded the sky. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators in the ancient city were shocked, especially the 2 envoys from the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan. Gufei ignored them. He never summoned them. These 2 fellows were already filled with anger. He almost lost control of his temper. But now, when they saw Gufei easily kill a great demon with extreme Dao power, they were shocked. He broke out in a cold sweat. All the anger in his stomach disappeared. This guy is too fierce. No wonder even Lord Clan leader doesn't want to provoke this guy. The envoy from the Stone Demon clan said with a trembling voice. Now, the Stone Demon clan didn't want to clash with Gufei anymore. Of course, this was only temporary, as the primitive demons. The Stone Demon clan naturally didn't fear Gufei. The same went for the Willow Demon clan. They were very wary of Gufei, but if they were forced into a corner, if they had a life and death struggle with Gufei would probably have a headache too. The Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan both wanted to preserve their strength. They didn't want to start a war with the lunatic Gufei. At this moment, the demonic aura that shrouded the sky was dispersed. 9 primordial chaos sword lights descended from the sky. They directly fell into the mountain and river cauldron in Gufei's hand. This extreme Dao artifact is very terrifying. The powerhouses of the Willow Demon clan looked at the scene in the sky. They couldn't help but feel extremely terrified. It was fear that came from the depths of their souls. At this moment, waves of cheers came from the ancient city. The invading great demon was killed by Gufei. This greatly boosted the morale of the cultivators of the mystic demon mountain. They had been too aggrieved during this period of time. They were caught off guard by the chaotic creatures. They were hiding here, and they're like stray dogs. They lived a life where they could be killed at any time. They were on tenterhooks. Now, all the cultivators in the ancient city felt that the haze that shrouded their hearts had finally dissipated. The return of Gufei, it gave them hope of survival. Master's cultivation seems to have improved again. The mystic demon mountain lord and the others looked up at the figure in the sky. They were also extremely shocked. However, he was very clear. The ancient cauldron in the hands of his master. It was the key to victory. You dare to provoke me with only this level of strength? It's like holding a lamp in the toilet. You're courting death. Gufei said disdainfully. Yes, he suddenly felt something. He turned around and looked into the distance. The martial path heavenly eye was activated. He saw a shadow disappear at the end of the distant sky. That is, Gufei's heart trembled. There was actually someone hiding in the side. He didn't even notice. When that guy was about to leave, he sensed it. Except for Gufei, even the magic rock girl didn't sense the existence of that mysterious guy. This caused Gufei to be shocked once again. Could it be that that guy was actually stronger than the magic rock girl? That seemed impossible. because there was an existence stronger than the magic rock girl, only the extreme Tao sovereign. Who cares who he is? He dared to provoke me. I'll just kill him. Gu Fei looked in the direction where that person disappeared. He muttered to himself, "What are you talking about?" At this moment, the magic rock girl had already refined that drop of extreme Tao demon blood. The aura coming out of her body was even stronger. Her life force seemed to be much stronger. I didn't say anything. Gu Fei shook his head and said, "What a pity. That guy was directly killed by you and turned into ashes. There should be at least a dozen drops of extreme Tao demon blood in that guy's body. It's such a waste." Demonic Rock Lady said with a look of pity, "That guy only has a dozen drops of extreme demonic blood on him." Gu Fei was surprised to hear that. In his opinion, that great demon had the extreme Tao devil body. Wasn't the blood that flowed within the body of the extreme path devil physique? What's with that expression? That fellow was not a real extreme Tao demon ancestor. The extreme demon body can no longer produce extreme demon blood. Demonic Rock Lady said, "There's actually such a thing?" Gu Fei looked at Magic Rock Lady in shock. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. After the extreme grade demon ancestor fell from the extreme grade realm, even if he had the extreme demon body, it was also difficult for his body to produce extreme demonic blood. This was a great secret that only extreme Tao supreme beings knew. Sure enough, there was something wrong with the bodies of those former extreme grade supremes. "You offended those guys. I'm afraid there won't be a day of peace anymore," Demonic Rock Lady said. Now, she was in the same boat as Gu Fei. Gu Fei was in trouble. That meant she was in trouble. What a headache. "TSK, if those guys dare to come, then I'll kill one if they come. Two if they come. I'll kill a pair," Gu Fei said nonchalantly. "You're awesome." Magic Rock Lady gave Gu Fei a thumbs up. At this moment, a figure appeared in the void without any warning. A powerful aura of the divine Tao radiated from the figure. This guy, Magic Rock Lady, saw this person. He furrowed his brows. This person was Tsung Quebec. Tsung Ke had left for more than 10 days. He was finally back, but the Golden Goddess and the others were nowhere to be seen. She wondered if Tsung Ke had found them. Did I miss any good show? Tsung Ke looked at Gu Fei and Magic Rock Lady. He could sense the extreme grade aura in the void that had not completely dissipated. It seemed that when he was not around, an enemy had come, and the guy's cultivation was not lower than his. "Ha, you missed a good show." Magic Rock Lady laughed. "All right, let's go down," Gu Fei said, and flew down from the sky. He returned to the ancient city. Then he entered the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He sat on the throne. Tsung Ke and Magic Rock Lady followed. They casually sat on the seats in the main hall. "Did you find them?" Gu Fei looked at Tsung Ke and said, "Yes." Tsung Ke nodded. "Why didn't they come back?" Gu Fei asked. "They still have some things to deal with. They'll come back when they're done." Tsung Ke answered, "Is that so? Those guys from the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan have sent their envoys here." Gu Fei reclined on the throne. He looked at Tsung Ke and said, "Is that so?" They agreed. Tsung Ke heard this. His eyes lit up. He. I haven't summoned those two guys yet. I'll leave them aside for now. I'll summon them when I'm free." Gu Fei said. This Tsung Ke wasn't as calm as Gu Fei. One had to know. He had left the ancestral god realm for a long time. He wanted to go back, all the time. Now, he had a chance. He naturally didn't want to miss it. "I know you want to go back to your hometown," Gu Fei said. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Blood Devil who was standing outside the main hall. Blood Devil then turned and left. Soon, he brought two cultivators to the main hall of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, there were already many people standing outside the main hall. Gu Fei had killed the invading demon, Mountain Lord Mystic Demon, and the others naturally wanted to know more about it. However, they didn't receive Gu Fei's summons. They didn't dare to enter the main hall. They could only wait outside the main hall. At this moment, Blood Devil brought the two cultivators with him. They walked into the main hall. They came under the throne. Master, these two are the envoys of the Stone Demon clan and Willow Demon clan. Blood Devil bowed and said to Gu Fei on the throne. Yes, Gu Fei nodded. Then he looked at the two envoys below. Greetings, Lord Gu Fei. The envoys of the Stone Demon clan and Willow Demon clan hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei. In front of this fierce person, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. One had to know. They saw with their own eyes that Gu Fei killed the demon with extreme power. Even their clan lord would not dare to slight a Devil Dao powerhouse of that level. However, Gu Fei had killed such a peerless powerhouse. You won't disappoint me, right? Chapter 3252. The emissaries of the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan arrived at the ancient city at the same time, but they were ignored by Gu Fei for an entire day. This made the two emissaries very unhappy, and they almost lost their temper. However, when they saw that Gu Fei had easily slain a being that was as powerful as their clan leader, all their dissatisfaction and anger disappeared. At this moment, the two emissaries stood below Gu Fei's throne in trepidation and did not dare to raise their heads at all. I heard that both of you have brought the item, Gu Fei said disdainfully as he reclined on the throne. These two fellows were originally arrogant, but now they were trembling under his feet like ants. The so-called primitive demons were also creatures that bullied the kind and feared the evil. As long as one's fist was harder than theirs, one could beat them into submission. Well, Lord Gu Fei, my master wants to use that item to exchange for another of our clan's treasures. The emissary of the Stone Demon clan said in fear. What? You want to exchange for that bead? Gu Fei said in surprise. However, after giving it some thought, he realized that it was reasonable. How could the Stone Demon clan hand over a formation platform that could allow them to travel between realms so easily? Such a formation platform could only be refined by an extreme, supreme demon ancestor. Therefore, there would be one less such formation platform if it was destroyed. Even the primitive demons, the Stone Demon clan, and the Willow Demon clan did not have many of such formation platforms. Yes, we want to exchange for our clan's treasures. The emissary of the Stone Demon clan sounded very determined. If I say no, are you not going to give me the item I want? Gu Fei looked down at the emissary of the Stone Demon clan, who was below the throne expressionlessly. This, upon hearing Gu Fei's words. The emissary of the Stone Demon clan's forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. What about you? Don't tell me you want to exchange for that willow branch too? Gu Fei looked at the emissary of the Willow Demon clan, who was standing beside the emissary of the Stone Demon clan. Ha! Lord Gu Fei truly lives up to his reputation. To be able to predict the future, I am truly impressed. The emissary of the Willow Devil clan laughed as he braced himself and said, the emissary of the Willow Devil clan was a black-robed old man. At this time, this expert of the Willow Devil clan was sweating profusely. However, he didn't dare to wipe it off with his hand. He still had to force a smile on his face as he spoke to Gu Fei. Humph! You dare to speak to my master in such a manner? Are you courting death? Blood Devil glanced at Gu Fei and scolded. This, I don't dare to. The emissary of the Willow Devil clan panicked. One had to know that if the other party wanted to kill him, a single finger of his would be enough to crush him to death countless times. Blood Devil wanted to say more, but Gu Fei waved his hand. Take out the things you brought. Gu Fei lazily reclined on the throne and looked down at the two fellows below the throne. Lord Gu Fei, does this mean that you've agreed to it? Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the emissaries of the Willow Devil clan and Stone Devil clan couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. If they could complete the mission smoothly, their clan leader would definitely reward them handsomely upon their return. However, would things really be that simple? I haven't even inspected the goods yet. Do you think I'll agree to it? Gu Fei said calmly as he looked at the two fellows who were like ants. In his opinion, these two fellows were no different from ants. They weren't primitive demons. All right. The emissary of the Stone Devil clan took out a fist-sized formation platform and held it in his hand. It was a pitch-black formation platform that emitted an ancient and vicissitude aura. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the formation platform in the hands of the Stone Devil clan's emissary. An ancient object like this couldn't be faked. It must have existed for countless years. At this time, Blood Devil was also staring at the small formation platform in the hands of the Stone Devil clan's emissary. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, the formation platform in the hands of the Stone Devil clan's emissary immediately flew towards Gu Fei and landed in his hands. The emissary of the Stone Devil clan wasn't afraid that Gu Fei would snatch the formation platform away. What a cunning fellow! The moment the formation platform landed in Gu Fei's hands, he sensed that there was something strange about it. Humph! That old fart of the Stone Devil clan actually dared to play this trick on us. Song Ke, who had been watching quietly, suddenly spoke. He had also noticed the strangeness of the formation platform in Gu Fei's hands and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The Demon Rock Lady didn't say anything, but her eyes narrowed into a line and rays of light leaked out from the gaps of her eyes. It wasn't a secret that Gu Fei wanted to cross over to the ancestral god realm because he wanted to find a way back to the human realm. However, the human realm was only a legend in the Chaos Demon realm, an incomparably ancient legend. In fact, if Gu Fei wanted to return to the human realm, there was a direct way. However, the Demon Rock Lady didn't tell Gu Fei about it. Of course, there might be a way to return to the human realm in the ancestral god realm. At this time, the emissary of the Willow Demon clan took out a formation platform that he had brought with him. It was a wooden formation platform, which surprised Gu Fei. Gu Fei sensed a vague aura of a supreme devil ancestor from the wooden formation platform. Could this formation platform be refined from a section of the primogenitor demon Willow? The Demon Rock Lady stared at the wooden formation platform in the hands of the emissary of the Willow Demon clan and said in astonishment, "It should be known that the wooden formation platform was preserved until now and didn't decay. Naturally, it had the power of immortality on it." Gu Fei also waved his hand and took the wooden formation platform in the hands of the emissary of the Willow Demon clan. Then he took a closer look at it. The wooden formation platform was also the size of a fist. It seemed to be refined from a whole piece of wood. The demonic runes on it seemed to be naturally formed, faintly discernible inside the wood. Gu Fei was really curious. Although the formation platform was made of wood, it seemed to be heavier than the formation platform of the Stone Demon clan in his hands. "Let me see," the Demon Rock Lady said. Gu Fei directly threw the wooden formation platform in his hands to the Demon Rock Lady. After receiving it, the Demon Rock Lady also took a closer look. She was once a supreme being. In her eyes, this wooden formation platform was different from the others. She cast her gaze directly into the interior of the wooden array platform. Countless demonic inscriptions were intertwined within the wooden array platform, layer upon layer. It was hard to imagine that so many demonic inscriptions had been refined into the interior of this wooden array platform. This is Chapter 32:53. The fact that there was a demonic figure inside the wooden platform shocked the demonic rock lady to no end. One should know that this was a supreme Tao-level platform. If there was a demonic figure sitting inside, it would most likely be a supreme Tao-level existence. What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? Song K couldn't help but tease the demonic rock lady when he saw her shocked expression. Wasn't it just a wooden platform? What was there to fuss about? How is this possible? The magic rock lady ignored Song K, and her expression became even more solemn. At this moment, a ball of demonic light appeared between her eyebrows, and a powerful spiritual will surged out from the ball of demonic light and directly rushed into the wooden array platform. What? The messenger from the Willow Demon clan was shocked. He wanted to stop the demonic rock lady, but he couldn't do so. He was no match for the demonic rock lady. Buzz. At this moment, the fist-sized wooden platform vibrated. Countless demonic runes inside the platform began to emit demonic light. The demonic formation inside the platform was activated. In the next moment, the wooden platform flew up from the demonic rock lady's hand. In an instant, it grew to the size of a small mountain. Streams of demonic energy rushed out from the platform and lingered around the platform. Boom. The main hall of the City Lord's mansion was directly smashed through by the wooden platform. Countless broken bricks and tiles fell from the top. Gu Fei waved his hand. The bricks and tiles that fell from the sky immediately turned into ashes and drifted away in the void. At this moment, a powerful demonic aura erupted from the platform. This was a supreme Tao-level demonic rune. However, it was weakened to its weakest state by the countless layers of demonic formations on the wooden platform. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand the pressure emitted from the wooden platform. This kind of transboundary array platform was not specially refined for extreme Tao supreme beings to use. If the extreme Tao demonic might on the array platform was too powerful and no one could withstand it, then who would dare to use this kind of array platform? At this moment, the wooden platform emitted a dazzling demonic light. Amidst the endless formation runes, a demonic figure was faintly discernible. You bastards actually dare to play tricks in front of me. Gu Fei was enraged. An incomparably powerful aura immediately erupted from his body as he glared at the two fellows below the throne. As Gu Fei's aura spread out, the two envoys standing in front of the throne immediately fell to the ground, trembling in fear. At this moment, the two envoys were terrified to the extreme. They felt as though an immemorial devil mountain was pressing down on their bodies, so much so that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Too terrifying. At this moment, the souls of the two envoys were trembling as though they were facing an unparalleled existence. Lord Gu Fei, you, the emissary of the Golem clan, lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. What do you think? You guys actually dared to tamper with the platform. Gu Fei said coldly as he looked down at the emissary of the Golem clan, who was sprawled on the ground in front of his throne. The aura around his body grew even stronger. Lord Gu Fei, I'm only a lowly emissary. How would I dare to play tricks in front of you? The emissary of the Golem clan hurriedly explained. Of course, he also knew that the clan leader had tampered with the platform. The Golem clan was unwilling to just hand the platform over to Gu Fei. However, at this moment, neither the emissary of the Golem clan nor the emissary of the Willow Demon clan dared to admit that someone had tampered with the platform. If Gu Fei were to kill them in a fit of rage, then their deaths would be too unjust. They could only feign ignorance. At least you know your limits. I understand that you don't have the ability to do so, Gu Fei said. Boom. At this moment, the power of the demonic rock lady's soul erupted. The void was annihilated as a supreme power of the soul instantly turned into a blade of light, slashing into the wooden platform. The demonic figure that was sitting cross-legged inside the platform immediately dissipated, destroyed by the blade of light that flashed past. Just as the demonic rock lady slashed the demonic figure inside the platform, a demonic figure that was sitting cross-legged on top of a mountain in the depths of the Golem clan's ancestral grounds suddenly swayed and almost fell off the mountain. Blood seeped out from the center of his brows. He actually killed one of my clones. Looks like this Gu Fei really can't be underestimated. An ancient voice rang out. The demonic figure that was sitting cross-legged on top of the mountain was actually an old man dressed in black. This old man was so old that his hair and teeth were almost all gone, but his body was still very robust. Rumble. At this moment, the wooden platform vibrated and rapidly shrunk to the size of a fist. It floated in the void, and countless demonic runes immediately disappeared into the wooden platform. I've helped you eliminate the hidden danger. How are you going to thank me? The demonic rock lady smiled at Xiao Chun. Then, how do you want me to thank you? Gu Fei looked at the demonic rock lady and said with a faint smile, How about returning what belongs to me? The demonic rock lady teased. Ha! It's not that I can't return it to you, but you just have to promise me one thing. Gu Fei looked at the demonic rock lady and said with a smile. The demonic rock lady did not say anything because she knew that what Gu Fei wanted to say was definitely not that easy to fulfill. She would not fall for Gu Fei's trick. One had to know that at their level of cultivation, they would not easily make a promise. Once a promise was made, there was no going back on it. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others seemed to have forgotten about the two so-called emissaries who were lying on the ground, trembling in fear. Gu Fei extended his hand, and the wooden platform that was floating in the void immediately flew towards Gu Fei and was grabbed by him. There's also this one. I'll have to trouble you to get rid of the clone on it as well. As he spoke, Gu Fei handed the platform of the Willow Devil clan to the demonic rock lady. At this time, the emissary of the Willow Devil clan shuddered. He was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. He was originally rejoicing because Gu Fei didn't know the secret of the platform, but now it seemed that the patriarch's tricks couldn't be hidden from this ferocious man. What about this one? The expert of the Willow Devil clan had completely lost his composure. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he was extremely anxious. All right. At this moment, the demonic rock lady directly took the other platform. She still used the power of her primordial spirit to cut off the clone hidden inside the platform, and then returned the platform to Gu Fei. Let's find a place to test if these two platforms can really send people to the ancestral god realm. Gu Fei looked at the two platforms in his hands and said in a low voice, Chapter 3254. Gu Fei finally got what he wanted after obtaining the transboundary array platforms of the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan. He could finally go to the ancestral god realm. However, it was still unknown whether these two transboundary formation platforms could really send people to the ancestral god realm. Therefore, Gu Fei wanted to test the two transboundary formation platforms. At this time, the experts of the demons waiting outside the hall were extremely shocked because they just saw a wooden platform break through the roof of the hall. An aura of the extreme Dao realm spread out from the hall. Of course, this aura had become very weak, but even so, it still gave them a great pressure. What happened inside? Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others were very curious, but no one dared to disobey the summons and directly enter the hall. Lord Gufei, our ancestral artifact. Inside the hall, when the emissary of the Stone Demon clan saw that Gufei was about to leave the hall, he could only bite the bullet and ask Gufei for the ancestral artifact that was stolen by Gufei. Humph, you still dare to speak. Gufei coldly stared at the emissary of the Stone Demon clan who was trembling on the ground and said coldly, "You dared to tamper with the platform and plot against my master. My master is already being very merciful by not killing you. You still dare to ask for the ancestral artifact." Blood Devil pointed at the emissary of the Stone Demon clan and shouted, The emissaries of the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan were scared out of their wits. If Gufei used this as an excuse to kill them, they would die in vain. At this time, they already hated the guys who proposed to tamper with the platform. Get lost! Gufei waved his big sleeve, and a strong wind immediately swept out from the throne. The two guys on the ground were directly swept up and sent flying out of the hall. Outside the hall, mysterious Demon Mountain Lord Demon Rock Emperor and the others were extremely shocked. In the blink of an eye, the two guys screamed miserably as they were swept away by the strong wind. These two miserable fellows. In the main hall, Blood Devil stared at this scene with his mouth agape. The emissaries of the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan didn't know where they had been sent to with a wave of Gufei's sleeve. They fell from the sky like meteorites, crashing into a primitive mountain ridge. In the depths of the primordial mountain ridge, two clouds of dust immediately rose up. Half a day later, the emissaries of the Stone Devil clan and the Willow Devil clan crawled out of their respective pits. Their faces were covered in dirt, and they looked extremely miserable. Roar! Gufei, I'm not done with you. The emissary of the Stone Devil clan roared into the sky. He was enraged and seemed to be on the verge of insanity. He gnashed his teeth with an incomparably hideous expression. Preposterous! That guy actually dared to treat us like this. At the edge of another pit, the envoy of the Willow Devil clan said with a gloomy face, "I want him to regret what he did today." After saying that, the emissary of the Stone Demon clan soared into the sky and disappeared. Gufei, let's wait and see. The envoy of the Willow Demon clan also soared into the sky and directly left this place to report back. Of course, he could only return empty-handed. Originally, the emissaries of the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan wanted to use the transboundary formation platform to exchange for the ancestral weapons that Gufei had snatched away. However, in the end, it was all for naught. The result of returning empty-handed was naturally not a good one, but they would absolutely not let Gufei have an easy time. The foundation of the primitive demons was unimaginable to outsiders. At this time, Gufei left the ancient city and brought a group of subordinates, Tsongke and the Demon Rock Lady, to a mountain 1,000 miles away from the ancient city. They climbed to the top of the mountain, and Gufei took out the two transboundary formation platforms. With Tsongke and the Demon Rock Lady watching from the side, no one could snatch the two platforms from his hands. The two platforms were not very large, but the space on the platforms was different. The transboundary formation platform, refined by an existence at the extreme grade supremacy level, was not that simple. There were fluctuations of the law of space above the platform, and the void above the platform seemed to be able to contain a large world. At this time, the demonic patterns on the Stone Demon clan's platform were faintly discernible, and the aura of the extreme grade was vast and mighty. However, this aura had been refined and would not cause any harm to creatures below the extreme grade. However, the creatures around the platform could still feel an incomparably strong pressure. This kind of spiritual suppression was unavoidable. because they felt the aura of the extreme grade. All the creatures instinctively felt fear in the depths of their hearts. Who wants to go up and take a look? Gu Fei turned around and said to the experts of the demons behind him. His eyes swept across everyone's face, including the mysterious demon mountain lord, the blood devil, the demon rock emperor, the phoenix demon girl, and so on. Me. The blood devil walked out. Gu Fei was not surprised to see that it was the blood devil. This guy wanted to make a contribution, so he was eager to be the first to show off. It's not appropriate for you to go. The mysterious demon mountain lord spoke before Gu Fei could speak. What do you mean by that? The blood devil looked at the mysterious demon mountain lord with a displeased expression. I want to perform well in front of Master, but you came out and ruined my good time. Nothing. Master wants to go to the ancestral god realm. That's the territory of the celestial race. Don't forget that we are demons. The mysterious demon mountain lord said indifferently. The blood devil was startled when he heard the mysterious demon mountain lord's words. He instantly understood what the mysterious demon mountain lord meant. It was definitely not a good thing for demons to enter the territory of the celestial race. Moreover, this platform had not been used for a long time. He also did not know whether the platform in the ancestral god realm could still be used or whether it had been destroyed by the experts of the celestial race. All of this was unknown. Thinking of this, the blood devil's forehead was immediately covered with a layer of fine sweat. It was cold sweat. Blood devil, very good. I choose you. Gu Fei stepped forward and patted the blood devil's shoulder. Master, The blood devil looked at Gu Fei with a bitter face. At this moment, his intestines were green with regret. What? You want to go back on your words? Gu Fei looked at the blood devil and said in a deep voice, No, it's my honor to be able to do things for Master. The blood devil said with a forced smile. In the eyes of others, his smile was uglier than crying. He was already riding a tiger and could not back down. He had no choice but to go. All right, go. Gu Fei patted the blood devil's shoulder and said, Yes, Master. The blood devil took heavy steps towards the transrealm platform in front of him. Then he climbed up the platform step by step. Everyone was looking at the blood devil. Everyone's attention was on the blood devil. They were all very nervous. One should know that if this matter was successful, Gu Fei and the others would be able to freely travel between the Chaos Demon realm and the Ancestral God realm. It was very significant. Even Gu Fei, Song Ke, and the Demonic Rock Lady were a little nervous. In fact, the Demonic Rock Lady had refined a few of these transrealm teleportation formations before. However, due to various reasons, the transrealm teleportation formations she refined were already damaged. This was also the reason why there were no transrealm teleportation formations in the ancestral land of the Demonic Rock Lady. The Demonic Rock Lady saw that the Blood Devil had already walked up to the platform. She directly used a technique to activate the super platform. Demonic runes emerged from the platform and gave off a dazzling demonic light. Rumble, the demonic runes rushed out from the platform and rotated around it, forming a demonic diagram. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread out from the platform. Soon, a series of rapidly rotating mageweds submerged the entire formation platform, and bursts of wind and thunder came from the inside of the formation platform shrouded by the mageweds. Wow! Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This kind of transrealm teleportation formation was indeed extraordinary. The demonic aura emitted from the platform became stronger and stronger. When the formation of the platform rotated to the extreme, a demonic light directly rushed out from the platform. It instantly broke through the void and rushed into the depths of the chaos. "There's a reaction," the demonic rock lady said happily. The demonic rock woman happily said. It seemed that the array platform in the ancestral god realm hadn't been destroyed. As demon shine rushed deep into the chaos void, she sensed another fluctuation of demonic energy that came from the same source as her. "Ha!" Gu Fei and Song Ke laughed excitedly. Buzz. The void shook. This time, a figure wrapped in demonic light rushed out and directly rushed into the chaos void, disappearing in an instant. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. The blood devil was really transported to the ancestral god realm. To everyone, this was too illusory. Then, the demonic runes that covered the entire platform began to gradually stop revolving. The demonic diagram, formed by the demonic runes, began to decompose into primitive demonic runes. Those demonic patterns directly entered the array platform and disappeared within it. Soon, the entire platform completely stopped revolving. All the demonic runes had returned to the inside of the platform, but the blood devil on the platform had disappeared. Did it succeed? Gu Fei and Song Ke asked hurriedly. They could not sit still. "Let's see if he can come back. If he can come back, then it's a success." "Magic rock," Lady said, after thinking for a while. Gu Fei nodded. If the blood devil did not come back, then it was definitely a failure. Song Ke was even more nervous and anxious than Gu Fei because he wanted to return to the ancestral god realm even in his dreams, because his roots were there. Of course, it was hard to say whether his roots were still there or not. It was also because of this that Song Ke was anxious to return to the ancestral god realm. No one knew better than him what serious consequences there would be if the ancestor of a super force suddenly disappeared. The best result would be becoming a vassal of another superforce. The worst result would be being eradicated by another superforce. No matter which result it was not what Song Ke wanted to see. Time passed. Soon, 3 days passed. On the mountaintop, no one left. Everyone was waiting quietly. Schwa. Chapter 3255. The scattered practitioners of the mystical demon mountain gathered in the ancient city again. Gu Fei had already changed the name of the city to Mystical Demon City. At this time, the Mystical Demon City became lively again. Because of Gu Fei's return, many big and small forces that had surrendered to the Mystical Demon Mountain had once again attached themselves to the Mystical Demon Mountain, taking advantage of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity when the 13 chaotic creatures defeated the Mystical Demon Mountain. The other superforces of the central region occupied many territories that originally belonged to the Mystical Demon Mountain. Among them, the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan were the most aggressive. After the 13 chaotic creatures made their move, the two clans also took action. Most of the territories of the Destruction Demon Palace that the Mystical Demon Mountain had taken over were occupied by the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan. However, now that Gu Fei had returned, they had to spit out the fat meat that they had already eaten. This was Gu Fei's attitude. If they didn't spit it out, he would take it back himself. The Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan did not want to provoke the fierce Gu Fei, so they could only retreat obediently. At this time, on a mountain 1,000 miles away from the mystical demon city, Gu Fei was busy with another matter. The magic rock lady had activated the Stone Demon Clan's transboundary formation platform and sent the blood devil out. However, 3 days had passed, and there was no news of the blood devil. This made all the people guarding the transboundary formation extremely anxious. What's going on? It's been 3 days, and he still hasn't come back. Did he fail? Song Ke muttered to himself. No one was more anxious than him, because the ancestral god realm was his hometown. In these endless years, he had dreamed of returning to the ancestral god realm. There was something he cared about there. In the evening, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the sky in the east. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the sound and saw a golden light flash, then turned into a golden rainbow and flew toward the mountain. A powerful wave of divine power spread from the golden rainbow. With just a glance, Gu Fei knew who it was. She had returned. Swoosh! Very soon, a golden light descended from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. When the golden light dissipated, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a tall, slender, and incomparably beautiful woman. "You're back." Song Ke glanced at the woman and said, this woman was the Chaos Golden Rock race's Golden Rock goddess. She originally had some problems that needed to be resolved, but now that he had returned, it should be resolved. "Greetings, ancestor." When the golden goddess saw Song Ke, she quickly rushed over and bowed to Song Ke. One must know that Song Ke was the ancestor of the primal chaos golden rocks. He was the ancestor of all primal chaos golden rocks. This bloodline originated from Song, Quebec. He was the first living being of this race. It's settled. As Song Ke spoke, his gaze landed on the platform in front of him once again. "Yes, thank you for your help, old ancestor." The golden goddess said, "Why are you the only one back? Where are the others?" Song Ke asked. He didn't have many clansmen left in the Chaos Demon realm. There were only 3 of them. Back then, his race was extremely powerful. The clansmen that followed him into the Chaos Demon realm, as well as the experts from the ancestral god realm who submitted to him, numbered more than 100,000. But now, all the experts from the ancestral god realm who had followed him into the Chaos Devil realm had died. Only the golden goddess, his uncle, and his grandfather had survived. This made Song Ke extremely depressed. Back then, he was so glorious that he could summon the wind and summon the rain in the ancestral god realm. But now he was almost alone. They still need to visit an old friend, the golden goddess said. "Got it. Inform them not to play for too long. Don't delay the important matters." Song Ke said, "Yes, old ancestor." The golden goddess replied respectfully. Then she glanced at Gu Fei and the others, turned around, and soared into the sky. She turned into a golden light and disappeared in an instant. "Your 3 descendants really know how to play." Gu Fei smiled at Song Quebec. "You still have the mood to joke at this time?" Song Ke looked at Gu Fei, speechlessly. "Relax. Don't look so bitter. We haven't failed yet." Gu Fei patted Song Ke's shoulder. In fact, there was still no news of Blood Devil, which was a good thing for them. If Blood Devil died, then the life talisman he left in Gu Fei's hand would shatter. But until now, Blood Devil's life talisman had not shattered. In other words, at least Blood Devil was not dead. Song Ke did not say anything. Gu Fei smiled and walked to the side. At this time, Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others had already started a bonfire. They put the prey they hunted on top of the bonfire and roasted it. Bursts of meat fragrance wafted in the air. Soon, the beast meat was roasted to a shiny golden color. The fat dripped on the bonfire and sizzled. Gu Fei walked to the bonfire and sat down. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled a beast leg from the grill. He ate it in big mouthfuls, and his mouth was full of oil. Seeing this scene, Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others were dumbfounded. They never thought that the high and mighty Gu Fei would have such a side. At this time, Gu Fei was like an ordinary person enjoying delicious roasted meat. Of course, when one's cultivation reached Gu Fei's level, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. Now, Gu Fei was like a god walking down from the altar. Only Song Ke and the magic rock lady could vaguely guess why Gu Fei wanted to do this. He wanted to completely relax, be free, be unrestrained, do whatever he wanted, and do whatever he wanted. Eat. Why are you looking at me? This meat is roasted well. I didn't expect Black Demon Mountain Lord to be so good at roasting meat. Gouffet said while eating. He didn't forget to take out a pot of wine from his body and took big mouthfuls of meat and wine. Hee, thank you for exaggerating, master. Black Demon Mountain Lord said with a wry smile. At this time, they also began to eat. Gouffet directly threw the wine pot in his hand to Black Demon Mountain Lord. Black Demon Mountain Lord caught the wine pot, then raised his head and took a big gulp. Then he passed it to Phoenix Sparrow, which beside him. Phoenix Sparrow, which also took a big gulp, then passed it to Devil Rock Emperor. The wine jug spun around in everyone's hands before returning to Gouffet's hand. The wine jug was only so big, but the wine inside, it seemed like it could never be finished. There was always wine inside the jug. For a moment, the mountaintop was filled with the aroma of meat and wine. In the end, even Song Ke and the Magic Rock Lady joined in, eating and drinking with Gouffet and the others. Time disappeared. A bright moon hung high in the sky. At this time, on the transcendent array platform that had been silent all this time, a demonic rune suddenly lit up. Then, one after another, the demonic runes inside the array platform were rapidly awakening. This, Chapter 3256, the platform, which had been silent for 3 days, finally reacted. The demonic patterns inside the platform began to awaken, blooming with dazzling demonic light. Countless formation patterns rushed out from the platform and began to interweave with each other, forming an ancient and mysterious demonic diagram. It's working. When Gouffet saw this, he immediately stood up from the ground and stared at the transboundary formation platform. He could sense an extremely powerful aura spreading from the platform. It worked, Song Ke said excitedly. At this time, no one answered him. They were all stunned. Sounds of wind and thunder began to spread from the platform, startling everyone on the mountaintop. It really worked. The demonic rock lady's eyes flickered. She stared at the constantly changing platform and muttered to herself. Even she was not sure if they really succeeded. At this time, the Lord of Black Demon Mountain and the others had already retreated far away. This level of battle was not something they could intervene in, so they could only retreat. Swoosh! At this time, a demonic light broke through the void and directly rushed out, then directly fell on the platform. Rumble, the transboundary array platform shook violently, but soon the transboundary array platform stopped shaking and became still. The devil runes and devil light quickly disappeared into the array platform. A silhouette appeared on the platform. Everyone was taken aback when they saw it. Who is this? The Lord of Black Demon Mountain couldn't help but be startled when he saw this person. He felt a little familiar looking at this person. How could this be? It was really unbelievable. The person's clothes were ragged, his hair was unkempt, his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen. The shoes on his feet had many holes, and the toes on his left foot were exposed. At first glance, no one could recognize who this person was. You are the Blood Devil. You are the Blood Devil. Master, it's great to see you. The person on the platform saw Gouffet and immediately jumped down from the platform. He rushed towards Gouffet and knelt in front of Gouffet. Master, I almost couldn't make it back. Blood Devil hugged Gouffet's leg and burst into tears. Scram! Gouffet's right foot shook and Blood Devil was immediately sent flying. Master, Blood Devil came to Gouffet again, but this time he didn't dare to hug Gouffet's thigh. Seeing Blood Devil in such a sorry state, all the experts on the mountain wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to do so. After a while, Blood Devil calmed down and stood up from the ground. At this time, everyone on the mountain wanted to know where Blood Devil had gone and whether that place was the legendary ancestor god realm. Blood Devil smelled the barbecued meat on the hilltop. He rushed over and grabbed the leftover barbecued meat from Gu Fei's group. He started eating like a reincarnated ghost. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It was hard to imagine what Blood Devil had encountered on the other side of the formation platform. Blood Devil ate for half an hour until his stomach swelled like a ball. Then he stopped and burped in satisfaction. The hilltop was silent. Everyone looked at Blood Devil curiously. They wanted to know what Blood Devil had experienced in the past 3 days. Blood Devil, who had eaten his fill, rested for a while, then started to talk. After listening to him, everyone was shocked. It turned out that Blood Devil had gone to the ancestor god realm, but the god's continent had already collapsed into 9 big pieces. This was the 9 prefectures of the ancestor god realm. The ancestor god realm was divided into 9 great continents. This was something that no one had expected, especially Song Ke, who was extremely shocked. What had happened in the ancestor god realm? Even the vast and boundless ancestor god realm had collapsed into 9 continents. Blood Devil didn't appear in the 9 continents. Instead, he went to an ancient battlefield. There was an ancient formation platform floating in the void. Everyone was shocked. Blood Devil didn't go to the 9 continents of the ancestor god realm. Instead, he was trapped in an ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was extremely terrifying. There were unknown dead spirits wandering around. Unfortunately, these dead spirits sensed Blood Devil's existence. Therefore, Blood Devil was in trouble. Blood Devil was beaten up so badly by the undead spirits that he couldn't even recognize his own mother. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would have died in the hands of the undead spirits in the ancient battlefield. 9 continents, ancient battlefield. Everyone was shocked by Blood Devil's words. It was unbelievable that the ancestor god realm was so dangerous. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. I'll go and take a look. Song Ke couldn't sit still and said to Gu Fei, All right. Gu Fei nodded. Blood Devil's cultivation was a little weak after all. He couldn't even deal with the dead spirits in the ancient battlefield. However, Song Ke was different. He was a super expert who possessed extreme power. With him on the trip, they would definitely be able to understand more. Gu Fei asked Magic Rock Lady to activate the Transrealm Formation platform. This time, Song Ke directly went to the Transrealm Formation platform. Without any suspense, Song Ke's figure disappeared from the platform and was sent out. This time, everyone stared at the platform anxiously. Time passed. This time, they waited for more than half a month. There was no response from the ancient formation platform. Could it be that Song Ke has never returned? Gu Fei muttered to himself. How dare he? Magic Rock Lady said angrily. The mountain is high, and the emperor is far away. Why wouldn't he dare? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. He looked up at the sky. The divine sun was shining high in the sky. It was almost noon. Swoosh. At this moment, the ancient formation platform that had been silent for a long time started to emit demonic patterns. He's finally back. Gu Fei and Magic Rock Lady were shocked. The other cultivators were even more shocked. They stared at the formation platform in front of them anxiously. At this moment, a demonic light broke through the void and landed on the formation platform. The demonic light dissipated, and a figure appeared on the formation platform. Everyone focused and saw that it wasn't Song Ke standing on the formation platform. Instead, it was a middle-aged man with a monstrous aura of death. dead spirit. Seeing this, the group of Devil Clan powerhouses was really shocked. At this moment, the dead spirit was looking around helplessly. Kill. Chapter 3257. On the top of the mountain, the transboundary formation platform was operating, resonating with the other transboundary formation platform on the other side. This surprised and delighted everyone who had been waiting on the top of the mountain for more than half a month. Just when everyone thought that it was Song Ke who had returned, the result caused everyone to be dumbfounded. That was because the creature that had crossed over wasn't Song Ke, but a dead spirit, an extremely powerful dead spirit. Roar! The dead spirit suddenly roared at the sky, and a terrifying sound wave immediately spread out from the formation platform. The entire void shook under the roar. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. A monstrous death chi burst out from the terrifying figure on the formation platform, causing all the creatures on the top of the mountain to be terrified. What's going on? Gu Fei and the magic rock lady were also shocked. What the hell was Song Ke doing? Why did a dead spirit come back? At this time, someone could not sit still anymore. He directly rushed out and pounced on the dead spirit on the formation platform. A dazzling blade light rushed out from the figure and slashed at the dead spirit on the formation platform. The extremely sharp blade light seemed to split the world in half. However, the dead spirit on the platform only spat out a mouthful of black air at the saber light. The saber light immediately dimmed and finally dissipated into the void. The black chi condensed and did not dissipate. It continued to rush towards the person. With a scream, the person was instantly enveloped by the black chi spat out by the dead spirit. In the next moment, the person's skin and flesh were torn apart. His entire body melted, and even his bones were melted. His primordial spirit was also corroded by the death chi and dissipated in the void. An extremely powerful cultivator was actually killed by the dead spirit's death chi, and it was the kind where both his body and soul were destroyed. Seeing this, all the cultivators near the formation platform looked at the figure on the formation platform differently. The dead spirit on the formation platform was far more powerful than they had imagined. Humph! At this time, Black Demon Mountain Lord was in a bad mood because the one who died was his subordinate. This was outrageous. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the void opposite the dead spirit. The dead spirit opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black death chi at Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. The death chi turned into a black arrow and shot towards Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's forehead. What? Black Demon Mountain Lord was taken aback. This dead spirit actually knew divine abilities. He didn't think too much about it. He took a step to the side and dodged the black arrow. Then he stretched out his hand. 5 rays of demonic light immediately rushed out of his hand and pierced through the dead spirit on the platform. The 5 beams of demonic light flashed across the void. Each beam of demonic light left a pitch-black, spatial crack in its wake. In the face of mysterious Demon Mountain Lord's attack, the dead spirit did not move at all. It allowed the 5 beams of demonic light to hit its body. The 5 beams of demonic light directly collapsed in the void. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. This dead spirit could actually ignore the attack of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. One must know that Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was an existence of the Great Demon Lord level. Interesting. This dead spirit doesn't seem to be simple. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. The physical body of this dead spirit was definitely extremely strong. Ordinary Dao weapons couldn't hurt this guy at all. So, what if it's not simple? In my eyes, it's still in existence like an ant. Demon Rock Lady said disapprovingly. That too. Gu Fei nodded. No matter how strong this dead spirit was, it was no match for Demon Rock Lady. This was the truth. Boom. At this time, a dull sound suddenly came from the formation platform. The dead spirit had actually rushed out from the formation platform and attacked Mystic Demon Mountain Lord directly. The aura of death was vast and mighty. The dead spirit was like a demon that had crawled out from hell. It stretched out its big hand, and a powerful aura of death instantly enveloped Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. In the next moment, the void around Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body trembled. All the mighty aura of death actually disappeared in the void. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord unleashed the power of the great path of the void and guided the mighty power of death into the void. It was as if with Mystic Demon Mountain Lord as the center, the area within a radius of thousands of feet became Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's world. In this part of the void, he was the supreme ruler. The boundless deathly aura was dispersed by the powerful aura that erupted from Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body. However, the dead spirit continued to pounce on him. Swoosh! With a wave of its hand, the dead spirit directly tore apart the power around Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. In an instant, it pounced in front of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. What Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was really shocked. At the same time, a ball of demonic light rushed out from his body. However, one of the dead spirit's fists had already arrived. An extremely powerful force erupted from the fist, which was shrouded in deathly aura. Bang! With a dull sound, the dead spirit's fist directly broke through the layer of demonic light that had emerged on Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body. The fist fiercely smashed on Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord screamed in pain. His whole body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone on the mountaintop was stunned. Even Gu Fei was very surprised. Even Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was no match for this guy. At this time, the dead spirit actually chased after him. Preposterous! Mystic Demon Mountain Lord gritted his teeth. In the next moment, his whole body instantly disappeared in the void. He escaped into the void to avoid the dead spirit's pursuit. At this time, no one dared to go forward. It should be known that even Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was no match for the dead spirit. Among everyone present, only Gu Fei and the Demon Rock Lady could subdue this dead spirit. Whether it was the Blood Devil, the Demon Rock Emperor, or the Phoenix, which none of them were a match for the dead spirit, because their cultivation and combat power were not comparable to Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's. Roar! After Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's figure disappeared, the dead spirit immediately roared at the sky and pounced on the others on the mountaintop. The cultivators on top of the mountain were scared out of their wits and hurriedly scattered in all directions. The dead spirit was covered with a vast aura of death. Streams of death rushed out from its body like black iron chains, entangling the cultivators below. Don't be so arrogant. At this time, a loud shout was heard. A divine light flashed in the void, and the aura of death that rushed out from the dead spirit was immediately destroyed. A figure shrouded in a golden glow appeared in the sky above the mountain, staring at the dead spirit. That person was none other than the Golden Goddess. She had returned. At the same time, two extremely powerful auras of the divine Tao swept over from the distance. This time, not only did the Golden Goddess return, but her uncle and grandfather had also returned. Gu Fei and the Demon Rock Lady wanted to subdue the dead spirit, but the Golden Goddess and the others had just returned, so they didn't have to do anything. They were happy to watch the show from the side. Roar! The dead spirit roared, turned around, and pounced at the Golden Goddess. The dead spirit stretched out its hands, and two sharp claws immediately grabbed at the Golden Goddess. The golden goddess snorted coldly. She threw a punch at the two claws, and a violent power of the divine Tao erupted from her fist. The golden goddess's fist was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. It was as if a sun had suddenly appeared in the sky above the mountaintop. This little girl's battle prowess seems to have increased a lot again. The demon rock lady couldn't help but nod when she saw the golden goddess's punch. This kind of battle prowess was rare even among the demon ancestors. She must have been taught by that fellow, Sang Quebec. Gu Fei looked at the dazzling golden figure in the sky and narrowed his eyes. Among everyone present, only he and the demon rock lady could ignore the dazzling golden light. At this time, the sound of bones breaking came from the sky. The dead spirit's arms actually broke from its palms and gradually collapsed in the golden light. Very quickly, both of the dead spirit's arms were completely shattered. Even its body was covered with hideous cracks, as if it would collapse in the void at any time. Without any suspense, the undead suffered an unimaginably heavy injury from the attack of the golden goddess. It was blasted away from the top of the mountain by an extremely powerful force. Swoosh! The golden light flashed, and the golden goddess directly chased after the dead spirit. The outcome of this battle was already decided. At this moment, the formation platform on the mountaintop that had already quietened down emitted rays of demonic light again. The powerful demons on the mountaintop were surprised and overjoyed when they saw that the interrealm teleportation formation was operating again. Very quickly, a ball of demonic light broke through the void and descended from the sky. It landed on the formation platform like a falling demonic star. The dazzling demonic light spread in all directions, and an extremely powerful demonic aura spread out from the formation platform. It made people have the urge to bow down and worship it. "It's Tsang Ke this time, right?" Gu Fei said as he stared at the ball of demonic light on the formation platform. At this time, the demonic light that erupted from the interrealm teleportation formation was dissipating, and a powerful figure appeared from the dissipating demonic light. When Gu Fei saw the person on the platform, he was shocked. That person was drenched in God's blood, and his clothes were in tatters. Mixed with God's blood, they stuck to his body. What shocked Gu Fei even more was that there was a bloody hole in the person's chest, and half of a broken sword was stuck in his shoulder. Although it was a broken sword, the divine aura emitted from it made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Sang Quebec. Chapter 3258. Sang Ke had returned. However, when Gu Fei and the demonic rock goddess saw Sang Ke on the Transrealm Array platform, they were extremely shocked because Sang Ke had suffered unimaginable injuries. Sang Ke, who was standing on the Transrealm Array platform, was on the verge of collapsing. His body was covered in wounds, and some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. Especially the bloody hole on his chest, it was so penetrating. There was also a broken sword stuck in his shoulder. The aura emitted from the broken sword was very shocking. Gu Fei could even sense the aura of the extreme Tao from the broken sword. Blood kept dripping from Sang Ke's body onto the platform. Gu Fei could even hear the sound of Sang Ke's blood dripping on the platform. The divine blood was extraordinary. Every drop was like a sun that emitted a dazzling golden light. At this moment, Sang Ke's body suddenly shook, and he half knelt. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body shook, and he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already on the Transrealm Array platform. He immediately supported Sang Quebec. At this moment, the battle between the goddess and the dead spirit was about to end. The dead spirit was almost crippled by the goddess. Roar! Far in the sky, the dead spirit was roaring crazily. Boom! The dead spirit's head exploded. A ball of soul fire that was as dazzling as a sun rushed into the sky. It emitted an endless aura of death and wanted to escape. Swoosh! A beam of golden light flew out of the golden rock goddess hand and instantly nailed the soul fire in the void. The ball of soul fire shook violently, and the golden light dissipated. It was actually a golden divine spear that was nailing the ball of soul fire. At this moment, ancient golden divine runes appeared on the golden divine spear. The power of the soul was quickly dissipating. The ball of soul fire that was nailed in the void was rapidly dimming. Figures could be seen vaguely on the soul fire, struggling. The soul fire of the dead spirit was too strong. Even though it was nailed in the void by the golden divine spear, it couldn't completely dissipate in a short period of time. At this moment, a golden light flashed on the teleportation formation, and two figures appeared on it. It was Peng Shi and his father from the Golden Rock clan. How is this possible? Peng Shi and his father were incomparably shocked. The old ancestor was actually injured to this extent. Just who was it that could actually injure him to this extent? One should know that Song Ke was a primogenitor. He was the primogenitor of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. To be able to injure a primogenitor like this meant that he was unimaginably terrifying. Old ancestor, Peng 11 hurriedly supported Song Quebec. Meanwhile, Gu Fei plucked a peach from his inner world and passed it to Song Quebec. Although the peach of immortality was not a true immortal medicine, it was still a quasi-immortal medicine. For Song Ke, this quasi-immortal medicine was also very useful. He looked gratefully at Gu Fei, then took the peach from Gu Fei. This is Peng Shi and his father were shocked when they saw the peach that Gu Fei took out. One should know that this kind of immortal medicine was extremely rare. Although this quasi-immortal medicine was not as effective as a true immortal medicine, it could heal Song Ke's injuries because Song Ke was not an extreme grade supreme being. Song Ke ate the immortality peach in his hand without hesitation. After he finished eating the immortality peach, the wounds on his body began to heal. A powerful life aura spread out from Song Ke's body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the broken sword that was stuck in his shoulder. Then he exerted force and pulled out the broken sword that was stuck in his shoulder with all his might. A gush of blood immediately gushed out from the wound. Song Ke frowned in pain. However, the wound on Song Ke's shoulder soon stopped bleeding and was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A Dao tool of the Endless Sky clan. Suddenly, Peng Jingtian exclaimed in shock. He recognized the broken sword in Song Ke's hand. It was a Dao tool of a great force in the ancestral god realm. The Endless Sky clan was one of the strongest forces in the ancestral god realm many years ago. Could it still be that strong in the current era? At this moment, the Golden Rock goddess rushed over from afar and landed on the transportation formation platform. Old ancestor, when the Golden Rock goddess saw Song Ke's appearance, she was shocked. Their lord primogenitor was seriously injured and on the verge of death. This was hard for them to accept. In the Golden Rock goddess' opinion, their lord primogenitor was the strongest existence in the world. However, it seemed that their lord primogenitor had escaped and returned. All right, bring Song Ke down to treat his injuries first. Gu Fei said to Peng Shi and the Golden Rock goddess. Peng Shi and the Golden Rock goddess nodded. Then they supported Song Ke and walked down from the platform. Then they disappeared into the void. They entered the inner world. Although Gu Fei wanted to know what happened on the other side of the formation platform, it wasn't the time to ask Song Quebec. Even Song Ke had returned with serious injuries. Gu Fei didn't dare to send anyone to the other side of the formation platform. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry. He could afford to wait. But at this time, The atmosphere in the ancestral lands of the Stone Devil clan and the Willow Devil clan was a little unusual. Experts had gathered in the ancestral lands of the Stone Devil clan, and even some of the super antiques who had been in seclusion were alarmed. The clan leader of the Stone Demon clan, Shi Hong, was sitting on the throne in the main hall with a gloomy expression. He scanned the upper echelons of the Stone Demon clan. When the emissary of the Stone Demon clan returned empty-handed, the upper echelons of the Stone Demon clan were extremely shocked. Gu Fei had dared to humiliate their emissary. They knew that the emissary of the Stone Demon clan represented the entire Stone Demon clan and wouldn't allow outsiders to humiliate them. However, Gu Fei had actually dared to humiliate their emissary. This was equivalent to declaring war on the entire Stone Demon clan. However, not everyone in the Stone Demon clan was in favor of declaring war on Gu Fei. After all, they had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Gu Fei. Hence, the Stone Demon clan was divided into two factions, the pro-war faction and the pro-peace faction. The pro-war faction wanted to declare war on Gu Fei immediately. They wanted to let Gu Fei know the consequences of humiliating the emissary of the Stone Demon clan. They wanted to let the demons of the world know that the Stone Demon clan wasn't a pushover. However, there were some who didn't want to start a war with Gu Fei right now. It was not the right time to start a war. After all, they had suffered heavy losses in the past. Even one of their ancestral weapons was snatched away by Gu Fei. If they were to start a war with Gu Fei again, the consequences would be unpredictable if he used their ancestral weapons to kill them. The pro-peace faction didn't really want to start a war with Gu Fei. They just wanted to buy time for the Stone Demon clan to recover before deciding whether to start a war with Gu Fei. It was because of this matter that the upper echelons of the Stone Demon clan were debating endlessly in the main hall. It gave clan leader Shi Hong a huge headache. The same thing was happening in the ancestral grounds of the Willow Demon clan. The main hall of the Willow Demon clan was filled with the upper echelons of the Willow Demon clan. The current clan leader of the Willow Demon clan, Lu Tianzheng, sat on the throne in the main hall. He frowned as he looked at the upper echelons of the Willow Demon clan, who were arguing. Clan leader, our clan's emissary, was humiliated. How can we swallow this insult? An old man dressed in black said to Lu Tianzheng, who was sitting on the throne. That's right. If we swallow this insult, others will think that we are afraid of Gu Fei. Someone else agreed. That's not right. Someone jumped out to stop the discussion. It was an old man with white hair and beard. Even his eyebrows were white. He was an elder of the Willow Demon clan. What's wrong with that? Someone said angrily, that Gu Fei is in the limelight right now. Whoever provokes him will be unlucky. The white-browed elder said, TCH, you're just boosting the morale of others and diminishing your own. Someone said disapprovingly, Humph, I'm just stalling for time. We've just lost to Gu Fei and need to rest. How can we start a war again? The white-browed elder explained, what's stalling for time? What a nice way to put it. Could it be that we are afraid of that Gu Fei if we attack with the full strength of our clan? A middle-aged man dressed in black stood out and said, What do you mean by that? You actually don't care about the survival of our clan and want to fight that Gu Fei with the strength of your clan? The white-browed elder was displeased. He was very angry. These people had lived in vain for so long. How could they say such stupid words? It was truly preposterous. Humph, who said we don't care about the survival of our clan. The middle-aged man dressed in black said with a displeased expression. The white-browed elder wanted to say something else, but at this time, Lu Tianjing, who was sitting on the throne, raised his hand and stopped him. All right, stop arguing. We're all one family. There's no need to hurt our harmony. Lu Tianzheng had no choice but to step out to smooth things over. If they continued arguing, it would hurt their relationship, which would not be a good thing for the entire Willow Demon clan. What Lu Tianjing wanted was a united Willow Demon clan, not a divided Willow Demon clan. Seeing that Lu Tianjing had spoken, the people in the hall stopped arguing. Lu Tianjing's prestige in the Willow Demon clan was second to none. What a headache! Lu Tianjing shook his head and sighed. The more powerful a clan was, the more things they had to worry about. For example, the Stone Demon clan and the Willow Demon clan could not act recklessly. They had to evaluate the consequences beforehand. This was also the reason why they did not find trouble with Gu Fei right away. During this period of time, the chaotic creatures did not find trouble with Gu Fei either. The chaotic creatures were much stronger than the primitive demons. However, it was a little strange. Gu Fei had killed so many of their people, but the chaotic creatures could still hold back and not attack. Chapter 3259. The origin of the chaotic creatures was mysterious. Even the primitive demons of the chaos demonic realm did not know much about them. However, the strength of the chaotic creatures was undeniable. It was an indisputable fact that they could control the situation of the chaos demonic realm. Moreover, these guys called themselves the Sky Patrollers and patrolled the entire chaos demonic realm. They regarded themselves as the rulers of the chaos demonic realm. This made the primitive demons very dissatisfied. However, the primitive demons did not want to provoke these mysterious and powerful creatures. However, this time, Gu Fei and the others had killed so many chaotic creatures. The Chaos Clan would naturally be enraged and send experts to kill Gu Fei and the others. In the endless chaos, a boundless continent loomed. This was the legendary ancestral ground of the myriad realms, the origin of the chaos. At this moment, a figure suddenly broke through the layers of chaos chi and rushed out from this incomparably vast origin of the chaos, instantly disappearing into the chaos. Early in the morning, on top of a mountain 1,000 miles away from the Black Demon City, Gu Fei looked solemn. He was studying the wooden formation platform of the Willow Demon clan with Magic Rock Lady. The formation platform of the Willow Demon clan was made of wood. It seemed to be cut from a section of the immortal divine tree. The patterns inside the wood seemed to be naturally formed. The entire formation platform was the size of a small mountain. An incomparably powerful aura was emitted from it. It was hard to imagine that the ancestor of the Willow Demon clan would be so generous as to cut down a section of the immortal divine tree and refine it into a transboundary formation platform. What do you think? On the wooden formation platform, Gu Fei said to Magic Rock Lady beside him. What do you mean? Magic Rock Lady was concentrating on the Tao patterns on the altar. When she heard Gu Fei's words, she instinctively responded. This formation platform, do you want to try this formation platform too? Gu Fei said, if you want to try it, let's try it. Magic Rock Lady said, casually, then there's no time to lose. Gu Fei said happily, what did you say? Magic Rock Lady regained her senses. You didn't listen to me just now. Gu Fei said in a displeased tone, yes, I've been listening. Magic Rock Lady said, embarrassedly, is that so? Then what did I say just now? Really? What did I say just now? Do you want to try this formation? The demonic rock lady rolled her eyes and said slyly, humph. Gu Fei was still in a bad mood. All right, don't be so petty. Do I look like that? Do I look like such a petty person? Do I look like that is? And then let's try this formation platform. The demonic rock lady nodded. She was the only one who could activate this platform. It must be known that this platform was created by a sovereign of the Devil Tao. Gu Fei did not cultivate the power of the Devil Dao. After that, Gu Fei and the demonic rock lady walked down from the formation platform of the Willow Demon clan. Who do you intend to send this time? Magic Rock lady said to Gu Fei. Through her research, she could already control this ancient teleportation formation. In fact, it wasn't hard to control. One must know that a formation was made for humans to use. Magic Rock Lady was once a demonic ancestor and had made such a formation before. If she couldn't use it, then no one else could. At this time, the Golden Rock Goddess walked out of her inner world. When she saw that Gu Fei wanted to test the formation platform of the Willow Demon clan, she immediately stepped forward. You better think it through. Gu Fei looked at Golden Rock Lady and said solemnly, "Yes." Golden Rock Lady nodded. Her expression was firm. All right then. Seeing that Golden Rock Lady was so determined, Gu Fei didn't say anything else. At this time, Magic Rock Lady started to use her cultivation method, causing the formation of the Willow Demon clan to start operating. The demonic runes inside the wooden formation began to emerge and radiate a dazzling demonic light. In the void, a divine tree seemed to be growing. In the end, it grew into a towering tree that propped up the entire chaotic world, forming a world of its own. Rumble, streaks of demonic light shot out from the wooden altar and hovered around it. Golden Rock Lady didn't hesitate and directly rushed onto the formation. In an instant, her figure was engulfed by the demonic light that rushed out from the formation. Gu Fei stared at the scene without blinking. Countless demonic runes appeared and intertwined on the wooden formation platform, and an extreme aura spread out from within the platform. What is Gu Fei doing? All the cultivators nearby were alarmed. They all knew that Gu Fei was on that mountain, but they didn't know what Gu Fei was doing. Gu Fei did a good job of keeping things a secret. Of course, Gu Fei was infamous. Plus, he was working together with Song Ke and Magic Rock Lady. Who dared to provoke him? Wasn't that the same as seeking death? However, not everyone knew what Gu Fei was doing. The higher-ups of the Golem clan and Willow Demon clan knew what Gu Fei was doing because they could sense the aura of their respective formations. That guy is really going to leave this world. Shi Hong, the leader of the Golem clan, appeared in the distance. He gazed at the mountain peak where Gu Fei was. His eyes sparkled. It would be great if he could leave this world. A voice was heard. The leader of the Willow Demon clan, Lu Tianzheng, had also arrived. The two leaders of the demonic path were actually working together. This also proved the old saying that there were no eternal enemies and no eternal friends. Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng were sworn enemies, but now they were working together. All of this was because of Gu Fei. Only by working together could the Golem clan and Willow Demon clan not be afraid of Gu Fei. Once they joined forces, Gu Fei would have to be careful if he wanted to touch them. You old man, you wish. I'm afraid things aren't as simple as you think. Shi Hong's expression was incomparably solemn. At this time, the extreme aura that erupted from the mountain peak in front of them made their hearts palpitate. This kind of aura was within an acceptable range. That's Lu Tianzheng, the leader of the Willow Demon clan, couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he sensed this aura. He was extremely familiar with this aura because it was emitted from the teleportation formation of the Willow Demon clan. Swoosh! At this time, a demonic light shot up from the mountain peak in front of them. It directly broke through the void and rushed into the chaos. How is this possible? That guy, Gu Fei, can actually use that formation? This is impossible. Lu Tianzheng stared at the demonic light that rushed into the chaos with an expression of disbelief. In his opinion, even if Gu Fei saw through what he did to the formation, it was still impossible for him to use it. Humph! It must be the crippled ancestor of the chaos demonic rock clan that helped him. Sure Hong, the leader of the Golem clan, said while gritting his teeth. I see. Lu Tianjung suddenly understood. He had forgotten that there was an ancestor of the chaos demonic rock clan beside Gu Fei. It seems that I have to go and get in touch with those high and mighty guys, Lu Tianjung said with a gloomy expression. Could it be that you want to? Sure Hong's expression became solemn as he thought of something. This was not a trivial matter. If it was not handled well, it would bring great trouble to his clan. Of course, there were still some forces in the Chaos Demon realm that were on good terms with those people. It would not be difficult to get in touch with those people. Then what are you waiting for? Lu Tianjung glanced at Sure Hong and said, and Sure Hong did not say anything else. He took a deep look at the demonic light that was dissipating in the void, then turned around and left. They could not deal with Gu Fei, but there was someone else who could. Lu Tianjung did not leave because he wanted to watch the show. This was not the first time that Sure Hong had used a borrowed knife to kill someone. At this time, on the top of the mountain, Gu Fei looked at the broken void in the sky that was constantly being repaired. He did not expect that the formation platform of the Willow Demon clan could also be used. There was a response from the other side of the formation platform. In other words, the teleportation formation platform in the other world was still usable and had not been destroyed by those people from the ancestral god realm. This surprised Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei did not know what was on the other side of the formation platform. Gu Fei thought for a moment. Then a figure walked out from his body. It was an existence that looked exactly like him. It was his doppelganger. You are. The demonic rock lady looked at Gu Fei suspiciously. Why did he release a doppelganger? Could it be that he wanted to use his doppelganger to make a trip? I am curious, Gu Fei said. As expected, the demonic rock lady knew that she had guessed correctly. The demonic rock lady had no choice but to activate the teleportation formation platform again. Gu Fei's doppelganger walked onto the formation platform. Soon, his doppelganger was enveloped by endless demonic light. An extremely terrifying demonic aura spread out. Swoosh! An incomparably bright demonic light wrapped around Gu Fei's doppelganger and soared into the sky. In an instant, it disappeared into the void. Gu Fei's doppelganger only felt as if he had entered a space-time tunnel. Although his body was surrounded by demonic light, there were also various kinds of divine light rushing towards him from the front. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger could not sense the existence of time and space. This feeling was really strange. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei's doppelganger was getting impatient. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of him. The dazzling light made Gu Fei's doppelganger almost unable to open his eyes. This is, before Gu Fei's doppelganger could finish his thought, he had entered a world of light. This was demonic light. A ball of demonic light wrapped around him and rushed out from the chaos. In the next moment, all the demonic light disappeared. Then, Gu Fei's doppelganger found himself standing on an array platform. This array platform was also made of wood. Chapter 3260. Gu Fei was very curious. Where did this formation platform of the Willow Devil clan lead to? Whether it led to the ancestral god realm or not, nobody knew. Even those fellows of the Willow Devil clan were unwilling to make it clear. The Golden Rock Goddess was teleported away by the Willow Devil clan's transboundary teleportation formation. However, Gu Fei was somewhat worried. One had to know that the Golden Rock Goddess was the descendant of Tsang Quebec. His true body couldn't leave, so he could only use his avatar. At this time, Gu Fei's avatar appeared on a formation platform after the transboundary teleportation. When he looked around, he was immediately dumbfounded. The surroundings were filled with darkness. This formation platform was actually floating in the middle of a boundless black ocean. What was going on? The sky was dark and the cold wind was whistling. It was simply like hell. Bang! A sound of collision resounded. This formation platform that was floating in the middle of the black ocean was hit by something. Gu Fei's avatar could feel the vibration of the formation platform. He hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound and saw something floating in the water. From time to time, something would hit the formation platform. When Gu Fei's avatar focused his gaze, he couldn't help but be startled. The things floating in the black ocean were actually corpses that were immersed in the black ocean. There were also other life forms of different races that had fallen here. However, their corpses were immortal and were still preserved. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were asleep. The thing that hit the platform just now was a savage beast in the water. It was a corpse the size of a small mountain that hit the platform. "Where's the golden rock goddess?" Gu Fei's avatar suddenly muttered to himself. The golden rock goddess, who was one step ahead of him, had disappeared. She definitely wasn't in the vicinity. If the golden rock goddess was nearby, he would definitely be able to sense her presence. But now, her aura had completely disappeared. The pitch-black sea was sometimes calm, and sometimes it was filled with towering waves. When it was calm, the entire Black Sea was extremely silent. Not even the sound of waves could be heard. When the huge waves reached the sky, the entire Black Sea began to boil. Even the formation platform that Gu Fei's clone was on was tossed high into the sky by the huge waves. Then it tumbled and fell on the surface of the sea. Gu Fei's doppelganger's feet were like iron nails, firmly nailed to the formation platform. Powerful energy waves spread out from his body, distorting the surrounding void and blocking all the seawater that was splashing in all directions. At this moment, he finally knew why the Golden Rock Goddess was not on the platform. Clearly, the Golden Rock Goddess had chosen to leave. It must be known that even Gu Fei's clone would not be able to last long under such a phenomenon. That was because this Black Sea was strange. It could devour all essence energy. To Gu Fei's clone, this was definitely not a good thing. Soon, the formation platform was swept thousands of miles away from its original place. This Gu Fei's clone had never expected the situation in this world to be so bad. It was too bad. If he left this formation platform that was floating above the mysterious Black Sea, it would be difficult for him to find it again. If he could not find this formation platform, the consequences would be dire. Gu Fei's clone would not be able to return to the Chaos Demon realm. Preposterous. Gu Fei's clone knew that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. He realized that his essence energy could leak out and be devoured by the Black Sea. He quickly used the secret of none of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao to turn the strange power that enveloped him into nothingness. Only then did his essence energy stop leaking out. What should I do? Gu Fei's clone had a headache. He could not continue like this. If he did not leave the Black Sea, how could he explore this world? However, if he left the formation platform, he would not be able to return. He tried to put away the formation platform, but he realized that it was not something he could put away at all. It was an extreme demonic artifact refined by the extreme demon ancestor. Gu Fei's clone was not a demon, so he could not put away this demonic artifact at all. Even if he was a demon and could use the power of the demonic path, it was definitely not an easy task to put away such a demonic artifact. No one knew if he could do it. This is the only way. Gu Fei's clone used the Divine Seizure secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. He split out a strand of his consciousness and sent it into the formation platform under his feet, leaving behind his imprint. He nodded in satisfaction. Due to the existence of the imprint, Gu Fei's clone could sense the existence of the formation platform no matter where it was. With the protection of the formation platform, Gu Fei's clone was not worried at all that the imprint he left in the formation platform would be destroyed by the power of the Black Sea. At that moment, a towering wave slammed toward Gu Fei's clone. The entire void shook, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Boom! Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately made a move. With a punch, the powerful fist force directly blasted a hole in the towering waves that were sweeping towards them. Without hesitation, he shot up into the sky and rushed out of the hole he had created. Gu Fei's clone quickly disappeared in the extremely chaotic Black Sea. However, as soon as his clone left, a creature suddenly rushed out of the sea near the formation platform. It was a creature covered in black armor. This creature was extremely ferocious and had a pair of demon horns on its head. This creature looked in the direction where Gu Fei's clone had disappeared and suddenly grinned. No one thought that there would be other creatures in the Dead Sea. After all, there was a lack of vitality in this place. How could there be creatures? This was really unbelievable. Rumble, the Black Dead Sea was roaring, and endless waves raged on the surface of the sea. A terrifying death aura spread between heaven and earth, and it was simply terrifying. Gu Fei's clone walked in the void under the dim sky. He did not find any trace of the golden rock goddess at all. Moreover, the Dead Sea was extremely vast. Even with Gu Fei's speed, it was impossible for him to rush out of this place in a short period of time. He was extremely shocked. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei's clone rushed through the sky, a tentacle suddenly broke through the chaotic sea and pierced toward Gu Fei's clone. This tentacle was very long, and it instantly pierced in front of Gu Fei's clone. What? Gu Fei's clone was shocked. He did not expect that there would be a creature hiding in the Dead Sea, and that this creature would dare to attack him. Chapter 3261. Hidden beneath the surface of the strange Black Sea was an incomparably powerful creature. This creature seemed to be a devil, but it was fundamentally different from a pure-blooded devil. This caused Gu Fei's clone to feel puzzled. Could the formation of this place be related to devils? Then where was this place? Was it the ancestral god realm? The ancestral god realm was the land of God, the ancestral land where God was born. This place should be filled with a divine aura, not like this. Just as Gu Fei's clone flew over the sea, a tentacle suddenly broke through the surface of the sea. Like a peerless spear, it pierced towards him. Gu Fei's clone directly stretched out his hand to grab the piercing tentacle. However, the tentacle suddenly turned around and tightly wrapped around him. What? Gu Fei's clone was shocked. In the next moment, an extremely tyrannical energy fluctuation erupted from his body. The tentacle that tightly wrapped around him was immediately broken into countless pieces and fell from the sky. When Gu Fei's clone saw the blood that splashed out from the tentacle, he was shocked again, because it was a kind of blood similar to devil blood, emitting a dark blue devil light. Every drop of devil blood emitted a powerful aura. When the devil blood and the countless pieces of broken tentacle fell into the Black Sea, they actually quickly reassembled. Then a complete and intact tentacle once again appeared in front of Gu Fei's clone. At this moment, the sea began to split in all directions, and an incomparably huge figure emerged from the bottom of the sea. Roar! That creature rushed towards Gu Fei's clone and roared towards the sky. The terrifying sound wave instantly affected Gu Fei's clone. His clothes instantly became tattered and hung on his body. Kill! Gu Fei's clone roared angrily and directly swooped down from the sky. He stretched out his hand, and a huge palm the size of a mountain immediately appeared high up in the sky. Rumble, the hand that blotted out the sky, actually emitted the sound of wind and thunder. An unimaginably powerful force erupted from the hand. With the naked eye, one could clearly see the void below the giant hand collapsing, and transparent ripples spread out in all directions. Shwa! At this time, 8 tentacles suddenly rushed out of the sea. The 8 tentacles emitted a dark blue demonic light, and there were demonic patterns interweaving on them. Every tentacle emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. The 8 tentacles arrived first and fiercely stabbed into the huge hand that was slapping down from the sky. The two forces instantly collided together. In the next moment, the 8 tentacles were instantly turned into a bloody mist by the power that erupted from the sky-covering hand and dissipated in the void. Even the body of the creature in the sea cracked in an instant. An extremely powerful creature was killed by Gu Fei's doppelganger, just like that. Gu Fei's doppelganger did not take this sea monster seriously at all. He did not even look at the creature in the sea. He turned around and quickly disappeared into the dark world. That is, Gu Fei's doppelganger was shocked, and he had to stop. He saw an island in front of him. It was an island that was surrounded by divine light. There was a huge ball of divine light that enveloped the entire island, blocking the surrounding death aura outside the divine light barrier. Shwa! Gu Fei's doppelganger took a step and instantly appeared in front of the island. The island was full of vitality, and there were many birds and beasts in the mountains. With the divine light blocking him, he could not enter the island because he did not want to alarm the creature on the island. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was extremely surprised to see such an island in the endless Black Sea. He really could not understand why such an island would appear in the Black Sea. In the middle of the Black Sea, this island was like a bright lamp in the darkness. Roar! At this moment, a roar was heard. A terrifying demonic energy suddenly erupted as a beast broke out of the sea and rushed out. Boom! With a loud sound, the beast actually slammed into the divine light that enveloped the entire island. The entire divine light barrier shook violently. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's doppelganger was shocked to the extreme. The beast in the Black Sea was actually attacking the island. The beast continued to slam into the divine light barrier. Every time it slammed into the barrier, it felt as though the entire world was shaking. At the same time, countless creatures crawled out of the Black Sea and attacked the island from all directions. There were so many creatures in the sea that one could not see the end of them with a single glance. There were a few powerful existences that did not make a move. They were all watching. They seemed to be very afraid of something on the island. Countless creatures of the Black Sea were just cannon fodder for those few experts. Even if they all died, it did not matter. When those living beings collided with the layer of immortal light, their heads exploded and they died on the spot. At this moment, a creature of the Black Sea suddenly turned and looked at the place where Gu Fei's doppelganger was hiding. In the next moment, the other 2 creatures attacked at almost the same time. Gu Fei's doppelganger sneered and directly punched towards an expert that was rushing towards him. The strong force directly caused the void to explode. Boom! With a loud sound, the creature that was attacking Gu Fei's doppelganger was actually blasted apart by his punch. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and was directly destroyed. The other 2 creatures were scared out of their wits when they saw this. They hurriedly stopped and turned to flee. However, it was already too late. The 2 creatures' movements instantly came to a halt. They were imprisoned in the void by the power of Gu Fei's doppelganger. In the next moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way, the divine seizing secret art. he directly read the memories of the two experts of the Black Sea. Very soon, the heads of the two savage beasts of the Black Sea exploded with a single thought from Gu Fei's doppelganger. Their souls dissipated after that as well. They could not be any more dead than they were. So this place is called the Black Demon Sea. Gu Fei muttered to himself, after reading the memories of the primordial spirits of the two primordial beasts. He finally knew what this place was. It was a demonic land in the ancestral god realm, and it was called the Black Demon Sea. Chapter 3262. No one would have thought that the transboundary formation platform left by the Willow Demon clan in the ancestral god realm had been drifting in the Black Demon Sea for countless years. The number of people in the world who knew how the Black Demon Sea was formed could be counted with 10 fingers. However, it was absolutely true that the Black Demon Sea was a forbidden and dangerous place in the ancestral god realm. To the divine race, it was the graveyard of the gods. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many experts of the divine race had fallen here. The corpses of the experts of the divine race were immortal, and they had regrown their divine consciousness, becoming the most terrifying demonic creatures in the Black Demon Sea. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger had encountered a soul-stirring battle in the Black Demon Sea. Under the dusky sky and earth, there was an island that was emitting endless divine light. Around the island, countless creatures of the Black Sea were frantically attacking the island-guarding formation of the divine island. The weaker creatures of the Black Sea crashed into the island-guarding divine light and were turned into clouds of black-blue blood mist by the rebounding force. A few powerful creatures among the creatures of the Black Sea discovered Gu Fei's doppelganger and wanted to capture this uninvited guest. However, they were instantly killed by Gu Fei's doppelganger, and their primordial spirit memories were read. Gu Fei's doppelganger also knew why these creatures of the Black Sea were desperately attacking the divine island. It was because there was a divine corpse on the divine island. It was precisely because of this divine corpse that the divine island was filled with the aura of divinity after the few creatures of the Black Sea were killed by Gu Fei's doppelganger. The other creatures of the Black Sea did not dare to come forward. They all hid far away and did not dare to approach Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger also stopped attacking and just watched quietly. At this time, on the top of the mountain in the Chaos Demon realm, Gu Fei's real body and the magic rock goddess were waiting. After the transboundary passage on the formation platform disappeared, Gu Fei could no longer sense the aura of his doppelganger. Time passed. Very quickly, 3 days had passed. However, neither the golden rock goddess nor Gu Fei's avatar had returned. The wooden array platform that was suspended in the void was very quiet. On top of the mountain, Mystic Demon Mountain Master and the others were bored to death. These days, they were bored to death. Gu Fei put aside all other matters. Now, testing these two transboundary transporting formations was Gu Fei's top priority, and Gu Fei's top priority was the top priority of Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord and the others. In fact, although Master of Black Demon Mountain and the others were idle, their subordinates were not idle. Thousands of disciples of Black Demon Mountain had survived the attack of the chaotic creatures. These thousands of disciples spread out and began to take over the original territories of Mystic Demon Mountain. Due to the strong return of Gu Fei, Mystic Demon Mountain took over the territories very quickly. Large areas of the territory began to return to Mystic Demon Mountain's control. The territories that the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan had seized were also empty. Although the people of the Stone Demon Clan and Willow Demon Clan were very unwilling, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction and obediently retreated. What's going on? At this time, the magic rock goddess walked to Gu Fei's side and asked, Gu Fei naturally knew what the magic rock goddess meant. How would I know? Gu Fei leaned against the boulder and said, "Continue to send people over." The magic rock goddess looked at Gu Fei and said, "Let's take a look first." Gu Fei shook his head and said he did not believe that the other side of the transboundary transporting formation was connected to a terrifying hell. The magic rock goddess heard this and did not say anything else. However, right at that moment, the space above the mountain suddenly collapsed. Vast and mighty primal chaos chi surged as a figure appeared in the sky. Rumble, the unbelievably powerful figure, appeared in the sky. It seemed that because of his strength, the void around him was constantly shaking. Everyone on the mountain was stunned by this scene. There was actually someone who came to kill them in such a domineering manner. This in itself was almost impossible. The aura exuded by the chaotic figure was simply too shocking. In just an instant, the vast and mighty chaotic might struck fear into the hearts of almost all the cultivators on the mountaintop. Some cultivators even fell to the ground, unable to even straighten their backs. Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. Under the sweep of his martial path heavenly eye, the appearance of the person was immediately imprinted in his mind. "You are Gu Fei." The chaotic expert in the sky looked down at Gu Fei and said in an extremely arrogant tone, like a supreme ruler looking down at an ant under his feet, "Who do you think you are?" Gu Fei looked coldly at the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky and said disdainfully, the other party did not take him seriously. So how could Gu Fei take him seriously? "The person who wants your life." The chaotic expert was extremely arrogant. "I want his life." The magic rock goddess was amused. She tactfully retreated. She was going to watch the show and would not intervene in the fight between Gu Fei and this guy. "Ha! My life is right here. If you can take it, come and take it." Gu Fei laughed. At this moment, the Black Demon Mountain Master, the Phoenix, the Blood Devil, the Demonic Rock Emperor, and the other experts were extremely shocked because they sensed a familiar aura from the person in the sky. "How dare you look down on me?" The primal chaos expert in the sky couldn't help but fly into a rage. A large primal chaos hand directly grabbed down from the sky in an attempt to grab Gu Fei. Rumble, the chaotic hand, instantly sealed the void of this part of the world. Naturally, it also enveloped all the creatures on the mountaintop. Gu Fei smiled at the sight. He suddenly drew a line in the void with his right hand, and a space door appeared in the void. Seeing that, the chaotic expert stopped. The chaotic hand dissipated as if it had never appeared. This was a display of absolute confidence. This chaotic realm expert was basically at this moment, three incomparably powerful figures walked out from the void door. The three experts' skin was actually made of stone. They were like three walking stone statues, and each of them emitted an extremely powerful aura. The chaotic expert in the sky couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the three living beings that walked out of the void door. He could tell at a glance that the three living beings were very powerful. Even ordinary chaotic creatures wouldn't be a match for the three of them. "Kill him." Gu Fei pointed at the chaotic expert in the sky and said, "Yes, master." The chaos demon ape and the other two stone statue war demons soared into the sky and charged towards the chaotic expert in the sky. The chaos demon ape threw a punch at the chaotic expert. The void was shattered by the chaos demon ape's punch. At the same time, the demon in spider also took action. It spat out spider silk towards the experts in the chaotic world. Looking at the dragon head demon, the dragon head demon spat out a mouthful of life demon fire, which swept towards the chaotic chaos experts. "Humph, all of you get lost." The chaotic expert snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves, and all the attacks from the Chaos Demon Ape, and the other two experts were neutralized with a wave of his sleeves. In the next moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and the other two experts were sent flying backward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the mountaintop, everyone who witnessed this shocking scene was dumbfounded. The three-stone statue war demons were definitely not weaklings. One should know that they could use extreme strength. However, such a powerful existence was actually sent flying away by the chaotic expert in the sky with a wave of his sleeves. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this. That guy's combat strength wasn't weak at all. He was much stronger than all the chaotic creatures that he had encountered earlier. The chaotic expert was probably infinitely close to the legendary realm. Rumble, another chaotic hand, appeared in the void again. This time, no one could stop it. The chaotic hand was like a chaotic divine mountain. It descended from the sky and slammed towards Gu Fei. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Gu Fei sneered and also slapped upwards. A powerful chaotic force erupted from his palm. The void in front of his palm collapsed and was annihilated. Boom! With a loud bang, the two chaos hands collided with each other in an instant. Two extremely tyrannical forces erupted, forming a destructive storm that shook the entire mountain. Countless cultivators on the mountain top were terrified. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The two chaotic hands dissipated in the void at the same time. Swoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky and attacked the chaotic expert in the sky. He used the 8 desolation steps, and his speed was extremely fast. The chaotic expert naturally would not show any weakness. He, who was extremely arrogant, also displayed his extreme speed and fought against Gu Fei. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. How is this possible? The chaotic expert was in disbelief. This opponent's battle strength was really heaven-defying. Moreover, this guy also cultivated the chaotic force and possessed an extremely powerful physique. Boom! Bang! Muffled thunder-like collisions rang out continuously, and the entire void trembled along with the muffled sounds. How is this possible? How can a low-level living being have such a powerful physical body? The chaotic expert found it hard to believe. However, it was the truth. Gu Fei's battle strength was heaven-defying. He could even use the extreme strength of the extreme path. Buzz. A loud sound was heard in the void. An ancient cauldron shadow was emitted from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei did not want to be entangled with the chaotic expert for too long. Hence, he used the cauldron of mountain and river. This is Chapter 3263. When the chaotic expert arrived, Gu Fei immediately used the mountain and river cauldron. The void shook, and an ancient cauldron flew out from Gu Fei's hand and smashed towards the chaotic expert. Although the ancient cauldron was only the size of a fist, its power was shocking. In an instant, the entire void was sealed, and the chaotic expert could not move at all. He was completely sealed by the mighty power of the mountain and river cauldron. He could only watch as the fist-sized ancient cauldron smashed towards him. The chaotic expert was shocked. Just as he was about to be hit by the fist-sized ancient cauldron, a ball of chaotic light rushed out from his body. The ball of chaotic light broke through the sealing power of the mountain and river cauldron and collided with it. Boom! With a loud bang, two extremely powerful forces exploded. The ball of chaotic light actually blocked the attack of the mountain and river cauldron. This made Gu Fei feel a little incredulous. One should know that it was the mountain and river cauldron. What really shocked Gu Fei was the thing in the chaotic light. One should know that the chaotic light could not possibly block the mountain and river cauldron. The thing that blocked the mountain and river cauldron was the thing in the chaotic light. This guy Up in the sky, the demon rock lady was also shocked. No wonder this chaotic expert dared to come here. It seemed like he had something to rely on. The moment the chaotic light rushed out from the body of the chaotic expert was able to move. The sealing power of the mountain and river cauldron was dispelled. An aura that made one's soul tremble erupted from the body of the chaotic expert. Even the demon rock lady had to use the demonic blood flag to protect herself. She flipped her right hand, and a small flag immediately appeared in her hand. Then it spun rapidly and grew in size. The most powerful demonic power spread out and protected the demonic rock lady. It blocked the aura of the extreme Tao that was spreading out from the chaotic expert. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron had returned to Gu Fei's hand. Meanwhile, the mass of chaotic light that had rushed out from the chaotic expert's body had landed in the chaotic expert's hand. It was also an ancient cauldron the size of a fist. Unlike the mountain and river cauldron, this ancient cauldron was surrounded by rays of chaotic light. This was the chaos cauldron. Even though it was only the size of a fist, the chaos chi within the cauldron was vast and mighty. It was as though it contained a world of primal chaos. You fellows actually possess a Tao artifact of an utmost expert. How is that possible? The chaotic expert stared at Gu Fei and said he had almost died just now. If he hadn't brought the chaos cauldron with him this time, he would have been dead for sure. The living beings in the primal chaos origin called the extreme Tao supremes as supreme experts, and the Tao tools refined by the supreme experts of the primal chaos origin were supreme Tao tools. To me, nothing is impossible. Gu Fei said, "How arrogant!" The chaotic expert stared at Gu Fei coldly as a chilling, killing intent spread out from his body. He wanted to kill this lowly living being before him. You want to kill me? Humph, I'm afraid you don't have the capabilities to do so. Gu Fei was not bothered by the chaotic expert's killing intent. Ever since he had started cultivating, there had been countless people who wanted to kill him. Yet he was still alive and well. Is that so? The chaotic expert let out a cold smile. No one has ever survived the death that I, Kuan Ba, want to kill. As long as I, Gu Fei, want to live, no one can kill me. Gu Fei chuckled and said casually he was speaking the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. He would have been killed countless times over. Kuan Ba, at this moment, the demon rock lady looked at the chaotic figure in the sky thoughtfully. She was once the extreme Tao demon lord. Naturally, she knew some of the great secrets of the world. The origin ground of chaos might really be the source of the worlds. Over the years, countless experts had wanted to know where the source of the worlds was. However, there weren't many who truly understood the origin ground of chaos. The demon rock lady had naturally heard of this place. The insect race was one of the biggest races in the origin ground of chaos. This Kuan Ba might not even be the strongest existence in the insect race. Just as the demon rock lady was deep in thought, Gu Fei and Kuan Ba had already made their moves. The two of them moved extremely quickly in the void. Boom. The two fists clashed against each other like two ancient mountains crashing into each other. The energy waves that erupted from the collision instantly destroyed the surrounding void. Gu Fei and Kuan Ba separated in an instant, but in the next moment, they clashed again. The violent energy was wreaking havoc, and the entire void felt like it was going to explode. The battle prowess of these two people was too tyrannical. Every single move they made displayed a powerful might that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The two extreme powers surged through the world, and even the demonic rock woman had no choice but to retreat. All the living beings within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers felt as if doomsday had arrived, and they were extremely terrified. This was the result of Gu Fei and Kun Ba carefully controlling their extreme Tao energies. If they were to unleash their full strength, many living beings would have died. Boom. Bang. The two great experts were like two chaos war gods that had emerged from the depths of the chaos. They kept colliding and killing each other, causing the void to tremble. Pitch-black spatial cracks that looked like black lightning bolts spread outwards. These two fellas, the demon rock lady couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, the chaos demon ape and the other two stone statues had already rushed back from afar. When they saw that the chaos creature could actually fight against their master, they were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. To think that this fella is this strong. The chaos demon ape and the other two stone statues were sweating profusely. They weren't even on the same level as this fella. If this fella wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. This Gu Fei, at this moment, the clan leader of the Stone Devil clan, Shi Hong, appeared from afar. He was the one who brought Kun Ba here. Initially, he thought that Kun Ba could kill Gu Fei with ease. But now, it seemed like Kun Ba couldn't do it either. We can't attack him openly, but we can secretly give Gu Fei a good beating. The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan, Lu Tianzheng, walked over. "What do you want to do?" Shi Hong asked curiously. "Let's go. I know where we can borrow some strength." The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan, Lu Tianzheng, turned around and left. Soon, he disappeared into the void. Shi Hong thought for a moment and followed. Those two fellas, the demon rock lady, looked in the direction where Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng had disappeared. Those two fellas were nothing to be afraid of. After all, they were backed by the Stone Devil and Willow Demon races. As clan leaders, there were way too many things that they had to worry about. Even if they wanted to kill Gu Fei, they wouldn't dare to do so in the open. One must know that if they couldn't kill Gu Fei, the consequences would not be something that they could bear. On the contrary, Gu Fei had nothing to worry about and could do whatever he wanted to do. At this moment, Gu Fei and Kun Ba bolted up into the sky and killed their way into the starry skies. In the next moment, wherever they passed, stars would explode one after another. Kun Ba stretched out his hand and grabbed. Instantly, dozens of stars flew into his hands. He turned them into dozens of godly beads and threw them at Gu Fei. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the dozen or so divine pearls that were flying towards Gu Fei instantly disappeared. "Eat my palm," shouted Gu Fei. He threw a palm at Kun Ba. Extreme power erupted, and an incomparably huge chaotic hand appeared in the starry skies, aiming to obliterate Kun Ba. It was the heaven-covering palm. The entire starry skies were enveloped by the chaotic hand. Countless stars exploded under the attack of the hand, emitting dazzling light. Interesting. Kun Ba's face turned solemn. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he pointed his finger. A beam of chaotic divine light immediately rushed out from his finger and pierced through the chaotic giant hand that was approaching him. The chaotic divine light was like a chaotic spear. It directly pierced through Gu Fei's chaotic hand, producing a clanging sound. The chaotic spear was directly knocked away by Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm and shattered in the void. Even Kun Ba himself suffered a great impact and was sent flying thousands of meters away. The moment Kun Ba steadied himself, his face flushed red. Then a stream of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Kun Ba was injured. This was something that even he could not believe because he had not been injured for a very long time. This Gu Fei was actually able to injure him. Roar. Kun Ba let out a furious roar, and a shocking power erupted from his body. The primal chaos cauldron that had already fused with his body immediately rushed out of his body. Buzz. The chaos cauldron was vibrating. Rays of extremely sharp chaotic light rushed out from the chaos cauldron in Kuan Ba's hand. They turned into countless sword shadows and slashed towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, the mountain river cauldron on Gu Fei's body vibrated. A heaven-devouring force immediately surged out from the mountain river cauldron, absorbing the countless sword shadows into the cauldron. Kuan Ba was shocked to see this. Could it be that Yi Fuqian's cauldron is even more powerful and terrifying than my chaos cauldron? I'll return it to you, Gu Fei shouted. Then he pointed the mouth of the mountain river cauldron at Kuan Ba. In the next moment, countless chaotic lights rushed out from the mountain river cauldron. Every ray of chaotic light turned into sword shadows and flew across the void, piercing towards Kuan Ba. Every ray of sword light slashed through the void, leaving black marks that were difficult to repair in the void. Good fella. Chapter 3264. Gu Fei displayed his prowess and used the mountain river cauldron to absorb the light of chaos that had pierced through Kuan Ba. In the next moment, the light of chaos that had been absorbed into the cauldron rushed out from the cauldron and transformed into a supreme sword light that pierced towards Kuan Ba. Seeing this, Kuan Ba was taken aback. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared in the void, without a trace. Countless chaotic sword lights pierced through the void, but they didn't hit anything. Kuan Ba seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, as though he had turned into nothingness in an instant. However, after the chaotic sword light pierced through, Kuan Ba's figure appeared in the void again. Gu Fei was surprised to see this. Why does this guy's skill look so much like one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-emptiness secret technique? You are not bad, but you are still not enough for us, the chaos race. Hand over the supreme Tao weapon in your hand, and I may consider sparing your life. Kuan Ba looked at Gu Fei and said arrogantly, "What did you say?" Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think he can defeat me? Very well. In that case, I will send you on your way. Kuan Ba's eyes narrowed into a line, and his eyes flickered with radiance. Murderous aura burst out from his body, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the murderous aura. It's hard to say who will send who on his way. Gu Fei looked at Kuan Ba quietly. His aura was calm, and there was no murderous aura at all. He was just like an ordinary person. Returned to simplicity. Sensing the aura from Gu Fei, Kuan Ba was surprised. This guy's understanding of the great Tao had reached a level that others would not be able to reach. Even among the insect race, not many could reach this level. Even Kuan Ba himself had not reached the level of return to simplicity. Eat my fist. At this moment, Gu Fei let out a roar and threw a punch at Kuan Ba. An incomparably powerful force erupted in an instant, causing the entire void to look like it was going to explode. Gu Fei punched out with his primal chaos fist. There wasn't any primal chaos divine radiance on his fist, but the power and movement it produced was definitely not small. Damn it! Kuan Ba roared and threw a punch at his opponent's fist. He did not use the power of the chaotic cauldron. He wanted to suppress this lowly living being called Gu Fei with his own strength. Boom! 2 powerful fists smashed into each other in an instant, causing an earth-shattering explosion that caused the entire sky to tremble. It was terrifying to the extreme. The 2 figures moved quickly in the void. Gu Fei directly displayed the Chaos Fist, which was a martial arts combat skill that he created himself. The power of the Chaos Fist was undeniable. As soon as Gu Fei's fist aura was released, it almost shattered the entire void and turned it back into chaos. There was no strong energy wave, no blinding divine radiance. What Gu Fei displayed was a kind of aura, an invincible fist aura. Bang! Boom! At the start, Kun Ba was still able to fight against Gu Fei, but very quickly he was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away by Gu Fei. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Roar! Kun Ba roared madly. As a member of the chaos race and an insect race, it was an absolute humiliation for him to be sent flying by a lowly living being. He waved his hands madly, and rays of primal chaos divine light rushed out from his hands, turning into primal chaos divine spears and piercing towards Gu Fei. Bzzz. Gu Fei's fists trembled, and a powerful fist aura burst out. The primal chaos divine spears that pierced through Kun Ba were instantly shattered in the void, turning into specks of primal chaos divine light and dissipated in the void. Kun Ba was indescribably shocked. This existence that he viewed as a lowly being was actually powerful to such a degree. He actually possessed an invincible heroic bearing. This truly far exceeded his expectations. Where did this guy come from? There is no one like him in the chaos demon world. The more Kun Ba fought, the more shocked he became. Boom! The starry sky trembled, and Kun Ba was sent flying again. He crashed into a huge star, and at the same time, he felt a sense of helplessness. His chest had caved in, and his shirt had already turned to dust the moment he was hit by Gu Fei's fist, leaving a deep imprint on his chest. What chaos race? Just SOSO. Gu Fei strode across the starry sky and walked unhurriedly towards Kun Ba. Kun Ba was infuriated. No one dared to look down on him and his race like this. This guy must die. A powerful chaotic energy burst out from his body, and the fist imprint on his chest disappeared at a visible speed. Ancient chaotic Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on Kun Ba's body. Visible chaotic divine light wandered on his body like bolts of chaotic lightning. At this moment, Kun Ba felt that his chaotic combat body had been adjusted to the strongest level. The power of his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were all drawn out. Roar! Kun Ba faced the sky and let out a long roar. His long hair fluttered in the wind as explosive sounds came from his body. From inside to outside, every bone in his body, every muscle, even every strand of hair, was glowing. Do you feel full of power? Gu Fei looked at Kun Ba and didn't stop him. He wanted to see how powerful Kun Ba's chaotic combat body was. The roar stopped, but it echoed in the mountains for a long time. Kun Ba looked at Gu Fei with an extremely cold gaze. You shouldn't have given me the chance to activate the power of the chaotic combat body. TCH, do you think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei said in disdain. However, he had to admit that Kun Ba's chaotic combat body was extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, the space around Kun Ba trembled and cracked. The world could no longer contain his extremely powerful chaotic combat body. Die! Kun Ba roared in rage and directly acted against Gu Fei. He directly punched out. The tyrannical strength of the punch shattered the void. The space before his fist collapsed and was destroyed, forming an extremely terrifying power of destruction that went towards Gu Fei. This is getting a little interesting, Gu Fei said with a smile. At the same time, he extended his right hand and grabbed Kun Ba's fist, easily blocking it. What? Kun Ba was shocked. He felt that his opponent's palm was like a ball of cotton. There was no place where he could exert any force. Boom! Gu Fei's right hand shook, and an extremely powerful force immediately exploded from his hand. The two figures instantly separated. Eat my fist too, Gu Fei bellowed, and threw a punch at Kun Ba. His punch was light and gentle, but When it was thrown out, the entire void of the heaven and earth trembled. Bang! The two experts clashed again. This time, Gu Fei could not gain any advantage. The power of Kuan Ba's chaotic combat body had been raised to the limit. However, Gu Fei still did not use the true power of his martial body. How is this possible? Kuan Ba was shocked. He had already used his full strength, but his opponent still seemed to be at ease. This was unbelievable. Could it be that this guy was once a supreme expert? You are no match for me, Gu Fei said as he attacked. Is that so? Kuan Ba said coldly. A clanging sound came from his body. A chaotic divine chain rushed out from his body and wrapped around Gu Fei. Gu Fei executed the sky-punishing swordplay, and a dazzling sword light rushed out from his body and slashed at the chaotic divine chain. As soon as the heaven-punishing sword technique was used, the entire world was shrouded by a murderous force. This murderous force made Kuan Ba's heart palpitate. Very soon, the heaven-punishing sword technique that Gu Fei struck out actually broke the chaotic divine chain that rushed out from Kuan Ba's body. However, at the same time, Kuan Ba seemed to have turned into a sun. He fell from the sky and slashed at Gu Fei. The entire world was crushed by this force. All right, I'm done playing with you. As Gu Fei said, he disappeared in the void instantly. When he reappeared, he was already above Kuan Ba's head. Without hesitation, Gu Fei stomped on Kuan Ba's head. The violent destructive force immediately shrouded Kuan Ba. Bang! Kuan Ba was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei. Boom! Another huge star was smashed by Kuan Ba. This is outrageous. At this moment, Kuan Ba felt extremely aggrieved. As a member of the chaotic race, he was actually stomped down from the sky. This almost drove him crazy. However, at this moment, Gu Fei also pounced down from the sky and chased after Kuan Ba. His powerful force shook the entire starry sky. Stars exploded continuously in the starry sky. At the end of the battle, Kuan Ba finally used the Chaos Cauldron. With the Chaos Cauldron in his hand, Kuan Ba's aura could conquer the mountains and rivers. How majestic was that? The Chaos Cauldron in his hand was emitting dazzling, chaotic divine light of the Great Path. The nearby stars flew towards the Chaos Cauldron in Kuan Ba's hand and were refined by the Chaos Cauldron. Even Gu Fei was shaken by this force. He moved towards the Chaos Cauldron uncontrollably. However, Kuan Ba had the Chaos Cauldron, while Gu Fei had the Mountain River Cauldron. With a flip of Gu Fei's right hand, a huge cauldron immediately appeared in his hand, and he grasped it tightly. Buzz. Chapter 3265. Gu Fei was serious. He activated the primordial chaos energy within the mountain and river cauldron. With a single strike, Kuan Ba was blasted into a bloody mist. Within the bloody mist, a ball of chaotic light was floating. Within the chaotic light, a cauldron could be vaguely seen. Even someone as powerful as the magic rock lady was taken aback at the sight of this. She did not expect Gu Fei to be so powerful that he could easily kill this chaotic creature. How is this possible? Far away in the void, the two clan leaders of the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan were dumbfounded when they saw Gu Fei turn Kuan Ba into a bloody mist. It seems like we've still underestimated this guy. The clan leader of the Willow Demon Clan, Lu Tianzheng, said with a trembling voice, if Gu Fei found out that they were the ones who attracted Kuan Ba, the consequences would be unimaginable. Far away in the void, many extremely powerful figures could be vaguely seen. The commotion caused by the battle between Gu Fei and Kuan Ba, a chaotic realm expert, was too great. Both of them had used their extreme powers, so it was impossible for them not to alert others. At this moment, Gu Fei did not continue to attack. He merely stared at the bloody mist in front of him. The mist surged and converged. A blood-colored figure appeared in the void. Gu Fei knew that even though his attack could blast the other party apart, it was impossible for him to kill this fellow just like that. One should know that Kun Ba was a quasi-supreme expert. In the primordial origin ground, such an existence could be considered a formidable existence. In Gu Fei's opinion, a quasi-supreme expert in the primordial origin ground, which was also what the cultivators of the human realm and heavenly realm referred to as quasi-supreme experts, would need to use special methods to kill such an existence. At this moment, the blood-colored figure gradually solidified. Soon, Kun Ba's figure reappeared in front of Gu Fei. "You're too arrogant." Kun Ba's face darkened as he stared at Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei did not attack him while he was being blasted into a bloody mist, he did not appreciate it. "You're wrong. I'm not arrogant. I'm just confident." Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "You'll regret this." With a flip of Kun Ba's right hand, an ancient cauldron appeared. It pulsed with extremely powerful chaotic force as primordial runes surged and wove around the cauldron. Just now, Gu Fei had the chance to severely injure Kun Ba or even kill him. However, what surprised Kun Ba was that Gu Fei did not continue to attack. This made Kun Ba very unhappy. This was Gu Fei looking down on him. "I never regret the things I do," Gu Fei said with a solemn expression. "Really?" A sneer appeared on Kun Ba's indifferent face. In the next moment, his figure disappeared in the void, as if he had merged with the surroundings. "This move again." Gu Fei sneered. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Boom! With a loud sound, a part of the void in the starry sky suddenly collapsed. Two figures appeared in the collapsed space before disappearing again. Bang! In the next moment, the two fists collided, and another part of the void collapsed. Two silhouettes appeared, but they disappeared in an instant. The two powerful movement techniques were simply too fast. They were so fast that even existences at the level of Devil Ancestor could not see their extremely fast-moving figures. These two fellows, the demonic rock lady used the demonic blood banner to protect herself, allowing her to observe the battle from a close distance. When she saw the intense battle between Gu Fei and Kun Ba, the power they displayed shocked her. "Roar!" Kun Ba roared furiously. Although he was risking his life, he could not change anything. He was still at a disadvantage in the battle against Gu Fei, and was constantly being pushed back. "Your Tao artifact is weaker than mine, and your physical body is weaker than mine. How are you going to fight me?" Gu Fei said arrogantly as he attacked. Hearing this, Kun Ba was both shocked and furious. However, he could not refute Gu Fei's words because what Gu Fei said was the truth. The chaotic cauldron in his hand was weaker than the ancient cauldron in Kun Ba's hand. This was an indisputable fact. His chaotic battle body was also weaker than his opponent's chaotic spiritual body. It was just as Gu Fei had said. His Tao artifact was weaker and his cultivation was weaker. How was he going to fight against Kun Ba? Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to suppress the chaotic cauldron. Then he unleashed his strongest strength to fight against Kun Ba. In this way, Kun Ba was even less of an opponent for Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei threw a punch and sent Kun Ba flying. He then used the 8 desolation steps to catch up and stomped on Kun Ba's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard from Kun Ba's body. In the next moment, he fell from the starry sky like a meteor. Kun Ba spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not believe it. Is there really such a huge difference between us? This made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He wanted to recall the chaotic cauldron to protect himself. However, Gu Fei's cauldron of mountain and river blocked the chaotic cauldron. Chaotic, primordial qi rushed out from the cauldron. It was impossible for the chaotic cauldron to break through the cauldron of mountain and river and fly back to Kuan-Ba. Therefore, Kuan-Ba was in a tragic situation. Boom. Bang. Gu Fei used his 8 desolation steps and caught up to Kuan-Ba in an instant. His fists kept landing on Kuan-Ba's body. This time, he controlled his strength well and did not turn Kuan-Ba into a mist of blood. In this way, Kuan-Ba was going to suffer. Sounds of bones breaking could be heard from his body. At that moment, he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken or shattered. You're going too far. Kuan-Ba was enraged and fought back with all his might. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He was completely overconfident and was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. Haha, what a joke. You're the one who came looking for trouble. How dare you say that I'm going too far? Gu Fei laughed. Kuan-Ba almost fainted after hearing this. Everyone was shocked to see Kuan-Ba being tortured by Gu Fei. This scene was too unbelievable. One must know that living beings from the primordial origin ground were synonymous with strength, especially the insect race, which was a strong race in the primordial origin ground. Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng, who knew about Kuan-Ba's background, thought about many things. Gu Fei was actually this strong. They needed to re-evaluate Gu Fei. The consequences of underestimating one's opponent were very serious. This Gu Fei, what is his background? Shi Hong said. To them, Gu Fei might not be a living being from the primordial demon realm. He should be from another great world. However, no one knew which great world he was from. As the patriarch of the Stone Devil clan, Shi Hong knew many secrets of heaven and earth. The primordial demon realm wasn't the only perfect great world. There were other perfect great worlds in the endless primordial chaos. Outside of the great world was the primordial chaos. The great worlds were like bubbles in the primordial chaos. Only the extreme Tao Supremes could travel between the two great worlds. Existences below the extreme Tao Supremes had to rely on other things to travel between the two great worlds. Let's not cause any more trouble. This guy is heading to the ancestral God world anyway. Lu Tianzheng looked at the two figures fighting fiercely in front of him. His eyes slowly narrowed, and rays of light shot out from the slits of his eyes. Not bad. Shi Hong nodded. As long as Gu Fei didn't come looking for trouble with him, he wouldn't act against Gu Fei. Of course, if Shi Hong found an opportunity to attack, he would definitely not hesitate to deal a fatal blow to Gu Fei. Unfortunately, he would probably never find such an opportunity in his lifetime. This wasn't to say that Gu Fei didn't have any flaws. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei had flaws. It was just that Gu Fei's flaws weren't easy to catch. Most importantly, Gu Fei had an extreme Tao weapon to protect himself. Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng wouldn't take the risk of offending Gu Fei unless they were absolutely confident that they could kill him in one blow. Boom. Gu Fei's final blow blew Kuan-Ba up in the void. This time, without the protection of the chaotic cauldron, Kuan-Ba was in danger. Just as Kuan-Ba's chaotic battle body was blown up, a ball of Yuan's spirit light soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't let Kuan-Ba escape, just like that. He immediately cast the Yuan spirit sword, art of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. A purple gold sword ray rushed out from his forehead. Shwa! The purple gold sword ray flashed across the void, and the ball of Yuan's spirit light immediately exploded and dissipated in the void. The insect expert Kuan-Ba had fallen just like that. This time, he wouldn't be able to survive because no living being could survive after their Yuan spirit was slashed by the Yuan spirit sword art. Kuan-Ba definitely wouldn't be an exception. at the moment when Kuan Ba was killed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit sort of way, the chaotic cauldron that was confronting the cauldron of mountains and rivers unleashed an extremely powerful force. It instantly broke through the cauldron of mountains and rivers, shattering the void and rushing into the chaos. Initially, Gu Fei wanted to keep this supreme Tao treasure that was forged by a supreme expert. But it seemed like it was impossible now. The chaotic cauldron seemed to have another owner, and that owner's cultivation level wasn't low either. Of course, Gu Fei didn't care who the real owner of the chaotic cauldron was. As long as that guy dared to come looking for trouble, Gu Fei would torture him. If you want to die, I welcome you with open arms. Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and scanned the surroundings. His voice reverberated across the void, and naturally, it was heard by every living being. At this time, the experts who were watching the battle from afar were indescribably shocked. The battle strength displayed by Gu Fei was too shocking. He was simply a supreme being. This guy, Chapter 3266. Gu Fei was incomparably strong. He actually killed Kuan Ba, an expert of the chaos races. Kuan Ba was not a nobody, but an expert from the insect race. The insect race was one of the most powerful races among the countless chaos races in the origin ground of chaos. Even after countless years, the insect race still held a pivotal position in the origin ground of chaos. Kuan Ba's death definitely shook the entire insect race. As a strong race in the origin ground of chaos, the insect race was likely to react. However, at this time, Gu Fei had already returned to the top of the mountain. The magic rock goddess followed closely behind him and also returned to the top of the mountain. The two teleportation formation platforms on the top of the mountain didn't move at all, especially the wooden one, which didn't show any signs of movement. Whether it was the golden rock goddess or Gu Fei's avatar, there was no sign of them returning. At this time, all the experts in the surrounding area didn't dare to approach the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. One should know that Gu Fei was a fierce person who dared to kill even the chaos races. In the following days, the mountain where Gu Fei was located and the surroundings were restored to peace. Black Demon Mountain Master began to gather his strength and absorb more demons into Black Demon Mountain in order to improve the strength of Black Demon Mountain. This was definitely a great thing for the individual cultivators in the Chaos Demon world. Joining Black Demon Mountain meant that they would have a great backer comparable to the primitive demons. In the cruel cultivation world of the Chaos Demon world, the fate of the individual cultivators was the most tragic. No one would take them seriously, and the fate of individual cultivators was generally very miserable. Therefore, when the Lord of Mystic Demon Mountain recruited people, countless rogue cultivators immediately responded and joined the Mystic Demon Mountain's camp, becoming a part of the mountain. The purpose of these individual cultivators who joined Black Demon Mountain was actually very simple. They wanted to find a backer who could protect them from being harmed by other cultivators. More than 10 days passed, and the originally deserted Black Demon City gradually became lively again. Black Demon Mountain Lord personally oversaw the Black Demon City. Although he was anxious to recruit a large number of demons to join his forces, he couldn't act recklessly. At this time, the Black Demon City was definitely filled with spies from the major forces of the Chaos Demon world. This was also the easiest time for the spies to sneak into the Black Demon Mountain. It was also impossible for Mystic Demon Mountain Lord to uncover all the spies of the major forces. In these 10 days, Mount Master of Mystic Demon Mountain had accepted many rogue cultivators with decent cultivation, but this was still not enough. The territory that Mount Master of Mystic Demon Mountain wanted to take over was too large. It used to be the territory of the God-destroying Demon Palace. It was not an easy task for mysterious demon mountain master to take over such a huge territory. He was severely understaffed. Even if there were some important places, he couldn't send people to take over. Of course, with Gu Fei's current limelight, no one dared to have any designs on his territory. Even the Stone Demon Clan and the Willow Demon Clan had to spit out the fat meat they had swallowed. Even the primitive demons didn't dare to offend Gu Fei, let alone the other forces in the Chaos Demon world. Many forces expressed goodwill to Gu Fei and wanted to form an alliance with Gu Fei, but Gu Fei threw all these matters to mysterious Demon Mountain Lord. Even the people of the Falling Moon Demon Palace came. The Moon Demon personally came to visit Gu Fei, but Gu Fei didn't want to meet him. If the old ancestor of the Falling Moon Demon Palace came, Gu Fei might be able to meet him. Another 10 days passed. The Meng brothers and Mo Mingtian still hadn't returned because they still couldn't kill the sixth demon, Lord of the God, destroying Demon Palace. The sixth demon lord was very cunning. It was definitely not an easy task to kill this guy. Moreover, even Mo Mingtian and the others were in danger of being killed by the sixth demon lord. Time elapsed. It had been 3 months since Gu Fei killed the primal chaos expert Kuan Ba, but the insect race still didn't make any moves. Some speculated that even the insect race was afraid of Gu Fei, but Gu Fei was very clear that the insect race wouldn't be afraid of him. There must be a reason for this, but no one knew what the reason was. After enjoying 3 months of peace, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder at the top of the mountain, as if he had turned into a statue, not moving at all. No one dared to disturb him. The Demon Rock lady didn't stay idle during these 3 months. She left for 2 months, and then a malefic star appeared in the Chaos Demon world. This malefic star was incredible. He specifically challenged some incomparably powerful forces, and with his overwhelming strength, he swept away these forces. The entire Chaos Demon world was in turmoil. In fact, at this time, the Chaos Demon world was already full of dark forces, like a barrel of gunpowder that was about to be ignited. Some incomparably ancient figures reappeared in the Chaos Demon world. These existences were thought to have fallen for countless years, but now they appeared again. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei, as long as they didn't provoke him. Boom. One morning, a muffled sound came from the wooden teleportation formation platform. Then, the entire teleportation formation platform trembled, and one after another, demonic patterns emerged from the inside of the teleportation formation platform. This is Gu Fei, who was sitting on the boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 lightning bolts flashed across the sky, and he stood up from the boulder. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the wooden teleportation formation platform in the blink of an eye. At this time, everyone on the mountaintop was alarmed. The wooden teleportation formation platform that had been quiet for 3 months finally moved. The formation platform was operating, and it was resonating with another formation platform in the other world. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a demonic light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the teleportation formation platform. In the next moment, an extremely strong aura of death exploded from the figure on top of the array platform. This caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. One should know that whether it was Gu Fei's incarnation or the Golden Rock Lady, they couldn't have the aura of death on them. Shit. Gu Fei was shocked and was about to make a move. However, at this time, the figure on the teleportation formation platform had already rushed out and pounced on the crowd. The aura of death filled the air. Damn it! The Blood Devil happened to be there. He roared in anger and directly punched the figure that crossed the boundary. His fist blossomed with a dazzling bloody light, as if a bloody sun had appeared in the world. Boom! The dead spirit also punched, and the two fists collided in an instant, causing a loud explosion. The two figures quickly separated, and the void between them constantly shattered and annihilated. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be shocked. The blood devil was not weak, but this dead spirit could fight against him. At this time, another demonic light descended from the sky and landed on the teleportation formation platform. When the demonic light dissipated, another silhouette that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of death appeared on the platform. It was a silhouette that was shrouded in black mist, but it was not a humanoid creature. Instead, it was a large black spider. Swoosh! A spider silk rushed out from the teleportation formation platform and directly pierced a cultivator nearby. Then, it pulled the cultivator to the teleportation formation platform. In the eyes of the spider, humans were its food. The cultivators on the mountaintop were shocked to see this. They quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the teleportation formation platform. At this time, the cultivator that was pierced by the spider silk was already pulled to the teleportation formation platform by the black spider. His body rapidly shriveled and soon became a mummy. Preposterous! Seeing this, Gouffet could not help but be furious. He pointed with his right hand, and a chaotic divine light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger. Buffed! With a flash of blood, the beam of primal chaos divine light shot out from Gouffet's hand, directly pierced through the black spider's head. The powerful impact sent the black spider flying off the platform and out of the platform. Gouffet had killed an incomparably powerful demon spider with just a raise of his hand. Everyone on the hilltop who witnessed this scene was incomparably shocked. At this moment, Blood Devil was fighting with the humanoid undead spirit. Roar! Blood Devil roared. As he waved his hands, rays of demonic light turned into demonic swords and pierced towards the dead spirit. The extremely sharp sword light cut through the void. At this time, the dead spirit opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black gas. When the black gas appeared in the void was silently annihilated under the black gas. Seeing this scene, Blood Devil could not help but change his expression. The black gas that the dead spirit spat out was not a trivial matter. He quickly retreated and did not dare to let the black gas get close to him. Seeing that Blood Devil was forced to retreat by the dead spirit, Gouffet did not make a move. If Blood Devil could not even deal with the dead spirit, then he deserved to die in the hands of the dead spirit. Boundless blood sea. Blood Devil roared. As he shook his hands, endless blood light bloomed. The entire world seemed to have turned into a real sea of blood. The monstrous blood waves swept towards the annihilation of the black gas and dispersed it in an instant. This was beyond everyone's expectations. At the same time, the blood-red wave directly swept the dead spirit away, and then it shattered in the void. Just as Blood Devil killed the dead spirit, more demonic lights descended from the sky. Powerful figures appeared on the teleportation formation platform. Gouffet's expression turned extremely solemn when he saw this. What's going on over there? Why are there so many undead spirits crossing over to this world? What's happening? Someone exclaimed. Everyone stared at the formation platform in disbelief. One after another, demonic lights fell from the sky and accurately landed on the formation platform. Chapter 3267. No one thought that after waiting for so long, this would be the result. The interrealm teleportation matrix of the Willow Demon clan suddenly started operating, but the person who came back was not Gouffet's clone, nor was it the Golden Rock Goddess. What came back from the other side of the transboundary teleportation array was actually a group of dead spirits shrouded in the aura of death. As a beam of demonic light broke through the void and descended from the sky, a series of terrifying figures appeared on the platform. What's going on the other side? Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this. At this time, the dead spirits that appeared on the matrix let out roars and rushed out from the matrix, pouncing on the surrounding cultivators. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. Some people directly took out their demonic weapons and attacked the dead spirits that were pouncing on them. Powerful demonic power exploded. At this time, the shadow of a demonic rock soared into the sky and grabbed a dead spirit with its sharp claws. In the next moment, the dead spirit was torn in half. Even though he wasn't a great demon exalted, he was still a demon exalted. His cultivation wasn't weak either, so he was able to deal with an undead spirit with a single move. The other experts of the Mystic Demon Mountain were also making their moves. The Lord of the Mystic Demon Mountain directly disappeared into the void, and in the next moment, he directly killed his way onto the battle platform. The void was distorted, and immediately 5 or 6 dead spirits were pulled into the distorted void, instantly disintegrating into a bloody mist. However, very soon, the Mystic Demon Mountain Master was blasted away from the Matrix by an extremely powerful dead spirit. An extremely terrifying figure of death appeared on the Matrix. Seeing that the Mystic Demon Mountain Master was blasted away, everyone was shocked. Even the great demon, venerable of the Mystic Demon Mountain Master, was not a match for that dead spirit. It was a king of dead spirits. The king of dead spirits roared at the sky, and the entire void trembled with its roar. The king of dead spirits took a step forward and instantly turned into a beam of death light, rushing towards the Mystic Demon Mountain Master. "Humph!" Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord sneered. The power of the great path of the void immediately erupted from his body. The space around him immediately distorted. The Death Spirit King instantly stopped and appeared in the void in front of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. An extremely powerful death energy erupted from its body. "What is this?" Black Demon Mountain Lord stared at the Death Spirit King in front of him. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. His eyes flickered, and the powerful aura of a great demon sovereign surged out from his body. Shwa. At this moment, the Death Spirit King moved with extreme speed. A skinny arm directly grabbed the top of Black Demon Mountain Lord's head. That arm directly penetrated the distorted void around Black Demon Mountain Lord. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was taken aback once again. This guy's strength had exceeded his expectations. He could actually ignore his void energy. He directly punched forward. His fist instantly collided with the claw of the Death Spirit King. There was a muffled sound, and the two figures quickly moved. The Death Spirit King's physical body was so strong that even Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was shocked. The Death Spirit King was simply a human-shaped weapon. The sharp claw scratched on Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's fist, and he felt a burning pain. At this moment, more and more death spirits appeared on the formation platform. There was a continuous flow of death spirits. Seeing this, Gu Fei directly took out the mountain and river cauldron. A heaven-devouring power immediately rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and instantly enveloped the death spirits that rushed out from the formation platform. Those death spirits immediately flew towards the mountain and river cauldron involuntarily and were swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. The death spirits that were swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron naturally had only one ending, and that was to be directly refined by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. However, although Gu Fei had dealt with a group of death spirits, another group of death spirits had crossed over. Is there no end to this? Gu Fei was displeased. He directly rushed over and climbed onto the formation platform. The mountain and river cauldron in his hand shook, and a circle of transparent ripples immediately spread from the mountain and river cauldron. The death spirits that were pouncing towards Gu Fei were immediately shattered into dust and dissipated in the void. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. In the next moment, a supreme figure of death appeared in the demonic light. As it was about to cross over, a supreme aura of death erupted from its body. Even though it had yet to truly enter this part of the world, it was enough to make all the cultivators on the mountain tremble in fear. It was a horrifying death spirit. It was not something that the Death Spirit King could compare to. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and rushed into the sky. He actually activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron and directly attacked the horrifying Death Spirit King that was about to cross over. Roar! The Death Spirit King roared. It was about to enter a world full of life, but someone stopped it. This made the Death Spirit King furious. Rumble, a horrifying death spirit claw, reached out from the void and directly grabbed the mountain and river cauldron. With a clanging sound, the mountain and river cauldron actually shook. Virum! The mountain and river cauldron immediately let out a vibrating sound. A wave of chaotic primordial chi erupted from the ancient cauldron and shook the death spirit claw back. Reverse the formation. I'm going to kill my way over. Gu Fei was furious. He directly transmitted his voice to the demonic rock lady who had been watching from the side. What? The demonic rock lady could not help but be shocked. Gu Fei was going to kill his way over. How could this be? Her ancestral land was still in this guy's inner world. The demonic rock lady thought about it and still rushed over. She activated the technique and began to activate the transboundary formation platform. Very soon, the formation of the platform was reversed. The direction of the platform's teleportation was also reversed. The teleportation power from the other side of the platform became the teleportation power from the chaotic demonic realm. The moment the formation reversed, Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and directly attacked the unimaginably powerful figure. All the cultivators outside the platform were shocked when they saw this. Very soon, Gu Fei and the figure that wanted to cross over disappeared into the void together. Very soon, the platform calmed down. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Just now, their master actually crossed over just like that. What should they do? At this time, the battle between the mysterious demon mountain lord and the Death Spirit King had reached a white-hot stage. The Death Spirit King's combat power was comparable to that of a great demon venerable. The Death Spirit King was extremely ferocious. From time to time, it would spit out black flames to burn mysterious demon mountain lord. The black flames of death were very terrifying. The void that was enveloped by the black flames was silently annihilated. Everything ceased to exist. Mysterious demon mountain lord used the power of the great path of the void. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared on his body. The void constantly twisted. The black flames that were spat at mysterious demon mountain lord were directly drawn into the void and disappeared just like that. What? The Death Spirit King was shocked. At the same time, it involuntarily flew towards mysterious demon mountain lord. You can go on your way. Mysterious demon mountain lord said coldly. Then he used a secret technique. The void around him suddenly collapsed, pulling the Death Spirit King into the primal chaos. At the same time, the power of the void annihilation directly tore the Death Spirit King into pieces. An incomparably dazzling soul fire was also annihilated in the chaos. An incomparably powerful Death Spirit King had fallen just like that. At this time, mysterious demon mountain lord was not happy at all. This was because Gu Fei had actually killed his way to another world and opened another chaos demon realm. The consequences of Gu Fei's departure were very serious for mysterious demon mountain. Without Gu Fei, It was impossible for Mysterious Demon Mountain to establish a foothold in the central region. Of course, Magic Rock Lady did not leave, but no one knew if she would help Mysterious Demon Mountain. If even Magic Rock Lady left, Mysterious Demon Mountain would really be out of luck. In a cruel world like the Chaos Demon Realm, it was very difficult for the weak to survive. Without existences like Gu Fei and Magic Rock Lady, Mysterious Demon Mountain could be destroyed at any time. However, the 3 war statues that Gu Fei had subdued did not follow Gu Fei to the other world. In other words, Gu Fei was likely to return. Master actually killed his way to another world. The 3 war statues found it hard to accept this reality. At this moment, a part of the void on top of the mountain suddenly trembled. Then, the void split open, and 3 figures walked out from the crack in the void. Among the 3, the leader was Tsang Quebec. Behind him were the father and son, Peng Shi and Peng Jingtian. Soon, Tsang Ke knew that Gu Fei had killed his way to another world. Even he could not help but be moved. Gu Fei was too ferocious. He actually killed his way to another world single-handedly. He knew that Gu Fei would still return. At this time, Gu Fei and the incomparably powerful dead spirit came out of the void and directly appeared in a boundless black sea. This was the Black Demon Sea. In the Black Sea below, there was an incomparably huge island. It was an island that was full of death aura. It lacked vitality, but it was filled with dead spirits. The wooden platform that was originally floating on the boundless sea was picked up by the dead spirits on the island and brought back to an ancient city on the island. Then, for some unknown reason, someone in the ancient city actually knew how to activate this transportation platform. Therefore, the previous scene happened. The sudden appearance of countless dead spirits caused the cultivators on the mountain to panic. Roar. When Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the island, a terrifying roar was immediately heard from the island. A powerful death energy spread out from the depths of the island. The entire island was shaking. Countless dead spirits on the island were in a state of panic, constantly roaring and howling. At this time, Gu Fei was targeted by a terrifying dead spirit. "I didn't expect you to dare to kill your way here. Aren't you afraid of death?" A voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. The dead spirit stared at Gu Fei. Its eyes flickered, and a ball of soul fire emitted extremely powerful soul energy waves. Chapter 3268. Gu Fei charged towards the other world without any hesitation. Even the terrifying dead spirit was extremely shocked. The scene in the other world also shocked Gu Fei greatly. Under the dark sky, there was a boundless black sea. In the middle of the Black Sea, there was an incomparably huge island. It was an island that was filled with murderous aura. On the island, there were many powerful dead spirits, especially the dead spirit that wanted to charge into the Chaos Demon world with the help of the Transboundary Formation platform. It was extremely powerful. A dead spirit of this level was definitely comparable to unparalleled experts like Tsang Ke and the demonic Rock Lady. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no gate to hell, but you insist on barging in. Since you're here, don't leave. In the sky above the island of the dead spirits, the Lord of the Dead Spirits stared at Gu Fei and sneered. 9 faintly discernible dead spirit tattoos appeared on his body. "Tisk, there's no place in the world that I can't go, and there's no place that can trap me. You'd better save your breath. It's unnecessary to say such harsh words in front of me." Gu Fei said disdainfully, "What an arrogant fellow. I'd like to see if you have the right to be arrogant." The eyes of the Lord of the Dead Spirits shone with a terrifying light of death. Destructive energy spread from his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble and crack. "Then let's fight. What's the point of talking so much?" Gu Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly, he was still as calm as ever, as if he would not be affected by the words of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Roar. At this moment, earth-shattering roars rang out from the island of the dead spirits below. The experts among the dead spirits were roaring, and their voices shook the heavens and earth. Powerful figures of dead spirits charged out from the island below. They were densely packed, and every one of them was extremely powerful. Back off. The Lord of the Dead Spirits waved his hand, and the countless dead spirits that had charged into the sky immediately stopped. They then charged back down from the sky and returned to the island. How majestic! Gu Fei mocked. Swoosh! The Lord of the Dead Spirits did not say anything else. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, Gu Fei threw a punch at the void in front of him. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two fists instantly collided. The Lord of the Undead Spirits figure appeared in the void with a towering deathly aura. A black aura spread from his body, enveloping Gu Fei. Wherever the black aura passed, the surrounding space would be annihilated. This was a terrifying death aura that could even corrode the surrounding space. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He hurriedly retreated, but the black gas still shrouded him like a shadow. Transform. Gu Fei used the secret art of nothingness, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. The power of the secret art of nothingness spread out, instantly dispersing the black mist that enveloped him. The terrifying power of death that could corrode the surrounding space was dispelled by Gu Fei's secret art of nothingness just like that. How is this possible? The Lord of the Dead Spirits exclaimed in shock. He had never met a fellow that could dispel his power so thoroughly. This fellow is not simple. The power of Gu Fei's secret art of nothingness spread out, dispelling all the surrounding death aura. This made the Lord of the Dead Spirits even more shocked. Roar! The Lord of the Dead Spirits bellowed. An even more powerful power of death erupted from his body, and 9 blurry dead spirit runes were unleashed. The 9 dead spirit runes instantly sealed the surrounding space, blocking the power of the secret art of nothingness. However, even after blocking the power of the secret art of nothingness, the 9 dead spirit runes on the Lord of the Dead Spirits' body dimmed, as if they could dissipate at any time. The power of the secret art of nothingness was enough to dispel anything in the world. However, Gu Fei was not an extreme-grade sovereign, so he could not use the power of the secret art of nothingness to its fullest. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have been able to dispel the 9 dead spirit runes with a single attack. What kind of secret technique is this? It was impossible for the Lord of the Dead Spirits not to be shocked. After all, Gu Fei's technique was far too shocking. This secret technique seemed to be able to dispel anything in the world. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar, and the power of the secret art of nothingness erupted. The 9 dead spirit runes, which were initially extremely dim, were finally dispelled, and the power that could dispel anything in the world instantly enveloped the Lord of the Dead Spirits. In an instant, the Lord of the Dead Spirits shrieked in pain. He felt as if half of his vitality had been dispelled. Swoosh! The Lord of the Dead Spirits broke through the power of the secret art of nothingness and escaped. Damn it! The Lord of the Dead Spirits was both shocked and enraged. He was the ruler of a region, yet he was reduced to such a sorry state by this guy. It was too embarrassing for him in front of his subordinates. I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you. The Lord of the Dead Spirits was enraged. He was truly enraged. With a flip of his right hand, a bone sword immediately appeared in his hand. A terrifying aura immediately spread from the bone sword. Extreme Dao bone weapon. Gu Fei saw the bone sword in the Lord of the Dead Spirits' hand and sensed the aura spreading from the bone sword. He immediately knew that the bone sword was an extreme Dao bone weapon that could contend against an extreme Dao weapon. The power of this extreme Dao bone weapon was naturally not weaker than an extreme Dao weapon. This was because this bone weapon was refined from the bone body of an extreme grade sovereign. Even if the bone body of an extreme grade sovereign was not refined, it was still an extreme Dao bone body. Once it was refined, its power would naturally become even stronger. Swoosh! A deathly sword light soared into the sky and shot towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. An ancient cauldron blocked the sword from the Lord of the Dead Spirits. The bone sword was repelled when it struck the ancient cauldron. Buzz! The ancient cauldron vibrated, and the power of primordial chaos erupted, sealing the heavens and earth and the void. The entire void seemed to have turned into a metal plate, sealing all living beings. However, the power of the cauldron of mountain and river was unable to seal the bone sword. The power of death that erupted from the bone sword continued to grow stronger. It was a power that could contend against the cauldron of mountain and river. The two extreme Dao weapons flew up. The cauldron of mountain and river and the bone sword clashed continuously in the sky. The sounds that erupted were extremely shocking. Huge black holes appeared in the sky from time to time. They were caused by the shattering of the void. Chaotic aura lingered in the black holes. Gu Fei and the Lord of the Dead Spirits moved rapidly in the void. Wherever the two experts passed, the heavens and earth and the void were destroyed. This was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. At this time, all the dead spirits on the island of the dead spirits were terrified to the extreme. The two auras of extreme Dao spread out, causing huge waves to rise in the Black Sea below. The huge island of the dead spirits was shaking. Such a scene was as horrifying as the end of the world. Who in the world is that guy? He can actually fight against our master. On the island of the dead spirits, some existences with incredible cultivation and combat power muttered to themselves. Perhaps he's an expert from another world. An undead spirit said, because Gu Fei had followed the Lord of the Undead Spirits into this world, only a powerful being who had crossed worlds would be able to fight against the Lord of the Undead Spirits. 9 heaven-punishing swords. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the sword of heaven-punishing swordsmanship. A sword light that was filled with killing power rushed out from his body and pierced towards the Lord of the Dead Spirits. This was an extremely stunning sword strike from Gu Fei. With a single slash, the entire void seemed as though it was being split into two. The Lord of the Dead Spirits was immediately unable to withstand it and was sent flying by the sword. The sword aura invaded the body of the Lord of the Dead Spirits and was destroying his life force. Even the dead spirits had life force. After all, the dead spirits were also a kind of life. To be more precise, they were a different kind of life. The Lord of the Dead Spirits was both shocked and enraged at the same time. He channeled the power of death in a frenzy and forced out the sword light that had invaded his body. A sword light rushed out from his body and dissipated into the void. What? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little shocked. His sword light was forced out so easily, but this guy who was covered in death aura could do it, devouring heaven and earth. The Lord of the Dead Spirits roared and used the life-slaying technique right away. An extremely powerful energy wave spread out and instantly shrouded Gu Fei. Then, Gu Fei couldn't help but rush towards the black hole that had suddenly appeared in the void. He was about to be devoured by the black hole. However, at this moment, a stream of immortal chi erupted from Gu Fei's body. The stream of immortal chi broke through the devouring power of the black hole and rushed out. Cauldron-suppressing mountains and rivers. Gu Fei returned the favor and used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Under the suppression of the mountain and river cauldron, the black hole in the void immediately disappeared. The mountain and river cauldron headed straight for the Lord of the Dead Spirits. However, at this moment, the bone sword flew back and was grabbed by the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Buzz! A heart-palpitating sword hum burst out from the bone sword in the hands of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. A dazzling sword light soared into the sky and collided with the mountain and river cauldron. Streaks of sword light shattered in the void. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and walked towards the Lord of the Dead Spirits step by step. His aura grew stronger with every step he took. As he took a few steps, a shocking aura erupted from Gu Fei's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Even the Lord of Undead Spirits, who was experienced and knowledgeable, was shocked by Gu Fei's power. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. You what you? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and accept your death. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to die even if you want to. Chapter 3269. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled as though the entire void had exploded apart. Vast and mighty primal chaos chi surged as though a new world was being created. Gu Fei was getting serious. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my prowess? Gu Fei evolved the great Tao of chaos. Endless chaotic chi erupted from his chaotic martial body. The entire void seemed to be returning to chaos. His cultivation had already reached a level where he could compete with existences of the demon ancestor level. Coupled with the sky blue immortal gold battle robe, he could even compete with the Lord of Undead Spirits. Buzz! The Lord of Undead Spirits shook the bone sword in his hand, and streaks of undead spirit runes rushed out from the bone sword. Then they circled around the body of the bone sword, and a powerful undead spirit energy spread out from the bone sword. The Lord of Undead Spirits stared at Gu Fei with a soul-stirring gaze. It was as terrifying as two passageways that connected to the world of death. Come on, we shall not rest until we die. The Lord of Undead Spirits gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Yi Fuqian, he would have already killed his way into the world that was filled with vitality on the other side of the formation platform. The Black Demon Sea was not a good place. It was extremely calm from time to time. There was not even a ripple on the surface of the sea, let alone waves. However, when the Black Demon Sea was not calm, there would be huge waves that could crush everything. The island of Undead Spirits was currently under the threat of the Black Demon Sea. If it wasn't for Gu Fei stopping him, the Lord of Undead Spirits would have opened up the passageway to the Chaos Demon realm and led his army of undead spirits to leave the Black Demon Sea and enter the Chaos Demon realm. To the Lord of Undead Spirits, Gu Fei had cut off the path of survival for him and his subordinates. This made the Lord of Undead Spirits extremely furious. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's fight if you want. Gu Fei took a step forward and threw a punch at the Lord of Undead Spirits. His fist emitted a dazzling chaotic light, as though a chaotic sun had appeared between the heavens and the earth. With just one strike, the void in front of Gu Fei's fist instantly collapsed and shattered. At this moment, Gu Fei's aura had changed greatly. He was no longer ordinary. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war that had emerged from the primal chaos. He was constantly tempering his martial body. There was no doubt that the primal chaos martial body was powerful. He was like a human-shaped Tao artifact. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter the void of the world. He was much more powerful than an ordinary Tao artifact. At this moment, the Lord of Undead Spirits slammed his palm forward and collided with the Chaos Fist, resulting in a loud explosion. In the next moment, the two experts split up and each took out a supreme Tao treasure. An antique flew out from Gu Fei's hand and smashed towards the Lord of the Undead Spirits. Roar! The Lord of the Dead Spirits let out a furious roar. The bone sword in his hand transformed into a terrifying, deathly light that slashed towards the ancient cauldron. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The ancient cauldron was shaken. However, it was only shaken. Scram! Gu Fei shook the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and immediately sent the bone sword flying. Then he reached out with his left hand and grabbed at the Lord of the Undead Spirits. In the center of his palm, a chaotic Tao pattern appeared and produced a heaven-devouring force. This devouring force immediately enveloped the Lord of the Undead Spirits. The Lord of the Undead Spirits immediately flew towards Gu Fei's left hand uncontrollably. However, at this moment, the bone sword that had been sent flying flew back into the Lord of the Undead Spirits' hand. Swoosh! The Lord of the Undead Spirits did not hesitate and slashed with his sword. A sword light flashed across the void and slashed at Gu Fei's left hand. The extremely sharp sword light broke through the devouring force that was being emitted from Gu Fei's left hand. Gu Fei quickly retracted his hand. One must know that the bone sword was an extreme sword weapon. No matter how powerful his chaotic martial physique was, he would still be injured if he was hit by it. He immediately used his extreme speed 8 steps and soared into the sky. Then he pointed the mountain and river cauldron at the Lord of the Undead Spirits. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from the mountain and river cauldron. The chaotic primordial force surged in the mountain and river cauldron and burst out. The true heaven-devouring force erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. In an instant, the world collapsed, and the sky seemed to have exploded. The Lord of the Undead Spirits was enveloped by the chaotic primordial force and was sent flying towards the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! The Lord of the Undead Spirits struggled and roared. The bone sword in his hand vibrated continuously and unleashed an extreme force that was terrifying to the sky. Just as the Lord of the Undead Spirits was about to be devoured by the mountain and river cauldron, a blurry figure appeared on the bone sword in his hand. The moment the blurry figure appeared, it seemed to have opened up a part of the world, as well as the chaotic, primordial force that was enveloping the Lord of the Undead Spirits. Given the Lord of the Undead Spirits' cultivation base and battle prowess, it was impossible for him to escape. However, the bone sword in his hand was not ordinary. It was an extreme sword weapon that could go against an extreme Tao weapon. At this moment, Gu Fei was taken aback. Even though the figure that had appeared on the bone sword was blurry, it was extremely powerful. It had opened up the void of the world, as well as the chaotic primordial force. The Lord of the Undead Spirits stopped in front of the mountain and river cauldron just like that, looking at the chaotic primordial force circulating within the mountain and river cauldron. He was scared out of his wits. If it wasn't for the bone sword's sudden display of might, he would have been dead for sure. This was truly a moment of life and death. Swoosh! The blurry figure took the Lord of the Undead Spirits and soared into the sky. In an instant, they had retreated 100 miles away at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei was taken aback once again. This was bad. The imprint within the bone sword had been activated. This was definitely not a good thing for him. One should know that the god of the mountain and river cauldron was currently in a deep slumber. It was not an easy task to wake him up. However, the extreme Tao imprint within the bone sword had been awakened. This was equivalent to the god of the extreme Tao bone sword awakening from his slumber. At this moment, the bone sword would definitely be able to display its true power. "Old man, come out and save me." Gu Fei sent his consciousness into the mountain and river cauldron. However, there was no response from the mountain and river cauldron. This made him a little anxious. At this moment, the Lord of the Undead Spirits burst into laughter. He held the bone sword in his hand. His soul was trembling when he sensed the extreme Tao energy that was bursting forth from the bone sword. This power was too strong. Moreover, this power was in his hand. He felt as though he could instantly kill his opponent with a single wave of the bone sword in his hand. This was an extremely powerful feeling. It was as though no one in this world was his opponent. What are you laughing at? Do you think you can defeat me like this? Gu Fei said in disdain. Humph, you're dead meat. However, I won't let you die so easily. The Lord of the Undead Spirits stared at Gu Fei and sneered. Don't brag. Do you really think you can control this power? Gu Fei smiled. At this moment, the blurry figure that had charged out from the bone sword stood behind the Lord of the Undead Spirits and emitted an extreme Tao aura that enveloped the Lord of the Undead Spirits. What? The Lord of the Undead Spirits was stunned. At this moment, the blurry figure behind the Lord of the Undead Spirits charged into the Lord of the Undead Spirits' body. In the next moment, the Lord of the Undead Spirits stopped moving, and his eyes became dull. Streams of extreme Tao aura gushed out from the Lord of the Undead Spirits' body and circled around him. The terrifying death aura instantly enveloped the entire world and filled every inch of space in the void. The Lord of the Undead Spirits' lifeless eyes suddenly emitted a blood-red glow. 2 blood-red glows appeared in the midst of the death aura, causing one's heart to palpitate. What? Could this be the legendary, murderous weapon devouring its master? Gu Fei did not make a move. Instead, he watched quietly. He was curious to see what was going on with the legendary murderous weapon devouring its master. Could it be that a fellow that had fallen for countless years could come back to life with such a method? At this moment, the Lord of the Undead Spirits, who was almost completely engulfed by the death aura in the void, suddenly trembled and convulsed violently. Even the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. Could the Lord of the Undead Spirits still be able to resist? Gu Fei activated the Martial Path Heavenly Eye and stared at the Lord of the Undead Spirits. He could see 2 different auras appearing from the Lord of the Undead Spirits' body. One of the auras was the Lord of the Undead Spirits' own aura. However, the other aura was extremely powerful. It was not the Lord of the Undead Spirits' own aura, but the aura of the bone sword. At this moment, the light of death gushed out of the bone sword and entered the Lord of the Undead Spirits' body. Renunciation? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Perhaps an old fellow that had disappeared for countless years was really going to return to this world. The existence within the bone sword was not trying to devour its master. Rather, it was abandoning its own shell to steal the shell of another creature. The result of doing this was that the existence within the bone sword would use this method to return to the world. Very soon, the light of death stopped gushing out of the bone sword, and the Lord of the Undead Spirits gradually calmed down. Gu Fei discovered that the aura that belonged to the Lord of the Dead Spirits was gradually disappearing. It had been refined. In other words, the Lord of the Dead Spirits didn't even have the time to be happy before it was devoured by some special existence within the ominous sword. Half an hour later, the Lord of Undead Spirits' body stopped trembling. He stood silently in the air, surrounded by deathly aura. An extreme aura radiated from his body. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Gu Fei. 2 blood-colored lights suddenly appeared in the pitch-black death aura. 2 blood-colored lights swept out from the death aura and landed on Gu Fei. Chapter 3270. No one had expected the bone sword to devour its master, let alone the Lord of Dead Spirits. At this moment, the sky above the island of dead spirits was filled with a boundless deathly aura, causing the entire world to turn even darker. Even Gu Fei could feel his heart palpitating from the powerful aura. He still did not make a move. He was curious to know what would happen after the ominous sword devoured its master. If a super antique that had fallen countless years ago were to return to the world with such a method, it would definitely not be a small matter. For Gu Fei, this method was definitely something that he could learn and learn from. However, the moment when the ancient existence on the bone sword took control of the physical body of the Lord of Dead Spirits, Gu Fei could sense an extremely dangerous aura being emitted from the body of the Lord of Dead Spirits. Swoosh! 2 rays of blood light shot out from the deathly aura and swept towards Gu Fei. "Little fella, you're too arrogant." At this moment, an eerie voice rang out from within the deathly aura. 2 spots of blood light flickered within the deathly aura as a heart-palpitating aura was emitted from the figure within the deathly aura. This aura was much stronger than the aura of the Lord of Dead Spirits, and much more dangerous as well. "Old fella, this isn't arrogance. This is confidence. You understand?" Gu Fei crossed his arms and said, "Why are the juniors these days so arrogant?" The deathly aura around the body of the Lord of Dead Spirits surged and gathered towards him. In the blink of an eye, the torrential deathly aura had disappeared completely, devoured by the physical body of the Lord of Dead Spirits. This isn't arrogance either. Old antiques, like you don't understand. I'll say it again. This is confidence. You understand? Gu Fei said helplessly. "I don't care if you're confident or not. I'll beat you up until you don't dare to be confident anymore." The Lord of Dead Spirits was about to make his move as he spoke. However, at this moment, cracks started to appear on the bone sword in his hand, as though it could shatter at any moment. "You don't even want your weapon anymore. Can you do it with your bare hands, old fella?" Gu Fei touched his nose and said with a smile, "Ha ha, kid, you don't understand. With my cultivation and battle prowess, it doesn't matter if I have a weapon or not." The Lord of the Dead Spirits' right hand trembled, and the bone sword in his hand immediately shattered into countless fragments. Every fragment glowed and turned into specks of death light that shot towards Gu Fei. "Sneak attack, old man." Gu Fei remained motionless, but a wave of power erupted from his body. In the next moment, the void around him distorted and deformed. The bone sword fragments that shot towards him crashed into the distorted void around him, and the specks of light of death instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the fragments reappeared and shot back at the Lord of the Undead Spirits. The Lord of the Undead's attack was completely reversed by Gu Fei. The Lord of the Undead Spirits was taken aback, and his eyes lit up. This wasn't an ordinary technique. One must know that his attack wasn't ordinary either. Although the bone sword had shattered, it was definitely a supreme being bone. Rumble. The Lord of the Undead Spirits extended his hand, and the countless specks of light of death that shot towards him were instantly caught in his hand. Kacha! The Lord of the Undead Spirits exerted force in his right hand, and bone powder immediately fell from his hand. The fragments of the bone sword that was refined from the supreme being bone were crushed into powder by him. Gu Fei wasn't very surprised, because this was something that even he could do. The essence contained in the bone sword had long been devoured by the Lord of the Undead Spirit's physical body. The bone sword that had lost its essence naturally lost its immortal nature and could be destroyed. "Kid, I find you very pleasing to the eye. Why do you follow me?" The Lord of the Undead Spirits said as he stared at Gu Fei. "What did you say?" Gu Fei was stunned upon hearing this. "To think that this guy wants to take me in as his little brother. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? It's a great honor for you to be chosen by me." The Lord of the Undead Spirits said in a condescending tone, "Tisk, it's a great honor for you to be chosen by me, and to be my subordinate. What would you think?" Gu Fei said in a displeased tone, "If that's the case, I can only kill you. What a pity." The Lord of the Undead Spirits shook his head and sighed. "Old man, you talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you being so long-winded?" Gu Fei stared at the Lord of the Undead Spirits with a stern expression. He knew that the current Lord of the Undead Spirits was much stronger than the previous Lord of the Undead Spirits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to refine the primordial spirit of the previous Lord of the Undead Spirits. The current Lord of the Undead Spirits was the mysterious guy in the bone sword. He was definitely a super antique. "Since you want to reincarnate as soon as possible, I'll fulfill your wish." The Lord of the Undead Spirits took a step forward and arrived above Gu Fei's head in an instant. He then stomped his foot down on Gu Fei's head. Rumble. As soon as the Lord of the Undead Spirits stomped his foot, the entire space beneath his feet began to tremble. Subsequently, the space collapsed and crumbled, forming a terrifying destructive force that swept toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei raised his head abruptly. His long hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. He then clenched his right hand into a fist without any hesitation and smashed it toward the descending foot. Boom! Before Gu Fei's fist could hit the foot of the Lord of the Undead Spirits, a loud explosion erupted in the void. The two forces had already collided. Bam! A muffled collision sound rang out. At this moment, Gu Fei's fist collided with the Lord of the Dead Spirit's foot, causing the entire world to shake violently. In the next moment, the two figures quickly separated. The space between the two experts was annihilated. Gu Fei was knocked down from the sky by the extremely great force from the Lord of the Undead Spirit's foot. He directly fell toward the black sea below like a meteor. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed out furiously. Powerful chaotic force erupted from his body, immediately halting his descent and stopping him in midair. Gu Fei lowered his head and saw that his feet were only a few inches above the surface of the sea. He had almost fallen into the Black Sea. So close. Gu Fei wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and soared into the sky. He charged towards the figure of death high up in the sky. He displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps, and in just a few steps he had already caught up to it. The Lord of the Undead Spirits could not help but become both surprised and furious when he saw this. His opponent's speed had exceeded his expectations. "Kill!" Gu Fei bellowed out furiously. As he moved his hands, resplendent streaks of light shot out from his hands. They turned into chaotic rainbows and pierced toward the Lord of the Undead Spirits. This was the 9 heaven punishing swords. The 9 streaks of light directly tore through the surrounding space. It seemed like the 9 streaks of light were the only things left in the world. What kind of way of the sword is this? The Lord of the Undead Spirits was extremely shocked. The killing power that erupted from the 9 streaks of light made his heart palpitate. This was the way of the sword of the extreme path. The cultivation methods created by extreme sovereigns could be described as supreme techniques. They were the most powerful abilities and techniques in the world. Regular abilities could not be compared to them. With the Lord of the Undead Spirits' knowledge, he could obviously tell with a single glance if the sword technique Gu Fei had used was from an extreme sovereign. "Do you think I'll tell you?" "Ha ha." Gu Fei smiled. "Humph, I'll know everything after I capture you and search your soul." The Lord of the Undead Spirits sneered. The Lord of the Dead Spirits sneered. At that moment, the space around him seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, wanting to devour the 9 sword lights that had pierced through the air. However, the 9 streaks of light broke through the strange void around the Lord of the Undead Spirits and pierced through his body in an instant. What the Lord of the Undead Spirits was dumbfounded. At the moment when the 9 streaks of light pierced through his body, he stopped moving and stood in the void in disbelief. 9 fist-sized bloody holes had appeared on his body. However, there was no blood seeping out of the holes. One must know that the Lord of the Undead Spirits had a very unique physique. He did not have the blood essence of ordinary living beings. There was very little blood in his body. The 9 streaks of immortal sword light disappeared in the void after piercing through the Lord of the Undead Spirits. How is this possible? The Lord of the Undead Spirits found it hard to believe that this young man was able to hurt him. At this moment, the 9 streaks of killing force had invaded his body and were destroying his life force. "Let me send you on your way." Gu Fei took a step forward, and an ancient cauldron appeared in his hand. The ancient cauldron was thrown at the Lord of the Undead Spirits. Roar! The Lord of the Undead Spirits roared and soared into the sky. He dodged the attack from the mountain and river cauldron and pounced at Gu Fei. The bloody holes on his body had yet to heal. However, this did not affect the Lord of the Undead Spirits' battle prowess. The Lord of the Undead Spirits opened his mouth and inhaled. An extreme devouring force immediately engulfed Gu Fei and pulled Gu Fei toward the Lord of the Undead Spirits' mouth. F***CK, are you trying to eat me? Gu Fei let out a strange cry. His body shook, and an extremely domineering saber light shot out from his body. It broke through the void and the devouring force of the Lord of the Undead Spirits. Swoosh! There was a flash of saber light, and the Lord of the Undead Spirits was sliced in half. A black saber appeared in the void, exuding a domineering pressure that could dominate the heavens and earth. "You still have an extreme weapon." A voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. The Lord of the Undead Spirits did not die. The 2 halves of his body had fused back together. Chapter 3271. The physical body of the Lord of the Undead Spirits was too strong. Even if his body was pierced by the 9 heaven punishing swords, or even split in half by the peerless saber, he could still recover. This was the power of the extreme Tao. The immortal characteristics of the bone sword had been transferred to the physical body of the Lord of the Undead Spirits. The physical body of the Lord of the Undead Spirits was simply a humanoid extreme Tao artifact. It could compete with extreme Tao artifacts like the peerless saber and the mountain and river cauldron. You actually have 2 extreme Tao artifacts. This is really surprising. No wonder you are so arrogant. After the Lord of the Undead Spirits recovered, he stared coldly at Gu Fei. This guy is not simple. He can have 2 extreme Tao artifacts at the same time. One should know that extreme Tao artifacts were not random Tao artifacts. They were Tao artifacts refined by an extreme Tao sovereign. They could be said to be the most perfect Tao artifacts in the world. An extreme grade supremacy would usually only refine one extreme grade Tao artifact. Very few extreme grade supremacy would refine 2 extreme grade Tao artifacts, or even more extreme grade Tao artifacts. This was because the materials needed to refine extreme grade Tao artifacts were simply too difficult to find. Of course, there were some extreme Tao sovereigns who were extremely lucky and obtained many immortal mystical materials. They could refine more than one extreme Tao artifact. The Millennium Buddha Lord was one of those lucky ones. He had refined many extreme Tao Buddhist artifacts. Even the kasaya he wore was the extreme Tao Buddhist robe. The extreme Tao Buddhist robe was in the hands of heavenly monk Dharma. As for the Sanskrit Buddhist bell, glazed Buddhist saber, and other extreme Tao Buddhist artifacts, they were originally in the hands of Gu Fei. However, they were taken away by one of the Millennium Buddha Lord's clones. I already told you that I am confident, not arrogant, Gu Fei said helplessly. Why can't this old guy understand? Again, the Lord of the Undead Spirits suddenly smiled, strangely. He then pounced at Gu Fei. In the next moment, he seemed to have turned into an illusory shadow and pounced at Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. What? Gu Fei was shocked. However, his figure instantly became faint, as if he had melted into the surrounding void. The afterimage of the Lord of the Dead Spirits passed right through Gu Fei's shadow. Yes, the Lord of the Undead Spirits' silhouette solidified in an instant. He was extremely shocked. What kind of secret technique was this little fellow using? He could actually merge with the heavens and earth, becoming one with the heavens and earth. This secret technique evolved the great path of the void to the extreme. Even the Lord of the Dead Spirits himself found it difficult to cultivate the great path of the void to this level. Gu Fei's illusory figure instantly returned to normal. However, at this moment, pitch-black cracks in the void shot out like countless lightning bolts towards the Lord of Undead Spirits. This was the power of the void, and it was extremely powerful. The void collapsed and turned into cracks in the void that looked like black lightning bolts. The destructive power could tear the heavens and earth apart. Naturally, it could injure the Lord of the Dead Spirits. However, the Lord of the Dead Spirits was unafraid of the attack. At this moment, he probably already possessed an almost undying body. No matter what kind of attack he faced or how heavily injured he was, he could instantly reconstruct his body and recover his cultivation to its peak. The Lord of the Dead Spirits opened his mouth and inhaled. The pitch-black cracks in the void were directly devoured by him. Then he opened his mouth and spat out the destructive power. The cracks in the void appeared once again, and all of them were blasting towards Gu Fei. Tisk, are you copying me? Gu Fei smiled. With a wave of his hand, the spatial cracks that were blasting towards him dissipated in the void. At the same time, his figure disappeared on the spot. The Lord of the Dead Spirits was shocked. He never thought that Yi Fuqian's understanding of the great path of the void had reached such a level that he could instantly merge with the void. The space trembled, and an unimaginably powerful divine sense fluctuation erupted from the Lord of the Undead Spirit's body, causing the surrounding space to ripple like water. Although the Lord of the Dead Spirit's understanding of the great path of the void was not as good as Gu Fei's, his will was unimaginably powerful. He could use his will to shake the void and force Gu Fei out. However, the Lord of the Dead Spirits was wrong. Gu Fei did not hide in the void. Instead, he had merged with the void. Unless the void shattered, no one could force him out. At this moment, a hand reached out from the trembling void and slapped the chest of the Lord of the Dead Spirits. A powerful force instantly erupted. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The chest of the Lord of the Dead Spirits immediately caved in. His ribs shattered into countless pieces as he was sent flying. What? The Lord of the Dead Spirits was in disbelief. He had been careless earlier, which was why he was hit. However, it was different now. He had already regarded this little fellow as an opponent of the same level as him, but he was still hit by this little fellow. This little fellow was incredible. At this moment, a sea breeze suddenly blew in the black sea below. The calm surface of the sea began to churn, and the sound of wind and thunder rang out. Gu Fei was shocked. At this moment, a black line appeared at the end of the horizon. It was a huge wave that was surging towards where Gu Fei was. A heart-palpitating aura swept out, causing the void to tremble. The huge wave seemed to be smashing the void into pieces. Swoosh! At this moment, The Lord of the Dead Spirits charged towards the island of the dead spirits and entered it. In the next moment, a layer of black light rushed out from the island of the dead spirits and enveloped the entire island of the dead spirits. This fellow, seeing this, Gufei was taken aback. He could sense a destructive force that could crush everything from the towering wave. This destructive force caused Gufei's heart to palpitate, and he had to dodge it. However, the island of the dead spirits had been sealed by the Lord of the Dead Spirits. Gufei also charged down from the sky. The terrifying destructive force was so vast that it caused even his soul to tremble. He then charged down from the sky. You want to come in? Dream on. The Lord of the Dead Spirits stood on a mountain peak in the depths of the island of the dead spirits. He raised his head and looked at Gufei, who was descending from the sky like a meteorite, with the corner of his lips curling into a cold smile. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely powerful force erupted. A super-killing formation that had enveloped the entire island of the dead spirits was activated. This force seemed to have forcefully split the island of the dead spirits from this world. What? At the sight of this, Gufei could not help but be shocked. He had not expected the Lord of the Dead Spirits to have such a move up his sleeves. To think that someone had set up an extremely powerful killing formation on the island. Chapter 3272. The originally calm black demon ocean suddenly turned violent as a giant wave of death was formed. The wave was extraordinary as it contained a deathly aura that made even Gufei's heart palpitate. Even the Lord of Undead Spirits would have to retreat into the island of Undead Spirits to hide in the island of Undead Spirits. The current Lord of Undead Spirits was no longer the Lord of Undead Spirits from before. The super antique in the bone sword had directly refined the Lord of Undead Spirits' primordial spirit, and naturally read the memories of the Lord of Undead Spirits' primordial spirit. In this way, the mysterious super antique knew everything about the Lord of Undead Spirits, and naturally knew how to control the extreme killing formation on the island of Undead Spirits. Only the extreme killing formation on the island of Undead Spirits could withstand the extremely violent black demon ocean. The giant wave of death could destroy everything apart from the islands protected by the extreme killing formation. Therefore, only black water could be seen everywhere in the black demon ocean. It was rare to see anything emerging from the surface of the sea, and there were even fewer islands protected by the extreme killing formation. Rumble, at this moment, the giant wave of death rapidly swept over. Its destructive force was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Wherever the wave passed, the void was annihilated. Gufei could not help but be shocked when he saw this. He flipped his right hand, and the peerless, ominous saber immediately appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he slashed at the island of undead spirits below. The peerless, ominous saber slashed at the light barrier formed by the protective formation of the island of undead spirits. Gufei felt a powerful force rebound from the peerless, ominous saber. The peerless, ominous saber in his hand bounced up and almost flew out of his hand. Gufei was shocked. Although he already knew that it was impossible for him to break through the light barrier formed by the extreme killing formation with a casual slash, he did not expect the power of the extreme killing formation to be able to directly shake off his peerless, ominous saber. Swoosh! At the same time, a ray of black light shot out from the extreme killing formation and pierced toward Gufei. Preposterous! Gufei raised the peerless, ominous saber in his hand and used it to block the attack. The light of death collided with the peerless, ominous saber. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gufei was sent flying hundreds of miles away along with his saber. The black saber in his hand vibrated, and he felt his entire arm go numb. His right hand, which was holding the black saber, was shaken to the point that blood seeped out. This is bad. At this moment, the death wave had already covered the sky and covered the earth. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He was unable to break the Island of Dead Souls' extreme killing formation in a short period of time. It was impossible for him to enter the Island of Dead Souls. Gu Fei had no choice but to take out the mountain and river cauldron. With a leap, he jumped into the mountain and river cauldron. The moment Gu Fei jumped into the mountain and river cauldron, the monstrous wave swept over and sent the mountain and river cauldron flying. Ha! The Lord of Dead Souls' laughter was heard from one of the mountains on the Island of Dead Souls. Gu Fei could not enter the Island of Dead Souls. Even if he had an extreme Dao weapon to protect himself, his chances of survival were slim. Rumble, the sky darkened. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have been drowned by black water. The Island of Dead Souls was no exception and was completely submerged by the black water. However, the endless black water was blocked by the layer of light that had appeared on the Island of Dead Souls. The extreme killing formation protected the entire Island of Dead Souls. Even so, the entire Island of Dead Souls was shaken by the death wave. Countless formation inscriptions appeared and intertwined, gathering the power of the extreme killing formation to resist the destructive power that had erupted from the death wave. At this moment, countless dead souls on the Island of Dead Souls looked up in horror. The pitch-black seawater had shrouded the sky above the Island of Dead Souls and was blocked by the power of the extreme killing formation. However, the power of the extreme killing formation that protected the Island of Dead Souls was gradually being worn out. This was what the Lord of Dead Souls was worried about. Once the power of the extreme killing formation was completely worn out by the power of the Black Demon Sea, the entire island would probably disappear completely. Black waves surged into the sky in the Black Demon Sea, and the aura of death filled the dark and chaotic world. At this moment, countless living beings in the Black Demon Sea were extremely terrified. In the midst of the monstrous waves, the islands that were protected by the power of the extreme Tao were on the verge of collapsing, and the living beings on the islands were extremely terrified. Tens of thousands of miles away from the Island of Dead Souls, under the pitch-black world and endless black waves, an island shrouded in golden light was vaguely visible in the darkness. At this moment, a black-clothed youth stood on a mountain peak on the island. This black-clothed youth looked exactly the same as Gu Feixing. This black-clothed youth was Gu Feixing's clone. What a terrifying place when Gu Fei's doppelganger saw the raging Black Sea outside the Divine Island. He could not help but change his expression. From time to time, monstrous waves would hit the protective divine light of the Divine Island. The protective divine light of the Divine Island would immediately vibrate, and the Tao patterns on the divine light would vaguely appear and interweave. At this moment, the ears of Gu Fei's doppelganger could only hear the sound of wind and thunder coming from the outside. The countless dead souls that besieged the Divine Island had long retreated. Although there were countless secrets hidden in the Black Demon Sea, the monstrous waves, and the terrifying power of death that was wreaking havoc seemed to be a great secret of the world. Gu Fei's doppelganger had hidden in the Divine Island before the power of the Black Demon Sea wreaked havoc, but Gu Fei's real body was not so lucky. He directly jumped into the mountain river cauldron, but the cauldron was swept away by the black waves. An ancient cauldron could be seen vaguely in the wind and waves, but in an instant the ancient cauldron was swept thousands of miles away by the black waves. Preposterous! Just what is going on? In the world inside the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei could sense the movements outside. He did not know how long this storm would last. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void inside the mountain river cauldron, and his body was surrounded by chaotic qi. A powerful aura spread from his body, and he began to cultivate. After an unknown period of time, When Gu Fei woke up from his cultivation state, he realized that the storm outside had stopped. He directly rushed out of the mountain river cauldron. This is when Gu Fei rushed out of the mountain river cauldron, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He directly waved his hand, and the ancient cauldron on the ground immediately flew into his hand. There was an island in front of him, and there was a huge figure walking on the island. It was a humanoid creature, or more accurately, a giant.